On a cold, windless night, the guillotine stood tall in the town square of Baskerville, its blade gleaming under the gray sky. Bound beneath it was a man whose loyalty had once been beyond question, Vicar Van Baskerville, the family's most faithful hound. A tool forged in shadows, trained to carry out the Baskerville family's dirtiest deeds, he now knelt in disgrace, falsely accused of consorting with the Demon Clan. He had committed no such crime. He was no traitor. His only sin had been loyalty that became inconvenient the moment he learned secrets meant to stay buried. As the blade descended, Vicar met his fate without flinching. But just before the cold kiss of death reached him, he swore an oath in the depths of his heart. If I am born again, I will never live as a hound again. I will bite back. When Vicar opened his eyes again, everything was wrong. His vision was blurry. His limbs were weak and small. The world was loud with the cries of infants, and the ceiling above him unfamiliar. It took a moment for the realization to sink in. He was in a nursery. Reborn. A baby. Was this hell? As he tried to make sense of his situation, the door opened and in walked Hugo La Baskerville, the man responsible for his death. The patriarch inspected the crying newborns with a look of disdain, dismissing most as worthless. But when his eyes landed on the quiet, coldly glaring baby that was Vicar, something changed. This one. Move him to the Cradle of Swords, Hugo ordered. The Cradle of Swords, a brutal trial every Baskerville heir was subjected to. It was said that only those with strong will and potential survived. Hugo must have seen something in Vicar's eyes. Perhaps he sensed the hatred. Vicar, even in his infant body, recognized Hugo. Rage burned inside him like a cursed fire. The man who framed him. The man who executed him. The man he would one day destroy. The Cradle of Swords was a maze, a spiraling helix of blades meant to test newborns for strength and potential. Beyond it lay the river Styx, a legendary current said to temper the flesh into steel. But only a few could absorb its power. It chose the first and the strongest. In his past life, Vicar had failed this trial. Ousted by his half-siblings, he was denied the river's blessing. But this time, he was determined to be the first. He would monopolize the power of the Styx. With trembling limbs, he crawled through the labyrinth, blades nicking his skin and painting the floor with infant blood. At last, he plunged into the cold embrace of the river. Pain exploded through his tiny body as the enchanted water seeped into his wounds and bones. Outside, attendants screamed for him to come out. He'll die in there. Hugo simply laughed. Let the greedy pup drown if he wants. But Vicar endured. He gritted his teeth and forced his body to absorb more than it ever had before. After 7 agonizing minutes, Hugo himself pulled the nearly unconscious child out. Surprised to find baby teeth already sprouting, Hugo stared curiously at the boy. What's his name? Vicar Van Baskerville, the butler replied. Hugo smiled, amused. A greedy son has been born. Vicar, barely conscious, made one more vow. I'll grow fangs sharp enough to tear you apart. And when the day comes, I'll take your head with my own hands. Days passed. In the nursery, Vicar sat quietly in his crib, recovering from the ordeal. One morning, a maid entered, muttering under her breath. Why would Madame order this, for a bastard? She placed a wooden box beside Vicar and quickly left. The lid creaked open. 2 crimson-scaled vipers slithered out, bloody mambas, assassins born of venom. So, the madam wanted him dead. Vicar didn't flinch. With calculated precision, he grabbed the snakes by the throat and snapped their spines. His tiny hands trembled, but his fury burned steady. The next morning, the nannies found him sleeping peacefully beside the corpses of the vipers. Panic spread. The staff was tortured and executed. But no one ever learned the truth behind the assassination attempt. Only the young hound knew. 8 years later, Vicar had grown into a quiet yet terrifyingly intelligent boy. In swordsmanship class, the instructor lectured about the 4 levels of mastery: beginner, expert, graduate, and finally, swordmaster, the level Hugo had attained. Vicar paid little attention. He was lost in thought, calculating how long it would take to kill the man who ruined his life. The teacher noticed his distraction and smiled inwardly. This child, who had once endured 7 minutes in the Styx and killed 2 vipers in infancy, was a prodigy. A monster in the making. But not everyone was impressed. After class, 3 boys approached him, triplets known as Hugo's Trident. They were the ones who had once stabbed Vicar in the back during his escape in a former life. Highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow. All smug. All 9 years old. Still pretending to be strong, garbage van? Rumor says you killed snakes as a baby. Lies, right? Just stay out of our way. Vicar's eyes narrowed. He remembered their betrayal clearly. They would grow to become a thorn in his side, manipulating the family for Hugo's gain. But now he had another chance. Maybe it's time to pull those teeth early, he thought. Standing before the notorious triplets, highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow, Vicar was calm and collected. The three brothers, a year older than him and always full of cruel confidence, surrounded him with smug looks. One of them pulled out a small dagger, twirling it in his hand with amusement. They say if you soak in the Styx River long enough, he sneered, your body turns to steel. Let's see if that's true, bastard. The others laughed in agreement, eager to test the myth on the infamous garbage son of Baskerville. One of them grabbed Vicar from behind, clamping a hand over his mouth to silence him. 3 minutes, he said. If he endures that long, I'll eat my own hand. Vicar didn't resist. In fact, he played along, as if curious to see how far they would go. The knife came down. 1 minute passed. Then 3. Then 10. Not a drop of blood spilled. Vicar didn't even flinch. The triplets, baffled, slowly backed off. The myth was real. But as the one holding Vicar began to release him, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his hand. He recoiled, screaming, his finger was missing. And Vicar spat the severed digit onto the floor with a wicked grin. You said you'd eat your hand if I endured, didn't you? He said coldly, crimson eyes gleaming. Panic erupted. The other two scrambled to calm their brother down, shouting about finding a priest to reattach the finger. But Vicar wasn't interested. I'll let you go, he said, voice low and sharp. But only one of you. The triplets froze. Vicar threw the bloodied knife to the ground. Decide among yourselves. At least one of you should live, right? Then he turned and walked to the door. But be quick, he said without looking back. I don't have the patience to wait. Behind him, the room erupted in chaos. The triplets, now desperate, turned on each other, clawing and scrambling for the blade. Screams echoed as brother fought brother. Outside, Vicar leaned against the wall, listening with quiet satisfaction. So this is how the trident of Baskerville crumbles. In the Baskerville manor, head butler John Barrymore stood in the office of Patriarch Hugo La Baskerville, delivering the latest reports. The Moore clan has begun asserting control over the ruby mines, claiming territorial rights, he informed. Hugo brushed it off with a wave of his hand. Let them stir. We'll respond when they formally reach out. Barrymore then moved to more pressing news. Regarding the juvenile fortress evaluation, Master Vicar has scored the highest on the written exam. The practical assessment will be held in 5 days. Hugo's expression shifted slightly, interested now. And the boy's physical state? Healthy. In fact, Barrymore hesitated. There's been an incident. Hugo's eyes narrowed. There was a fight among the young heirs. Master Highbrow's teeth were shattered. Middlebrow's jaw was dislocated. Lowbrow lost his left index finger. They've been treated, but the emotional trauma remains. Those three were close, Hugo said, surprised. They wouldn't turn on each other. There was friction, Barrymore admitted. The cause was Master Vicar. A long silence filled the room. When Vicar entered the Patriarch's study, he wore a calm smile. Hugo greeted him with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. You've grown, Hugo remarked. And yet, you've caused quite the mess. Vicar tilted his head. Didn't they receive medical treatment? I'm not talking about their bodies, Hugo said, eyes narrowing. I'm talking about the damage done to their hearts, the bonds between them, broken. You shattered something inside your brothers. Was that necessary? Vicar looked at him without remorse. What did I do wrong? You turned them into wrecks. Vicar's answer was sharp and defiant. I was stronger. Since when has being strong ever been wrong in this family? That gave Hugo pause. He leaned back in his chair and finally said, they forgave you, you know. Vicar blinked, briefly caught off guard. Forgiven? A memory flashed in his mind. Before his execution in his previous life, a young nun had come to Hugo. She was the daughter of a ruined noble family destroyed by the Baskervilles. Despite everything, she forgave Hugo with a smile. Hugo had sneered and replied back then. Forgiveness is a weapon of the weak, a consolation for those too powerless to exact revenge. Vicar echoed those same words now. Forgiveness is a shield for those without strength. I am not one of them. For a long moment, Hugo said nothing. Then, slowly, a smile tugged at his lips, and his eyes gleamed with something unsettling, approval. He turned to Barrymore. Let the boy take whatever he wants from the food storage. As much as he can carry. Thank you, Patriarch, Vicar replied smoothly. I'll take chocolates. As Vicar and Barrymore headed toward the pantry, the butler explained, these are high-grade chocolates. The Moore clan secured them with great difficulty, they're a delicacy favored by the Germain royalty. But Vicar's expression turned cold. I don't want anything processed. Barrymore blinked. Pardon? I want the raw, Vicar said, staring ahead. Not something passed through others' hands. Barrymore realized something at that moment: this child wasn't like the others. His taste wasn't for sweets or approval. It was for something much darker. Vicar requested something specific: raw cacao beans, ones that carried a rich, deep aroma. The head butler was puzzled by the strange request, but said nothing and had them fetched at once. When the dark, oblong beans were finally presented, Vicar took one between his fingers and placed it in his mouth. The bitter taste hit him instantly, but he didn't flinch. Nearby, the chef couldn't help but explain, "These are known as bloody beans. Just one of these can yield 100 liters of chocolate. Not exactly something you eat raw." The head butler watched silently as Vicar chewed the bean, the bitterness enough to make most people gag. He quietly concluded that the boy must truly love chocolate. Perhaps this was his way of hoarding large amounts for later, by consuming the source directly. The chef offered to have the beans processed and delivered to Vicar's quarters in fine chocolate form. But Vicar simply shook his head. "No. I'll take them as they are." Both the chef and the butler exchanged confused glances. His tastes, they assumed, must be eccentric, maybe even extreme. But Vicar had no interest in indulging a sweet tooth. He had no desire for the chocolate. He simply had a plan. One that involved those very beans. A plan for the practical exam, set to begin in 5 days. No one around him realized that a storm was about to erupt, one that would leave a mark on the Baskerville family's long, blood-soaked history. The Baskervilles, feared across the continent, were known as the Berserker clan for a reason. Their strength wasn't inherited, it was forged through torment. The training of a Baskerville child began the moment they could walk. From that day forward, their lives became a test of endurance. They were made to climb treacherous mountains without pause, forbidden to rest unless given explicit permission. When sleep finally came, it was in the company of death. They were forced to rest beside monster carcasses, to grow used to the stench of rot and the cold grip of fear. This wasn't just training. It was indoctrination. The goal was simple: to raise warriors who felt no fear, showed no weakness, and broke only the bones of others. Once a child turned 8, the true ordeal began. Every eligible child was brought to the outskirts of Baskerville territory, to a savage and untamed place known as Le Rouge et Le Noir Mountain. A forbidden zone brimming with bloodthirsty beasts, it was the designated battlefield for their final test. That day, the young hounds stood gathered before their instructor, the infamous shadow dog, Pava van Baskerville. Cloaked in darkness, with eyes that seemed to see straight through flesh, Pava laid down the rules with a voice as cold as the mountain winds. "Your task is survival. You will be abandoned here for 1 month. Within that time, hunt monsters. Survive. And prove yourselves." He then outlined the scoring system. 10 points just for making it through alive. 30 points if they survived without any lasting injuries. 50 points if they defeated other participants and remained standing. 70 points for slaying a large monster and living to tell the tale. And if someone managed all of the above, they'd earn 90 points. "There are number 100 points, Pava stated sharply. "A swordsman who seeks perfection will die the moment arrogance clouds his blade." He then gestured to the badges each of them wore. "If you steal a badge from someone else, you'll earn bonus points. But if you die, you receive nothing." His voice turned colder. "And do not venture outside the restricted zone. That mountain holds things even the elders fear. Keep within the mapped area where monsters have been subdued. You are not yet strong enough to face what lies beyond." Unseen by the children, the mountain had already been seeded with shadow dogs, elite assassins who would monitor and secretly grade the young heirs during their trial. Among the crowd, many young Baskervilles glanced toward Vicar, whispering to one another. Tales of his early feats had spread like wildfire: a child who survived 7 minutes in the Styx River, who killed 2 vipers with his bare hands as an infant, and who shattered the unity of Hugo's infamous triplet sons. But while others gossiped and stared, Vicar stood silent. His eyes scanned the dense, looming woods of the Le Rouge et Le Noir mountain. He had been here before. In his previous life, this mountain was where many of his peers had either risen or been buried. It was where betrayals were born, and blood soaked the soil long before the month was over. Now, he was returning with a mind sharper than any blade, and a handful of cacao beans that no one suspected could be used for anything other than sweets. This time, he wouldn't just survive. He'd dominate. As the bell rang, signaling the start of the exam, the mountain erupted into chaos. The young heirs of the Baskerville clan scattered like wolves in a forest, each one racing to claim a strategic position before the others could. Some had carefully planned their routes in advance, aiming to revisit the spots from the previous year's test. Others, unsure of their own strength, tailed the more confident participants, hoping to seize their advantage once they were vulnerable. The triplets, standing near Vicar, were visibly shaken. Beads of sweat clung to their brows, their usual bravado dissolved into nervous muttering. They couldn't agree on a single plan, each one wanting to lead, each one craving glory. Their bickering only made them look weaker. Watching from the shadows, the instructor, Pava van Baskerville, the clan's legendary shadow dog, narrowed his eyes. While fighting was encouraged to gauge survival instinct and skill, killing was frowned upon. Anyone who crossed that line would see their points slashed. Pava and his fellow shadow watchers had a difficult mission: observe the test, grade the participants, and prevent unnecessary bloodshed. One shadow dog had been tasked with keeping an eye on Vicar, the bastard son who had drawn more attention than any other. As he trailed the boy, he noticed something odd. Vicar wasn't heading into battle like the others. Instead, he was slipping into a forbidden zone at the far edge of the examination field. The shadow agent's curiosity piqued. Was this the famed prodigy who'd made waves since infancy? Vicar stopped beneath a massive tree, surveying the area with calm precision. He tested the softness of the earth, considered the canopy above, then nodded to himself. It would make an ideal temporary base. While the other participants rushed to hunt and clash, Vicar calmly began gathering sticks, crafting tools, and practicing sword motions with a wooden branch. Later that day, he laid under the tree and drifted into sleep. The hidden observer grew restless. Hours passed, and Vicar hadn't so much as drawn a weapon in combat. The shadow began to doubt the boy's reputation. Was this just another clever slacker hoping to hide his way to survival? Disappointed, the shadow finally left to find someone more active. The moment his presence faded, Vicar's lips curled into a grin. At last, he whispered to himself, "I can finally work." He tossed a few raw cacao beans, bloody beans, into the fire, savoring the familiar, bitter scent as they burned. The warmth of the fire, the solitude, the scent of roasted beans, it reminded him of a simpler time during his first life, back when he'd camped with comrades, not enemies. His preparations were complete. It was time to hunt. Days later, he ventured deeper into the off-limits territory. Every step triggered memories. He'd been here once before, many years ago, during a recon mission. It was quiet. Too quiet. Then came the stench of scorched wood, burnt roots, charred grass, and singed bark. He spotted the unmistakable sign, a blackened clump of dung still smoldering. A particular kind of beast left those behind. A hellhound. The ground trembled. Flames lit the edges of the forest. A towering hound emerged, its jaws crackling with sulfuric flame, its eyes glowing with infernal fury. It stood 3 meters tall, coated in soot and shadow. This wasn't just any monster. It was a B+ ranked nightmare. A beast whose flames devoured flesh and bone until nothing remained. Vicar's breath caught in his throat. He had faced one of these before, when he was 18. Back then, he barely lived to tell the tale. But now, he was only 8. There was no way to fight it directly. But he didn't need to. As the creature roared and lunged, Vicar sidestepped at the last second. One weakness of hellhounds, they could only charge in straight lines. Their bodies were too rigid to turn quickly. Next, Vicar dropped a flask of water at his feet. Another known flaw, they wouldn't cross even shallow water. The hound, slowed by the barrier, looped wide in frustration. Time bought. Opportunity made. And then, the killing move. With perfect timing, Vicar hurled a bloody bean straight into the creature's open maw. The reaction was instant. The hound staggered, choked, and collapsed with a whimper. Chocolate, lethal to canines. And this bean wasn't ordinary, it had the potency to produce 100 liters of it. Weaponized chocolate. Only Vicar would think of that. Seizing the moment, he darted forward and drove his blade between the creature's ribs, aiming precisely for its kidneys, the one place its fiery armor didn't reach. The hellhound crumpled. As the beast died, a surge of energy pulsed through Vicar's body. Karma. Power. His blade suddenly felt lighter, his muscles tighter. He was catching up to the strength he once held before being reborn. Smirking, he cut off the creature's head. Just imagining Hugo's expression when an 8-year-old presented him with the head of a B+ monster filled him with satisfaction. But his victory celebration was cut short. Snarls echoed from the tree line. More hellhounds. A pack. They circled him, eyes burning with rage and grief, drawn by the scent of their fallen kin. Vicar reached for his sword. His pouch still held several more beans. He was ready. Yet, the beasts didn't attack. They stopped. Snarled. Whimpered. Trembled. Vicar narrowed his eyes. Hellhounds never hesitated. Never backed down. Then he felt it. The air shifted. A chill swept through the forest. Behind him, the earth trembled, and the hellhounds began retreating in terror. He turned around, and froze. Towering above him stood a Cerberus, the mythical 3-headed guardian of the underworld. Its massive, 7-meter body was torn and bleeding. Arrows stuck from its flanks. Its breath came in wheezing gasps. Someone had been hunting it. And it had fled here, by sheer chance or cruel fate. Cerberus, the A+ ranked lookout monster. Even wounded, it was leagues above anything Vicar had fought. But he saw opportunity. The beast staggered. He struck. With practiced footwork and honed technique, Vicar sliced across its hide, landing a series of rapid blows. His swordsmanship, refined in wars against demons in his previous life, allowed him to keep up. Even injured, Cerberus was formidable, but this wasn't the Vicar of old. This was a reborn warrior, with knowledge no child should possess. His blade bit deep. But in a moment of complacency, he slipped. Cerberus retaliated. Its claw shattered his sword. The second swipe hurled him through the air like a rag doll. He crashed into a tree with a sickening crack, blood pouring from his mouth. He lay still, body broken. Pain burned through his left arm. For a horrifying moment, he thought it had been torn off, but it was still there. Barely. The blessing of the Styx River had spared him from dismemberment. But it couldn't protect him forever. Cerberus loomed again. Vicar, bruised and bleeding, knew he couldn't take another hit. Not without dying. So he did the only thing a hunter could do when faced with death: he ran. He sprinted through the forest, branches tearing at his skin, his heart thundering in his ears. He needed a way out. A miracle. Then he saw it. An old, rusted iron fence, half buried in the earth. If he could make it past the barrier, he'd cross out of the restricted zone, where the shadows watched and help might reach him. It wasn't victory. But it was survival. Vicar pushed his exhausted body forward, his breath ragged, lungs burning, but he didn't stop. Driven by a surge of adrenaline and sheer will, he sprinted with everything he had, tearing through the thick underbrush. Just as the towering Cerberus lunged from behind, jaws gaping wide with murderous intent, Vicar dove through a jagged iron gate. His chest heaved with relief. The iron barrier marked the boundary of the restricted zone. But he knew this wasn't over. He hadn't escaped death just yet. He needed to reach the refuge he'd prepared in secret before this mission even began. Every movement was calculated, every step carrying the weight of survival. Vicar scanned the dark woods frantically, his instincts sharp. His heart thumped in his ears, not from exertion alone, but from the looming presence behind him. Then he saw it, the hidden trap. A pit, cleverly disguised with fallen leaves and branches. Without a moment's hesitation, Vicar darted forward. Cerberus lunged again, only to miss by inches, as Vicar rolled aside. The beast's massive weight sent it plummeting into the concealed pit, where a dense thicket of wooden spears awaited. Vicar rose to his feet, a grim smile flickering across his face. His foresight had saved him. The spears hadn't been ordinary. Before the trial even began, he had carefully coated their tips with an extract made from bloody beans, a deadly substance poisonous to canine monsters. It was the same bean that could produce over 100 liters of chocolate but also acted as a potent toxin for creatures like Cerberus. Vicar had come prepared for a war, not a game. Cerberus, trapped in the pit, snarled and writhed, white foam dripping from its fanged mouths as the toxin took effect. But Vicar wasn't done. He gripped a hand-carved wooden spear, its tip far more sinister than the rest. This one bore the fang of a bloody mamba, a rare, deadly snake whose venom paralyzed after precisely 7 steps. Vicar had preserved the fang since childhood, waiting for a moment just like this. With careful aim, he hurled the spear directly into the beast's side. Cerberus growled and began dragging its enormous frame out of the pit, advancing toward him. 1 step. 2. 3. Vicar stood still, his eyes locked. 4. 5. 6. 7. Then, collapse. The 3-headed hound crumpled to the forest floor with a low, dying moan. Its limbs twitched once. Then silence. Vicar exhaled sharply, releasing a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He cautiously approached the fallen monster. The energy radiating from its massive corpse pulsed in the air, then flowed into him, thick and overwhelming like a tide. Experience. Karma. Strength. It filled his body to the brim. He had done it. A beast ranked A+, one of the continent's most feared gatekeeper monsters, lay dead at his feet, killed by a single child. But now, a new problem arose: what to do with the body? The Cerberus's corpse was massive, undeniable evidence of Vicar's incredible feat, but how would he move it? How would he prove it? Perhaps the guardian knight who had once seen him preparing the spears might serve as a witness. The thought lingered only briefly. Because something else began to claw at his attention. Cerberus was a gatekeeper. Which meant it had been guarding something. A dungeon. His heartbeat spiked again, this time not from fear, but anticipation. Dungeons were ancient vaults of monsters, magic, and treasure. And this one, hidden deep within forbidden territory, might be untouched. But before exploring, Vicar needed a way to keep the other monsters at bay. Without hesitation, he scooped up some of the Cerberus's dung, foul, steaming, and putrid, and smeared it onto his clothes and skin. Disgusting, yes. But the scent would act as a repellent to minor beasts. It was a survival tactic he'd learned long ago. With the stench now cloaking him like armor, Vikir followed the trail Cerberus had left. Each crushed leaf, every patch of scorched ground, told a story. He retraced the creature's path with the instincts of a seasoned hunter. Eventually, the terrain changed. The earth beneath his feet felt warmer, the air heavier with latent mana. He had found it. The hidden dungeon. A massive, weathered crevice in the rock face opened up like a forgotten wound in the land. Vikir's crimson eyes gleamed in the gloom. This wasn't just a simple cave. He'd seen this place before, in his past life, 10 years into the future. But back then, it had already been looted. Its core, its treasures, all stripped away by adventurers and noble scavengers. Not this time. Now, it was untouched. Brimming with power. He stepped inside. Darkness swallowed him. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the air became. No light reached this far. Only silence and the subtle hum of magical energy. But he pressed on. Soon, faint glimmers of red reflected from the stone walls. Embedded in the surfaces were ruby veins, rich and unmined. This dungeon was likely connected to Red or Mountain, another territory loaded with mana-rich minerals. A true treasure trove. As Vikir delved further, the narrow tunnel expanded into a vast chamber, brilliantly lit by an unseen source. His eyes took a moment to adjust. And then, he grinned. Whatever lay ahead, it was worth the risk. Vikir stepped into the heart of the chamber, and his breath caught at the sight before him. In the center of the vast, echoing room stood a towering stone pedestal, atop which rested an enormous crimson gemstone. The ruby pulsed faintly with light, bathing the entire space in a soft, red glow. It wasn't an ordinary jewel, he could feel the magical energy radiating from it, thick and dense. The brilliance of the stone seemed almost alive, as though it had a heartbeat of its own. But the wonder of the moment was short-lived. At the base of the pedestal, partially buried under layers of dust and decay, Vikir spotted a lifeless skeleton. The remains were brittle and pale, bones twisted at odd angles, their surfaces stained with the dark rust brown of long-dried blood. Jagged gashes marked the ribs, and Vikir could tell the wounds had been deep, lethal. Someone had perished here, and not recently. Beside the corpse lay a tattered envelope, yellowed with age. Curious, Vikir knelt down and retrieved it, carefully unfolding the brittle parchment inside. The ink was faded, but still legible. The letter began with a strange preface. I do not wish to stain this white paper with my cursed name. But if you must know, I was called Cain. As Vikir read on, a chill settled in his spine. The handwriting, sharp, precise, yet deeply emotional, was unmistakably from someone of the Baskerville bloodline. He could tell just by the controlled pressure of the strokes. That alone narrowed down the possibilities. The letter, written by Cain, told a grim tale of desperation and regret. Cain and his brother, Abel, twins, had discovered this hidden dungeon years ago. It had long been whispered about among the older generations of the Baskerville family, a forbidden, stone chamber, said to house a treasure of unimaginable value. Driven by ambition and curiosity, the two brothers had entered the dungeon together and braved its brutal trials, monsters, traps, and mind-bending illusions. They succeeded in overcoming every test, and eventually reached the final chamber, the very one Vikir now stood in. But the last riddle had trapped them here. When entering, it is one. Once inside, it becomes two. Upon leaving, it is one again. Cain wrote that they had agonized over the meaning for years, 3 whole years, trapped, slowly starving, their bodies deteriorating while their minds teetered on the edge of madness. They came to a haunting conclusion: since they were twins, born from one womb but now two separate beings, only one could be allowed to exist to leave with the treasure. In desperation, Cain had killed Abel. He had taken his brother's life, believing that by doing so, he would satisfy the condition of becoming one again. But the treasure did not reveal itself. Nothing happened. No hidden path. No magic light. No reward. Just silence. In the letter's final passages, Cain's words grew bitter and sorrowful. There is no treasure in this place. Only torment. Only regret. Turn back. Leave this cursed chamber before it breaks you too. Vikir slowly folded the letter again and placed it beside the skeletal remains. He sat there for a while, staring at the ruby's glow. His mind was whirling. Unlike Cain, he didn't have a twin. He wasn't, too. So why had the chamber accepted him? Why had the riddle remained unchanged? He muttered the riddle aloud once more, his voice barely above a whisper. When entering, it is one, once inside, it becomes two, and when leaving, it is one again. Cain and Abel had believed it referred to themselves, that one had to kill the other. But Vikir felt deep down that they had misunderstood something crucial. He stood and walked around the chamber, slowly examining every carving, every crack in the stone. His eyes lingered on the ruby at the center. Could the 2 mean something else entirely? Was it symbolic? Physical? He clenched his fists, frustrated but focused. There was always a solution. He refused to believe the dungeon was unbeatable. There was no such thing. Vikir turned back toward the remains, his gaze intense. He would not die here. And he would not repeat Cain's mistake. A sudden spark ignited in Vikir's mind, an insight that cut through the cloud of confusion like lightning. Reflecting on the tragic fate of Cain and Abel, he realized their downfall had stemmed from a fundamental flaw in their thinking. They had interpreted the riddle too literally, bound by the idea that they were 2 separate beings who needed to become one. He turned to face the large ruby glowing in the center of the chamber and let his gaze wander back toward the narrow, dim corridor he had entered through. As he replayed the riddle in his mind. When entering, it is 1. Once inside, it becomes 2. When leaving, it is 1 again. It all clicked into place. It's not about people, Vikir murmured, walking toward the ruby. It's about the self, about perception. About light and darkness. He stepped into the center of the chamber, where the ruby's magical illumination fell directly on him. There, cast across the stone floor, was his shadow, sharp and distinct. When I entered, I was 1, he muttered, eyes following his silhouette. But when light reveals my shadow, I become 2. He now understood. The riddle wasn't about a pair of individuals, but the transformation of the self under light. The 2 was simply the person and their shadow. And when that light was removed, the shadow would vanish, leaving 1 once more. His eyes narrowed. The shadow, that's the answer. With calm resolve, Vikir reached out and shattered the ruby with a single strike of his fist. A blinding light burst forth as the gemstone cracked, momentarily filling the room with a radiant glow. As the light died down, the chamber trembled. The floor split apart to reveal a hidden vault beneath, slowly lifting a pedestal from the ground. Upon it rested a weapon that made Vikir's heart skip a beat. A sword, ominous and wicked, its presence alone enough to make the air feel heavier. Black as pitch, it radiated a corrupted, pulsating aura. Dark mist clung to its blade like oil in water. Vikir stepped forward cautiously, his instincts screaming that what stood before him was not merely a weapon, but a curse wrapped in steel. Carved into the obsidian pedestal were words written in an ancient tongue. He translated them silently. Only one who carries the blood of Baskerville may claim Beelzebub. His breath hitched. Beelzebub? Vikir whispered in disbelief. The name clawed at the corners of his memory, dredging up stories from long ago, half-believed fairy tales read in the dim candlelight of his childhood. He remembered the gluttonous fly, the harbinger of famine, one of the mythical 7 calamities, the devil's holy constellations. The Beelzebub of legend had once descended upon the continent, bringing ruin and madness, and it was said that the founding heads of the 7 great clans had joined forces to seal it away. Many dismissed the tale as fiction, but Vikir now understood, it was real. The sword before him wasn't a relic. It was a remnant. A cursed weapon forged from the remains of a calamity. He gritted his teeth. This was taken by the demon clans in my last life, and used to slaughter thousands of humans on the battlefield. The thought of that history repeating itself made his blood boil. Vikir grasped the hilt. At first, nothing happened. Then, like a coiling snake, something cold and vile slithered up his arm. He gasped, eyes widening as dark energy surged into his palm. The sword melted into black vapor and vanished, only to reappear seconds later, fused with his very body. A black pattern spread across his arm like branded veins. When he extended his hand, the sword emerged instantly from within his flesh, like it had always belonged there. The power that coursed through him was intoxicating. Beelzebub was no ordinary blade, it was alive. And it had chosen him. Vikir stared at it in awe. A weapon born from a devil's corpse, he muttered. No wonder it feels like it's devouring the air around me. A grin crept across his face. With a tool like this, the strength he could achieve in this life would far surpass what he had known before. The road to vengeance and dominance had just gained a dangerous new ally. Satisfied that the dungeon held no further secrets, Vikir turned to leave, but as he stepped back toward the surface, something shifted within him. A wave of weakness crashed over his body. His knees buckled, and he collapsed, one hand gripping his stomach. A deep, gnawing pain twisted in his gut, not his own hunger, but something far darker. A low voice echoed in his mind, cold, ancient, and insatiable. Feed me. Vikir's expression darkened as he understood the truth. It wasn't he who was starving. It was Beelzebub. And the sword's hunger had only just begun. A peculiar sensation prickled at Vikir's senses. His nose twitched involuntarily, picking up faint, distant scents that had never been detectable before. He wondered for a moment if his sense of smell had evolved, perhaps influenced by his bond with the demonic weapon now fused to his arm. Just then, Beelzebub, the cursed sword, tugged at him. Though it had no voice, its will was strong, pulling Vikir's arm forward like an eager child. Startled yet intrigued, Vikir allowed himself to be guided, racing through the forest under Beelzebub's invisible pull. The trail led him back to a place he had visited before. He stopped abruptly. There, lying cold and still, was the body of the hellhound he had slain earlier. Vikir's eyes narrowed in curiosity. Beelzebub began to hum softly, a low vibration traveling up his arm. As he raised the sword, its hunger became palpable. Without hesitation, the blade extended toward the corpse. The moment it touched the carcass, Beelzebub pulsed violently and began absorbing the blood left within the creature's body. Vikir watched, both fascinated and disturbed, as the sword fed greedily, its hunger temporarily quelled with each pulse of crimson energy. A strange thought crossed his mind: had Beelzebub's unquenchable thirst caused the land itself to wither? He'd noticed how the mountain soil nearby had become brittle and dry. Was the sword leeching not just life but vitality from its surroundings? The sword's devouring slowed, and with a contented hum, it fell still. Vikir glanced at it. "So that's how you feed," he murmured, frustration flickering across his expression. Beelzebub's appetite was both a gift and a burden. The silence was broken by a cheerful, almost childlike cry from the sword, as if it had just finished a satisfying meal. Now that the weapon was calm, Vikir took the opportunity to examine its abilities. He looked at the 3 dark slots embedded into the blade's spine, each one gradually glowing as it filled. The sword's innate skill, glutton of flies, allowed it to absorb the abilities of enemies it killed. A terrifying gift in the hands of a skilled warrior. Though it could absorb endlessly, only 3 abilities could be equipped at once. Vikir checked the first slot. It now held Hemorrhage, Hellhound, B+, a brutal skill that allowed the sword to continually drain an enemy's blood through even the smallest of cuts. Impressive, Vikir muttered. His eyes shifted to the corpse of the Cerberus nearby. It was still mostly intact, and Beelzebub began to twitch again, reaching for it. Vikir immediately stepped forward and tapped the blade lightly. "Not so fast," he warned. "If you devour everything, they'll start asking questions during the autopsy." Beelzebub let out a sharp whine, almost as if it were protesting. "Enough," Vikir said firmly. Despite the complaint, the sword obeyed. As he examined the rest of the sword slots, Vikir discovered 2 more newly acquired abilities. Burn Injury, Cerberus, A+, which inflicted intense thermal damage on the enemy, capable of replicating the agony of fire itself. High-Speed Regeneration, Norvik Sewer Rat, F, a minor but useful ability he hadn't even noticed until now. He spotted the crushed corpse of a small rodent beneath the Cerberus and smirked. Apparently, Beelzebub had devoured it too during its frenzy. Not bad, he thought. Even the smallest creature can provide value. The skills now stored in Beelzebub made it a truly terrifying weapon, wounding, burning, and healing in unison. With nothing left to gather, Vikir cleaned the area and prepared the Cerberus body to be submitted for the practical exam. It was intact enough to prove his accomplishment, and with the battle over, he chose to remain in the forest until the evaluation was complete. Several days later, the young hounds returned to Baskerville Castle. There, in the Grand Hall, awaited their rewards: swords, shields, or amulets crafted from the monsters they had slain during their trials. But the attention of the entire room had gravitated to one particular tale. One hound had done something unheard of. Inside his study, Hugo Baskerville, the patriarch of the family, sat with an expression of disbelief. He turned to his head butler, eyebrows raised. "Repeat that," he said flatly. "Who brought down the Cerberus?" The head butler bowed respectfully. "Master Vikir van Baskerville. 8 years old. He's the one who submitted the corpse of the Cerberus, an A+ class threat. The same monster that crossed into the restricted zone during the trial." For a moment, silence stretched in the room. Then Hugo leaned back in his chair, amused. "Even the Guardian Knights hesitate to deal with that beast," he said. The butler nodded. "We found that it had been previously wounded by the barbarian tribes. According to the journal, young Master Vikir finished the job using a poisoned wooden spear, but we have no record of what kind of poison it was or where he acquired it." "I see," Hugo said, eyes twinkling with interest. "Information is a currency, and the boy's already hoarding it." The butler added, he returned to the dormitory saying he was tired and refused to answer questions. Hugo chuckled under his breath. "A cunning little brat," he said. "Scheming like that at his age." The butler hesitated, then said, "If I may. I find it surprising that such talent comes from someone bearing the name Van rather than La." Hugo's expression turned serious. "Bloodline means nothing to me," he said. "I raise hounds by merit. If a mutt outpaces a purebred, then so be it." The butler bowed again. "Understood, sir." But beneath the patriarch's calm exterior, a shadow of thought passed. His second son was entering isolation training soon, one of the most dangerous and sacred rites in the family. Would the rising star named Vikir upset the balance of expectations? He didn't voice the thought, but the idea lingered. The boy who brought down a Cerberus might be more than just a prodigy. The head butler quickly bowed his head, murmuring a quiet apology for overstepping, though he kept his true thoughts to himself. Hugo merely waved a hand to dismiss it with a dry chuckle, saying, "Forget it. What I need now is something, or someone, to lift my mood." The butler, catching the hint, nodded. "I'll summon Master Vikir." Soon after, Vikir stood before Hugo Baskerville, calm and composed. Despite being in the presence of the fearsome patriarch of the clan, the boy betrayed no hint of anxiety. His back was straight, his eyes clear. Hugo regarded the child curiously. "So," he began, "how exactly did you manage to bring down the Cerberus during the trial?" Without hesitation, Vikir answered, "I poisoned the wooden spear with chocolate. It's toxic to canine-type monsters." The response was so matter-of-fact, so relaxed, that Hugo blinked in surprise. A small smile crept onto his face as he recalled the boy's earlier request for chocolate before the practical exam. So that was his plan all along. Standing nearby, the head butler was left stunned, not only by Vikir's answer, but by the strange lack of traditional greetings or formal respect exchanged between father and son. It didn't feel like a conversation between a subordinate and the patriarch. No, this felt like a negotiation between equals. Hugo continued, his curiosity piqued. "And why didn't you explain yourself to the butler earlier when he asked about the hunt?" Vikir didn't hesitate. "Because he's not my master." Raising an eyebrow, Hugo asked dryly, "Then who do you consider your master?" "I serve the clan," Vikir replied simply. "Whoever leads the clan is my master." A satisfied grin tugged at Hugo's lips. He leaned back in his chair, clearly entertained by the boy's boldness. "Well said. As a reward for your performance in the trial, the Cerberus corpse is yours to claim. And as the top scorer, you've earned the right to make a wish." Vikir's eyes lit up. He already knew what he wanted. With unwavering clarity, he declared, "I want access to the 10,000 epistle library." The entire room went still. Hugo leaned forward, visibly intrigued by the boy's unusual request. The 10,000 epistle library was a sacred vault of knowledge, one of the most heavily guarded libraries in the Empire, situated at the heart of the Baskerville estate. "That's a tall request," Hugo remarked. "Only the patriarch, the deputy head, and their direct descendants are allowed entry." Vikir remained respectful but resolute. "If it cannot be granted, I'll withdraw the request." But in his heart, he was already scheming a way to enter regardless of approval. To his surprise, Hugo gave a nod of approval. "You may enter." Vikir's breath caught in his throat. He hadn't expected to be granted permission, and yet Hugo wasn't finished. Once inside, the patriarch added, "Seek out the sixth sword technique. It's stored in the sixth sealed section. Read it." Vikir froze for a moment. Did he hear that correctly? The sixth technique? That was something no child with the name Van, a designation given to those outside the direct line, was ever permitted to learn. Traditionally, only legitimate heirs could study beyond the fourth technique. And yet here he was, an 8-year-old Van, being handed the opportunity of a lifetime. He managed to mask his emotions and nodded in thanks. But internally, his thoughts were racing. So it's come to this. Hugo himself had reached the seventh technique. Before his regression, Vikir remembered Hugo wielding the fearsome 9 Fang style in battle. And yet now, Vikir had just been handed access to the sixth step. This wasn't just an opportunity. It was a key. A key that would lead him closer to the true treasure of the clan, the Baskerville Master Text, the complete codex left behind by the clan's founding patriarch. It contained the swordsmanship that had once brought the 7 great disasters to their knees. That book. Vikir swore he would obtain it one day, and Hugo himself would be the one to hand it over. With a faint smile, Hugo dismissed him with a casual, "Good luck." Vikir gave a deep bow, thanked him quietly, and turned to leave. He has no idea what he's just given me, Vikir thought, his heart pounding with restrained excitement. But I'll make it count. The 10,000 epistle library was more vast and magnificent than he had ever imagined. It was like a maze of ancient wisdom, floor upon floor lined with forgotten knowledge. As he explored, his fingers trailed across the spines of ancient books. He read their titles aloud under his breath. Severing incisors. Grinding molars. Piercing canines. Snaggletooth that embeds twice. Wisdom Fang that bends. Each of these was a technique, parts of the legendary Baskerville sword style that he had once craved to learn in his previous life. But no matter how much mana you had, or how talented you were, those with the Van title had always been barred from studying anything beyond the 4th level. It was a safeguard, one meant to keep the lower hounds loyal, unable to turn their blades against the family's true leaders. But now? Now he had been invited past that threshold. Eventually, he reached a secluded section, where a single book rested under heavy iron chains. A thick lock was bolted across its middle, as if daring someone to try opening it. He stared at it. This must be it. The 6th sword technique. Carefully, he unlocked the mechanism and opened the cover. Vikir's eyes narrowed. Of course Hugo allowed this. He probably thinks a child, an illegitimate child at that, won't be able to absorb it all in a single day. But Vikir wasn't just any child. Before his regression, he had devoured the theory behind the first 4 techniques until he could recite them backward. He had even dissected the structure of the 5th. He wasn't starting from scratch. As he read the 6th technique, the gears in his mind began to turn rapidly. And then, he saw it. A realization dawned. A connection formed. The hidden intent behind the swordplay, the gap between movement and intent, began to click into place. And Vikir smiled. He had come farther than anyone expected. And this time, he would go farther still. After channeling his aura into the 4th tooth, Vikir had made a critical mistake. He didn't cut off the flow of mana at the right moment. That small oversight might have been the reason he was unable to form the 5th tooth. The Baskerville sword style was unique in its structure. Each stage of mastery was represented by a growing number of fangs, 1 for the first technique, 2 for the 2nd, and so on. With every progression, the user would manifest a crimson sword energy that sharpened both their weapon and their resolve. Despite being granted unprecedented access to the 6th technique, Vikir wasn't particularly interested in studying it at that moment. He hadn't come to the 10,000 epistle library just to indulge in conventional swordsmanship tomes. He was seeking something beyond that, something lost, forgotten, or hidden. Leaving behind the formal training section, Vikir exited the aisle that housed the family's official manuals. The guard stationed nearby blinked in surprise as he emerged so soon. "You're done already, Master Vikir?" one of them asked, stunned. "If you'd like, we can fetch more tomes from deeper inside. There are advanced sword techniques even deeper than the 6th, offered another, clearly trying to be helpful. But Vikir simply waved them off. "No need. I finished what I came for." Still baffled, the guards watched as he turned and strolled toward the far end of the Grand Library. One of them whispered, "That section's just full of miscellaneous rubbish. I'd rather dig into the deeper sword volumes if I were him." "Maybe he doesn't realize how valuable those books are," murmured the other, shaking his head. Vikir caught every word, but he didn't turn back or correct them. Let them think what they wanted. They had no idea that the so-called rubbish he was heading toward held something of far greater value than any of the officially sanctioned techniques. His eyes scanned the rows of dusty, neglected books until one spine stopped him cold. A lurking ambush. He reached for the old, frayed volume and gently pulled it free from the shelf. Its pages were brittle, many torn or barely clinging to the binding. Most would dismiss it as a damaged throwaway. But Vikir's expression turned grim with recognition. He had found the book he had been searching for. Before his regression, during his time in the Hound Squad, a single page had fallen into their hands, ripped, obscure, but unmistakably bearing the handwriting of a Baskerville ancestor. It was part of a forgotten swordsmanship manual. When Hugo, obsessed with recovering its source, had discovered that it belonged to a lurking ambush, he had gone mad trying to complete it. Vikir vividly remembered what followed. Hugo had dispatched hounds across the empire to retrieve the 6 missing pages, threatening and even waging war against the noble families who held them. Blood was spilled, lives were lost, scores of elite hounds sacrificed for the sake of mere parchment. When the final page was finally recovered, Hugo received it in silence, and then muttered only one thing. "Good job." That was it. No praise. No grief. No honor for the dead. The only reward was a muttered acknowledgement as Hugo broke past the 7th technique and eventually ascended to the 9th. But beneath that triumph lay a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. Vikir's grip tightened around the book as the memory surged. "That was a damned foolish way to live," he muttered under his breath. He couldn't let that tragedy repeat. He remembered the contents of the missing pages with perfect clarity. Even now, he could visualize each stroke, each annotation. And he understood then that his failure to progress past the 4th technique in his past life wasn't due to a lack of talent, but due to missing context. This book, in its incomplete form, was misleading. The techniques were fragmented, nonsensical. But the moment one inserted the lost pages, the moment the blanks were filled in, the entire manuscript transformed into a sublime masterpiece. Others would never see it that way. They would scoff at it, misinterpret it, ignore its secrets. But Vikir saw everything. Before his regression, he had reached the apex of aura mastery and climbed as high as the fourth technique would allow. Now, he was on a path to do it all again, and more. This time, there would be no gaps. No errors. No false steps. He set a new goal for himself. By the time he turned 15, he would reclaim every shred of power he had once lost. Time passed unnoticed as Vikir pored over the ancient book. The flickering torches dimmed. Silence settled over the library like dust. Eventually, the golden light of dawn spilled through the stained glass windows. Vikir blinked, his fingers finally releasing the aged tome. He hadn't realized the night had passed. He exhaled deeply. Not only had he found what he came for, he had memorized every word of it. And now, the path to surpassing even Hugo Baskerville lay open before him. As Vikir rose to his feet, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The library was still and empty, the guardian knights who usually kept a watchful eye were nowhere to be seen. Realizing he was alone, he allowed himself a moment of calm reflection. He knew that his current body, young and underdeveloped, couldn't yet bear the strain of manifesting all 10 Baskerville fangs. But that wasn't his goal, at least not yet. What he sought now was to conquer the elusive fifth technique, something he had failed to grasp in his past life despite decades of effort. Focusing his breath and centering his mana, Vikir stepped before one of the imaginary statues he created standing silently within the vast halls of the library. A look of firm resolve crossed his face as he raised his hand, channeling all the power he could muster into his strikes. He began with the foundational moves, executing the first technique with precision, followed seamlessly by the second, third, and fourth. Each swing brought sharper strength, more fluid control. The room echoed with the crack of sword energy as he struck again and again. With every blow, fragments of his past returned to him. He remembered the countless hours he had dedicated to reaching the peak of graduate-level aura in his former life. Yet, no matter how hard he trained, the more advanced sword arts had remained locked behind prejudice and bloodlines. As an illegitimate child, he had been cast aside, denied the privilege of advancing beyond the fourth technique. That bitter truth had haunted him. But now, reborn with the wisdom of his previous life, he wasn't going to be held back again. Rage and determination surged in his veins as he unleashed his blade, visualizing Hugo's face engraved into the stone of the training statue. With a final, powerful strike, he cleaved clean through the stone, sending shards scattering. Had he done it? A strange warmth began to spread through his chest, rising to his throat. It was a burning sensation, hot, overwhelming, and alive. A smile crept across his lips, trembling slightly as he clenched his fists. For a brief moment, he felt as though tears might come. He had done it. He had manifested the fifth tooth. As if confirming this, he felt a painful yet exhilarating shift in his jaw. His canine tooth had begun to extend, symbolic of his growth as a hound. In Baskerville tradition, the fangs only grew sharper and longer when aimed at one's master. This alone was proof of his rapid advancement. He glanced at the mana now flowing inside him, no longer a crude solid but a dense, fluid energy, an unmistakable sign that he had ascended to the level of a graduate aura user. Something that had taken him 30 years in his previous life, he had now achieved at just 8 years old. With this surge in power, his body could move smoother, faster, and with greater control than ever before. His newfound strength didn't just surpass expectations, it obliterated them. The sword technique lurking ambush had always fascinated him. Its greatest strength was its versatility. He could now blend offense and defense in seamless transitions, perfect for overwhelming opponents without pause. It had no true limitations, and Vikir was determined to master it completely. Satisfied, he carefully placed the old book near the window and took a moment to appreciate how far he had come. He wasn't just stronger, he was smarter, faster, and far more cunning. He then turned his gaze to the sunlit window and pulled out a magnifying lens. Placing it at just the right angle over the book, he focused the sunlight onto the page. Slowly, deliberately, the paper began to blacken. A faint curl of smoke rose. Then flame. With a slight smirk, Vikir watched the fire catch. "Let's see Hugo and the others reach the 10th technique now," he whispered under his breath, watching the once precious text crumble to ash. He, of course, had memorized everything. But no one else would be able to replicate the path without the missing pieces. The scent of burning paper spread through the air. Moments later, the guards, alarmed, burst into the library. Seeing the smoldering remains, they demanded to know what had happened. Vikir's expression shifted into one of innocent regret. "I'm sorry," he said calmly. "I must have left the magnifying glass there without realizing the sunlight would start a fire." The guards exchanged nervous glances. They were well aware of the punishment that could fall on them for negligence. But instead of blaming Vikir, one of them quickly stepped forward. "No, Master Vikir. It's our fault. We should have been watching more closely." I'm just glad this part of the library only held unimportant texts, Vikir added lightly, further easing their concern. He then turned and asked with a knowing smile, weren't you dealing with the Moor clan and the ruby mines? I assumed you wouldn't have time for minor things like this. The guards exhaled in relief, happy to shift blame off themselves. You're right, young master. This will remain between us. Good, Vikir replied, starting to walk away. Let's not waste time on trivial matters. As he departed, the guards whispered among themselves, impressed by the young hound's poise. He's unusually mature, one said. Polite, respectful, he treats even workers like us with decency. But behind his retreating figure, Vikir's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Let them think what they want. Later, standing once again before Hugo in the Patriarch's office, Vikir was calm and collected. Hugo, ever watchful, asked, did you learn anything insightful in the library? With a cryptic smile, Vikir replied, yes. I discovered something warm, sharp, soft, and thick like honey. The head butler flinched. Hugo narrowed his eyes, his expression frozen. Aura. Only those who had awakened aura could describe it with such clarity. While most children train tirelessly for years and still failed to reach that point by the age of 15, this child, this illegitimate boy, was suggesting he had done it at 8. Impossible. Hugo laughed it off uneasily, refusing to believe it. Then why don't you show your father what you've learned, he asked, hiding his interest behind a mask of amusement. Vikir stepped forward with a polite nod. His face calm. His mind already several steps ahead. Vikir gave a calm nod when asked if he was ready, his face unreadable. Soon after, he was led into a wide, Colosseum-style arena, where rows of young hounds sat watching curiously. In the center of the circular field, Vikir stood alone, a sword gripped firmly in his hand. At the edge of the stands, the head butler leaned over to Hugo, lowering his voice. How do you plan to test him, my lord? Hugo didn't even glance at him. I've prepared a proper opponent, a hungry one. Let's see what he's learned. The head butler blinked. You're releasing a monster? With a faint smile, Hugo replied, a lively one. Let's make this interesting. A heavy gate creaked open in front of Vikir, and a group of guards led in a chained beast. It was an orc, massive, muscular, its green skin stretched over bulging arms, its tusks glinting under the sunlight. The creature growled, its wild eyes scanning the arena as if measuring each onlooker. The audience erupted in hushed murmurs. Some of the young hounds exchanged startled looks. Isn't that too much for a kid? Is he really fighting that alone? They'll have to step in before it gets ugly, right? The tension in the Colosseum grew, but Vikir remained unmoved, his posture relaxed, his expression cool. Hugo raised his hand. The chains were unfastened. With a thunderous roar, the orc lunged at Vikir like a charging bull. Dust flew, and the ground trembled under its weight. But Vikir didn't flinch. He waited, judging the distance, calculating the angle, and in a flash, he moved. One clean swing. A severed arm hit the ground. The Colosseum went silent. Even the orc froze for a heartbeat, staring in confusion at the bloody stump where its arm had been. Before it could react, Vikir spun again, slashing down with flawless precision. Its leg came off. The beast howled in agony, toppling to the ground. The audience could barely process what they just witnessed. Gasps broke out. Eyes widened in disbelief. Whispers filled the air. How had an 8-year-old moved with such speed? Such decisiveness? And yet, Vikir looked almost bored as he analyzed his handiwork. He knew what was happening. The orc was panicking, not just from pain, but because it couldn't regenerate. Its C-rank healing abilities were being overwhelmed by the B-class hemorrhaging effect of the Hellhound ability embedded in Vikir's sword. Even the most resilient creatures couldn't recover from that kind of internal bleeding. From his elevated seat, Hugo observed everything in silence. His expression remained unreadable, his gaze sharp. Vikir met his father's eyes. He knew what Hugo was truly waiting for. So, without a word, Vikir activated what he had been hiding. His sword began to shimmer. It wasn't mere swordsmanship now, his blade was glowing, wrapped in a vivid red aura. The head butler stood abruptly. That's an aura blade. Low-class sword expert level. The other hounds stared in disbelief. In a flash, Vikir dashed forward. The fallen orc, struggling to rise, didn't stand a chance. A single strike. Its head rolled across the floor. The arena was still. Then, slowly, whispers turned to stunned silence. The young spectators were frozen, their jaws slack. He used aura. He's only 8. Even the head butler, normally composed, turned to Hugo, voice trembling with awe. My lord, we've just witnessed the emergence of a once-in-a-century genius. I doubt any house in the entire empire could compare. Hugo, however, was less impressed. His eyes drifted to the orc's lifeless body, and he noticed something odd: the creature's blood still flowed freely. He only won because the orc was already weak, Hugo said quietly, almost as if trying to reassure himself. But then, a voice reached him. Vikir's. With the same calm tone he always used, Vikir turned to face his father and asked, "Is there anything stronger?" The Colosseum stirred again. The hounds were stunned once more. He was asking for another opponent? A stronger one? They couldn't believe what they were hearing. But for Vikir, this wasn't about arrogance. He had a clear purpose. He wanted Hugo to acknowledge him. He wanted everyone to see the difference in him. And most of all, he wanted to prove that he no longer stood beneath anyone. Not even his father. Vikir had his reasons for wanting to face a tougher opponent. He wasn't just seeking thrills, he was after recognition. Deep down, he hoped that by exceeding expectations before a crowd, especially in front of Hugo, he might finally be granted some form of independence, perhaps being dispatched far away or enrolled into an academy. Anything that would sever the constant scrutiny. From his viewing platform, Hugo observed his son with narrowed eyes. With a chuckle, he remarked, "So, even imported orcs aren't enough for him." Turning to the head butler, Hugo asked, "Didn't we capture a particular specimen during the last barbarian raid?" "One of the survivors." The butler gave a solemn nod. "Just one. Still alive, kept for experimentation." Hugo smiled faintly. "Then bring it in." The murmur of the crowd grew as armored guards began dragging something colossal into the arena. Chains clinked against the stone floor as a towering troll, nearly twice Vikir's height, entered the Colosseum. Its gray skin was rough like stone, its eyes glinting with dull hostility. The crowd collectively held its breath. Standing calmly in the center, Vikir turned to Hugo. "May I begin?" Hugo raised a hand. The signal was clear. With a savage snarl, the troll broke free from its restraints. It charged with brutal force, swinging a massive arm meant to crush. But Vikir shifted slightly, just enough. The blow missed him by a hair's breadth. The troll roared in frustration, throwing punch after punch. Vikir weaved through the attacks with ease. His movement was fluid, almost graceful, never hurried. He was reading the troll's rhythm, learning its habits. The audience, mostly comprised of young hounds, began to grow restless. They whispered amongst themselves. Why isn't he attacking? He had a perfect chance to strike just now. But Hugo's sharp eyes gleamed. Trolls regenerate. A non-fatal wound is meaningless. He's planning something. Indeed, Vikir was watching and waiting, weighing every option. He knew he could end the fight in a single blow if he wanted. But that would raise questions. It had to seem natural, believable. He couldn't afford to reveal everything. Not yet. Then, the moment came. As the troll roared and lunged forward again, Vikir ducked low, his blade flashing toward the creature's shoulder. A brutal gash nearly severed the troll's arm. Gasps echoed throughout the Colosseum. But the wound began to seal. The audience, stunned, watched in disbelief as the troll's flesh reknit itself. Vikir clicked his tongue in irritation. Only a skill like hemorrhage from the hellhound could stop that regeneration. But using it openly would give away too much. Still, the fight was dragging. From the observation deck, Hugo called out, "That's enough. Don't push it further." But Vikir didn't look back. "I'm close," he replied. "If I can't end it with the next strike, I'll stop." The troll snarled, furious and relentless, charging once more. Vikir remained still, calculating. He had made up his mind. This wasn't just about winning, it was about staging a breakthrough. Showing what appeared to be a sudden evolution in battle, an epiphany earned through pressure. A bright red glow enveloped his blade as he focused his aura. With a single, clean swing, his sword met the troll's neck. The giant's head flew clean off. The Colosseum froze in silence. Even the seasoned head butler stared in awe. The second technique? At this age? It's impossible. Only prodigies at the age of 18 ever managed to reach the second of the Baskerville sword techniques. But there Vikir stood, expression calm, innocence glowing in his eyes. "I did it," he said, grinning with satisfaction. Hugo, meanwhile, was struck dumb. A week later, Vikir sat alone in the family's dining hall, staring at an unappetizing bowl of meat porridge. He picked at the meal absent-mindedly. No one sat near him. That didn't surprise him. Within the Baskerville clan, power dictated everything. Now that he had proven himself capable of felling monsters beyond his years, the others regarded him with wary distance. Even Hugo, it seemed, hadn't yet recovered from the shock of what his son had shown. Vikir reflected on the information he had allowed others to see so far, his mastery of the second Baskerville technique and in mid-rank sword aura. But the truth ran deeper. He was, in reality, already a low-tier graduate swordsman, someone who had barely begun drawing the fifth tooth of Baskerville swordsmanship. And with the regenerative ability he'd absorbed from the troll, rated C+, his physical recovery had shot through the roof. He'd also noticed another side effect. He was eating more. Much more. The cost of maintaining Beelzebub's third ability, rapid regeneration, was clear. The sword constantly hungered. And now, so did he. As he stirred the tasteless porridge, deep in thought, 3 familiar figures approached him from behind. The triplets. Vikir tensed, frowning slightly. He really wasn't in the mood to deal with them again. Choosing to ignore them, Vikir returned his attention to his meal, continuing to eat without acknowledging the triplets hovering nearby. But instead of pestering him, the 3 unexpectedly blurted out their reason for approaching, telling him how incredible they thought he was for taking down both the Cerberus and the troll. The sudden praise caught Vikir off guard. So much so that he choked on his spoonful of porridge, coughing and spluttering in surprise. The triplets quickly leaned forward in concern, asking if he was all right. But Vikir narrowed his eyes, his instincts kicking in. In a family like Baskerville's, compliments often hid daggers. He suspected there was some hidden scheme or manipulation behind their sudden flattery. Maybe they were trying out some sort of sycophantic trick, or using subtle psychological tactics to gain favor. He briefly considered knocking some sense into them, but before any plan could be set in motion, a familiar and authoritative voice called his name. Vikir turned to find Barrymore, the head butler, standing behind him. "What brings you here?" Vikir asked, straightening up slightly. "The Patriarch wishes to see you," Barrymore replied with a firm but respectful tone. "At once." In the Baskerville Patriarch's private chamber, Hugo sat behind his grand desk, composed and impassive as the heavy door creaked open. A man stepped through and offered a courteous bow. It was Adolphe Morgue, the acting Patriarch of the Morgue family. "It's been some time," Adolphe greeted. "Indeed," Hugo replied with the formality of a man sizing up an opponent more than welcoming a guest. Adolphe smiled diplomatically. "I hope this year's joint training concludes without any complications." Hugo let out a soft scoff. "It always does." Adolphe, however, wasn't ready to let things slide so easily. "Let's not forget the incident from last year, when both our sides suffered injuries. A child from each family ended up hospitalized." Hugo waved the concern away with a flick of his hand. "Flesh wounds. The morgue heirs tend to overreact." Adolphe's smile thinned. "Perhaps. But nobility raises children differently. We value dignity as much as discipline." Once, the two families had stood in harmony, Baskerville with their ironclad swordsmanship, and Morgue with their ancient magical heritage. Under the late emperor's decree that the sword and the spell must never be at odds, both clans had been compelled to cooperate through annual joint training for their children aged 8 to 15. But that fragile peace fractured when a ruby mine was discovered along their disputed borders. The ensuing quarrels turned violent, with blood spilled and accusations hurled. Though the emperor's command still forced them to maintain their alliance publicly, behind closed doors, the clans simmered with tension. "I've come in my brother's stead," Adolphe added smoothly. "Only to ensure things run smoothly this time." "Of course," Hugo said dryly. Then, Adolphe changed the subject. "I've heard intriguing news from your side. That a prodigy has emerged among the Baskervilles, a once-in-a-century talent. The Empire itself seems to be buzzing with the tale of this child." Hugo raised a brow, but his voice betrayed no excitement. "Exaggeration. The boy's capable, but let's not get carried away." Adolphe noted the rare glimmer of pride in Hugo's tone and smirked knowingly. "Well, Baskerville may not be the only house with a rare talent," Adolphe said, waving toward the doors. "Camus, come in." A red-haired girl entered with a confident stride and curious eyes. Adolphe gestured toward her. "This is Camus, daughter of my sister Respigny." Turning to her, Adolphe said, "Why don't you greet the Patriarch?" But rather than bowing or speaking formally, Camus pointed an accusatory finger at Hugo and declared, "You're the one who stole our ruby mine. Give it back?" The room went deathly silent. Hugo's gaze darkened, and he slowly turned to Adolphe. "Did she just call me a thief?" Adolphe, visibly caught off guard, tried to intervene. "I never." Camus cut in. "You did. An hour and 42 minutes ago, just before we stepped off the carriage, you said the annoying chin-bearded thief stole our mine. You were talking about him." Adolphe's expression tightened. "That's not what I said." But Camus was unwavering. "You definitely said it." Trying to control his temper, Hugo replied icily, "I don't need parenting advice on how you raise your children." Camus remained unfazed. "I can't even do proper magical research without my rubies." Adolphe tried to calm her down. "Camus, enough." But Hugo had had enough himself. His tone grew colder. "I see the Morgues don't teach etiquette to their next generation." Adolphe crossed his arms. "And what do you plan to do about it, Baskerville?" Threaten an 8-year-old? You'd go that far? Hugo froze. His pride wouldn't allow him to rise to that bait. But the tension in the room crackled. Then, a new voice spoke. Maybe the morgue should start teaching their children not to covet what doesn't belong to them. All heads turned as Vikir entered, calm and sharp-eyed, escorted by Barrymore. Adolf blinked in surprise. So this is the one they're calling the Baskerville Supernova? But his thought was interrupted. Camus, who had been seated beside her uncle only moments earlier, had vanished. She had already marched across the room, eyes narrowed and full of fire, standing face to face with Vikir. "What did you just say to me?" she demanded. "Camus," Adolphe called out sternly, trying to rein her in before she went too far. But the red-haired girl either didn't hear or didn't care. Her glare was locked on Vikir, her little fists clenched and eyes ablaze. Vikir, on the other hand, wasn't flustered. He calmly studied the girl standing before him, his gaze assessing, not as a child, but as a tactician. Camus Morgue, could this really be her, he thought. Though still young, Vikir knew her name carried weight. In the future, she would be known across the empire as the Morgue's scarlet prodigy, praised as the Flame Empress. Rumors would one day tell of her setting fire to a legion of monsters and raiders at the foot of the La Rue Mountains, forging a border of flame and ash with nothing but her spells and her fury. She would be hailed for her unparalleled magical prowess and bewitching charisma, manipulating politics even within the imperial court itself. People would call her the Fire Goddess of Dominion. But all of that was yet to come. Right now, she was still just a hot-headed, loud-mouthed child. Camus stomped toward him and jabbed a finger in his direction. "Why are you acting like the ruby mine belongs to you?" Her tone was accusatory, indignant. Vikir remained perfectly composed. "Because throwing tantrums doesn't make a claim true." That only infuriated Camus more. Without warning, she began chanting a spell. Everyone in the room tensed up, expecting an offensive blast. But instead of an attack, a glistening structure formed between her hands. A sculpture of pure ice emerged in the air, a model of the mountain range, carefully shaped with magical precision. Even Vikir, prepared for combat, blinked in mild surprise. Instead of firing a spell, she was about to present her argument visually. She gestured to the crystalline terrain she had conjured, tapping a spot with her finger. "This is the entrance to the mine, clearly within Morgue territory." Then she pointed deeper into the model. "But the mineral vein travels underground into Baskerville land, creating the disputed zone." Camus raised her chin with pride. "We call it the Joint Security Area. While the entrance is ours, the Baskervilles deny our access to what lies beneath, despite us offering to pay rent." Hugo frowned, his fingers drumming the arm of his chair. "Rent," he muttered, clearly unimpressed. Adolphe looked rather pleased with Camus' presentation, but Hugo's mood soured quickly. "Your people offered a handful of copper coins for land that's worth gold," Hugo said dismissively. "And expected us to cheer while you mined it dry?" Vikir then added casually, "Rubies are valuable, for magic. Not for us. But don't expect us to be naive enough to let others profit off our soil." Camus frowned. "If you don't want the rubies, then why not accept the rent? Isn't it better than letting the mine sit unused?" Vikir gave her a knowing look. "We don't care about the rubies. What we care about is keeping people like you out." His voice was calm, but the implication was sharp. Camus stared at him, frustrated. "You can't just claim something because it's underground. It still belongs to us. And yet, here we are," Vikir said with a smirk. To prove her point, Camus moved her hand across the sculpture, placing it firmly over the portion that represented Baskerville territory. "If this is Morgue land," she challenged, "then this arm is mine." Before anyone could react, Vikir caught her wrist mid-motion. His grip was firm, but not harsh. Still, it made her freeze. "That arm," he said softly, with a faint grin, "is on our land." Camus' cheeks turned a shade redder than her hair. "What are you even saying?" Vikir leaned slightly forward. "You're the one who said your arm's part of Morgue land. But it's over here now, which makes it mine." Her eyes widened. "What?" Then came the grin. Not the amused, teasing kind, but the slow, unsettling curl of lips that sent a chill down everyone's spine. He reached behind his back and, without warning, drew a small dagger from its sheath. The room fell into stunned silence. Camus flinched. Adolphe's hand instinctively moved to his side. Even the head butler took a wary step forward. Vikir's eyes glittered as he raised the blade slightly, still holding Camus' wrist in one hand. "I mean it," he whispered. "That arm belongs to me now." Camus' voice quivered. "What are you talking about?" Her words died in her throat as the knife inched closer. Hugo sat frozen in place, beads of sweat forming at his temple. His lips were pressed into a tight line, unsure whether to laugh or intervene. Then, finally, Camus panicked. "Uncle," she screamed. Adolf, who had been poised to step in, moved instantly. In a flash, he was between them, hand placed firmly on Vikir's shoulder, eyes blazing. "That's enough," he said, voice low and commanding. The moment was broken. Camus yanked her arm free and darted behind Adolf, trembling. The room slowly exhaled. Vikir stood still, slipping the dagger back into its sheath with a casual motion, as if the entire event had been a harmless joke. But the glint in his eyes said otherwise. Adolf's face twisted with fury as he turned to Hugo, his voice raised. "What is the meaning of this?" Hugo gave a restrained sigh and glanced at Vikir. "That may have been a little too far for a joke," he admitted. Vikir calmly raised the knife in question and revealed, "It's only a toy. We train with these in Baskerville from the time we can walk." Adolf stared at the blade, appalled. "You give those to children? That's no toy, that's dangerous." "I meant no offense," Vikir replied with a polite bow of his head. "I didn't intend to make Lady Camus cry. My apologies." Though his words were respectful, Adolf remained furious. "That's all? You think a simple apology covers this? You treat this whole thing like a game." Before tempers could rise again, Hugo interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. "Let's not allow children's scuffles to sour our discussions. We're here for more pressing matters, like the ruby mine, and the friendly exhibition matches." Adolf hesitated, still glaring, but finally nodded. "Fine. But this isn't over." Meanwhile, Camus, teary-eyed and flushed with embarrassment, turned to Vikir with a bitter warning. "I won't forget this." Vikir only gave a faint, knowing smile, unbothered and unreadable. Soon after, the much-anticipated day of the friendly duels arrived. Children from both the Morgue and Baskerville clans, ranging from ages 8 to 15, had gathered at the training grounds to showcase their talents. The younger ones performed basic spellwork or demonstrated their aura sensitivity, while the older youths engaged in full sparring matches, drawing loud cheers. But this year, all eyes were glued to one duel, the match between two prodigies, Camus Morgue, the flame-haired genius mage, and Vikir van Baskerville, the rising mystery from the Sword clan. Standing across from each other in the center of the dueling field, Camus addressed Vikir with an icy tone. "Be ready. I don't go easy once I start." Without hesitation, she began weaving mana into her fingertips. The audience gasped as 4 distinct spells began forming at once, each pulsing with raw magical force. "Is she casting quad spells?" someone whispered in awe. "She's 8, right? That's unheard of," another murmured, captivated. The 4 spells erupted in unison, hurling fire, ice, lightning, and wind at Vikir from different directions. But Vikir was already moving, weaving effortlessly between the elements with a relaxed pace, as if it were a mere dance. As the dust settled, he glanced at her with a faint shrug. "If I were you, I'd stop trying to impress the crowd with fireworks and just focus on one spell you can actually finish." Camus bristled. "As if a sword-wielding musclehead like you would understand magic." With a sneer, she cast a sand wall spell between them, a towering structure of earth erupting to block his view. But Vikir didn't hesitate, he launched a sharp kick that shattered the barrier like dried leaves, stepping through the crumbling remains. "Such sharp words," he remarked dryly. Camus flinched at his strength. Was this, from dipping in the river Styx, she wondered. Before she could react, he moved. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of her, finger raised. Her eyes widened in panic, she had no time to shield herself. Flick. The simple motion struck her forehead, but with enough force to send her tumbling backward. Adolph's mouth fell open. "That was an air flick?" Clutching her stinging forehead, Camus glared up at him. "Why did you flick me? Were you mocking me?" But Vikir merely smiled and tapped his own forehead. "Think we should wrap this up before you start crying again?" Tears welled in her eyes, but she clenched her fists and stood again. "I'm not done yet." This time, she raised 2 hands and conjured not 1, but 2 sand walls. "Let's see you punch through this." Vikir tilted his head and considered going around them, but then changed his mind. With a single punch, he drove his fist through both barriers, smashing a clean hole through the center. Camus stood stunned. And then came his next move. Raising a hand in the shape of a flick, Vikir asked with a smirk, "Tell me, whose arm is this, crossing the boundary?" Without waiting for her to answer, he delivered another flick straight to her forehead, even sharper than the last. The force dropped her to the ground, where she let out a pained growl, rubbing her head. Still, she didn't give up. She hurled spells, desperate and furious, but Vikir slipped past them like a shadow, never once retaliating. "Dealing with children really is more exhausting than I expected," he mused. He glanced at her and sighed. "I could snap her neck in less than a second, but then I'd have a diplomatic incident on my hands. Not worth it." Just then, from the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 other children dueling in a neighboring arena. One was a spellcaster, the other a swordsman, and the latter was cutting through spells with his blade, countering magic in real time. Vikir narrowed his eyes with interest. Now this might be worth watching. And useful too. He turned his focus away from the fuming Camus, ready to let the others deal with her while he laid the groundwork for his next move. As Vikir shifted his attention to the other contestants in the arena, his eyes locked onto a remarkable sight, a young swordsman expertly slicing through a mage's spell mid-air. The display caught Vikir's interest. That technique, he could be useful for my plan, he mused, carefully analyzing the swordsman's timing and footwork. Meanwhile, behind him, Camus was growing more agitated by the second. Her spells continued to miss their mark, and she couldn't fathom why none of her attacks were landing. "Stop running, coward! Fight me properly," she shouted, her voice trembling with both fury and frustration. As the duel intensified, Vikir noticed the same mage from earlier charging up another powerful spell, this time behind him. Sensing the opportunity, Vikir turned to Camus and said in a calm voice, "You should put up a defensive spell, now." Camus blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" But before she could finish her thought, she saw the glowing glyphs forming behind Vikir. Her eyes widened. "Wait!" From the sidelines, Adolf gasped as he pieced together what Vikir was doing. That boy, he used the mage's spell to trap her. A moment later, a fiery explosion erupted in the arena, engulfing the dueling ground in smoke and flames. Shocked gasps spread through the audience. The blast was immense, covering everything in a blanket of smoke and heat. In the chaos, Camus barely managed to activate a defensive ward in time. The magic shield saved her from burns, but the intense heat had scorched her clothes, leaving her shaken and humiliated. Her cheeks turned red, not from the heat, but from embarrassment. The thought of everyone seeing her in that state nearly brought tears to her eyes. When the smoke finally began to clear, she saw a familiar silhouette approach her through the haze. It was Vikir. He stopped in front of her, his jacket in hand. Wordlessly, he draped it over her shoulders. Camus stared up at him, stunned. "Why are you helping me?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Aren't we enemies?" "You looked cold," Vikir replied plainly, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You'll be exposed if you give me your coat," she protested, clutching the fabric close. "I don't mind," he said without hesitation. The sheer sincerity of his gesture made her chest tighten with confusion. She didn't understand why her heart was racing, nor why the person she had resented moments ago was now making her feel safe. She looked down and noticed a thin trail of blood running from his arm. "You're hurt," she exclaimed. Vikir glanced at the wound in surprise. The cut was shallow, but the fact that he had been scratched at all, despite his body being reinforced by the river Styx, was alarming. So that swordsman's blade had a lingering aura, interesting, he thought. As the last of the dust settled, both of them were revealed to the audience. Camus sat on the ground, wrapped in Vikir's jacket. Vikir stood beside her, shirtless, his toned torso earning astonished murmurs from the crowd. His well-developed muscles and calm demeanor had a striking effect on everyone present. Adolf, watching from the sidelines, let out a sigh of relief upon confirming his niece was unharmed. However, the audience was torn. Camus might have taken more damage, but it was Vikir who was bleeding. Determining a clear winner was impossible. And yet, it wasn't just the spectators who were mesmerized. Camus kept stealing glances at the boy who had both flicked her forehead and saved her dignity. Her eyes lingered on him longer than she intended, a pink hue coloring her cheeks. She couldn't make sense of the emotions stirring inside her. Later that evening, Vikir and Hugo walked together down a quiet corridor lit by flickering torches. "So," Hugo asked, his arms crossed. "How was your match with the morgue girl?" "It was informative," Vikir replied with a thoughtful nod. "I've figured out the purpose behind this event." Hugo chuckled, then added, "A duel with a mage is far different from clashing swords. Why didn't you finish her off when you had the chance?" Vikir hesitated before answering. "I wasn't sure how to go all out against a lady." Hugo narrowed his eyes. "Compassion during a fight will only get you hurt. That scratch, let it be your lesson." Vikir blinked, startled by the concern in his father's voice. Hugo had always been distant, even cruel. Rumors around the clan claimed he'd changed after losing his first wife and daughter, but Vikir had no memories of a softer version of Hugo. Unexpectedly, Hugo changed the subject. "What do you think we should do about the ruby mines?" Vikir's expression turned serious. "We should hand over control." Hugo stopped walking. "Explain." "The Baskerville's primary objective is territorial expansion. The area around the mines is crawling with monsters and barbarian tribes," Vikir reasoned. "If we allow the Moors to oversee the mines, we can use them as a buffer. They'll take the brunt of the losses while we continue pushing outward." A long silence followed before Hugo smirked. That's almost exactly what I had in mind. He laid a heavy hand on Vikir's head and added, "You're beginning to think like a Baskerville." Hugo elaborated further. "Once the Moors set up their operations at the mine, we'll start stirring the monsters and barbarians in that direction. If all goes as planned, their blood will soak the land before we even lift a finger. And once that happens, the Moors will never dare look into our territory again." Vikir didn't respond. He only nodded, a cool fire gleaming in his eyes. While Hugo praised Vikir's strategic thinking, Vikir himself remained unfazed. It wasn't surprising to him, after all, this was originally Hugo's idea. He had merely mirrored a plan he had executed in his past life under Hugo's direct command. Turning slightly, Vikir voiced another suggestion: they should monitor the Morg clan's movements closely. But Hugo casually dismissed the concern, assuring Vikir that the number of scouts had already been increased and every movement within the Ruby Mine region was under constant watch. As they walked together through the corridor, a familiar voice echoed from behind, "Adolphe Morg." Both father and son turned toward the approaching figure. Adolphe, composed but serious, requested a word before his departure. They moved into a quiet chamber nearby, sitting down across from each other, and Hugo wasted no time. "What brings you back again, Adolphe?" Adolphe folded his hands and began with diplomacy. He wished to resolve the tension surrounding the ruby mines in a civil manner and insisted that the mining fees were merely one among many proposals. Then, with a calm smile, he added, "Perhaps we could consider a more lasting bond between our families, a marriage alliance." As Adolphe explained, Camus sat quietly to the side, but her cheeks betrayed her feelings with a visible blush, especially whenever her gaze drifted toward Vikir. Hugo raised a brow and inquired which children Adolphe had in mind for this arrangement. Adolphe responded without hesitation. "Your house's youngest son, and my niece, Camus Morg. She's beautiful, brilliant, and lacks for nothing. A rare gem, fitting for your clan." Hugo, however, appeared skeptical. "You're suggesting this, despite a 17-year age gap? My eldest son is 25. Adolphe waved it off with a chuckle. "What 17 years in a noble marriage? Age is not the issue, it's lineage and compatibility." Before Hugo could respond, Camus spoke up with conviction. "I refuse to marry anyone weaker than my mother. And I won't accept someone who could be mistaken for my uncle." The room fell into stunned silence. Adolphe attempted to reason with her, stating that if she clung to such impossible standards, she'd likely grow old alone. Hugo, showing signs of irritation, added, "This isn't a market stall where you pick and choose." But Camus crossed her arms confidently. "I'm not playing games." As she spoke, her face reddened again, and this time both patriarchs noticed where her eyes had wandered. Straight to Vikir. Adolphe's expression darkened. His thoughts turned sour, and he cursed internally. Out of all the men in the Empire, she chooses him? A van, not even a law? Just a secondary bloodline. Rage simmered beneath his composed expression. Meanwhile, Hugo exhaled through his nose and decided to cut through the tension. What matters in an engagement isn't status or bloodline, it's the will of the ones involved. His sharp gaze fell on Vikir. "What about you, boy? What's your stance?" Camus turned toward Vikir, eyes wide, anticipation flickering in her expression. Vikir met her gaze and answered evenly, "I'll do as I'm told." A moment of silence passed before Camus turned scarlet, interpreting his vague answer as bashful agreement. Adolphe, on the other hand, clenched his fists under the table. How dare he respond so flippantly to my niece? Adolphe rose from his seat and loomed over Vikir. "You're not just marrying anyone. You'd be marrying Camus Morg, niece to a six-circle master of the Morg clan. And that's not something we hand over lightly." Vikir remained unmoved. "Do you even realize what that means?" Adolphe asked, placing a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder, intending to test his strength. But Vikir didn't flinch. In fact, he didn't move at all. The patriarch blinked in surprise. For an 8-year-old, Vikir's frame was solid, like stone. Narrowing his eyes, Adolphe questioned, "Are you even listening to me?" "I stopped listening when you said it wasn't wise to tell me something," Vikir replied, his tone casual but precise. Camus gasped softly, scandalized by his boldness. Hugo, barely suppressing a grin, turned his head to the side to hide his amusement. Adolphe's eyes narrowed into slits. A sinister chuckle rumbled from his chest. "Very well. I want to understand your potential. Not as the Morg patriarch, but as Camus' uncle." He turned to Hugo. "Grant me 10 minutes. Just the boy and me." Camus immediately stood up. "Uncle, no, don't." But Adolphe dismissed her protests with a calm hand. "It has to happen eventually." He locked eyes with Hugo again. "Will you allow it?" Hugo gave a reluctant nod. "If you insist." The following hour saw a hush fall over the training coliseum. The arena was prepared, and a crowd gathered, sensing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Standing in the center were Vikir and Adolf, swords drawn, one a child, the other a seasoned master. "This isn't a punishment," Adolf said. "Consider this a lesson. Show me everything you're capable of." On the sidelines, Camus watched in silent dread while Hugo stood with a stone-cold expression, his arms crossed. The duel wasn't just a test of strength. It was a declaration, a clash between legacy and ambition, bloodline and brilliance. Vikir nodded in agreement to the duel, though in his mind, he scoffed. If I really showed everything I could do, Adolf might collapse from the shock. Across from him, Adolf took a breath, his hand rising to perform a complex incantation. With effortless grace, he wove 3 elements, fire, earth, and water, into a seamless magical construct. A pot materialized in the air before him, shimmering with the stability of earth, the flow of water, and the heat of flames. With practiced precision, Adolf filled the vessel with water and placed it atop his own head like a crown. "This will be the condition," he declared with a calm voice. "If even a single drop spills, I'll consider it your victory." Vikir narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He knew full well that fighting Adolf was no ordinary experience, it was a golden chance to assess how strong the man truly was. His thoughts drifted to his previous life, wondering what would his chances against Adolf before. Back then, he had a 10% chance of winning outright and perhaps a 50% success rate if he'd opted for assassination. But this wasn't about victory. It was about demonstration. Just enough to keep Hugo satisfied. And maybe enough to peek at Adolf's full strength. Without warning, Vikir sprang forward, sword in hand, making a direct charge. It seemed like reckless aggression, an unrefined lunge from a child. Camus gasped from the sidelines. "What are you doing? You can't just rush him like that." Adolf barely blinked, casting a translucent magical barrier to intercept the blow. The steel of Vikir's sword slammed against the shield with a sharp clang but failed to break through. "How naive," Adolf remarked with a chuckle, turning to his niece. "You see, Camus? Shield magic is the ultimate defense against swords. No aura blade in your typical knight's hand can bypass this." Vikir clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. "So that didn't work." Adolf, amused, took the offensive. Complex spell circles whirled into existence as he launched a volley of elemental attacks. Fireballs, stone projectiles, and water blades lashed out toward Vikir, who danced between them with uncanny agility. Not a single spell struck him. From the sidelines, Camus protested, "That's not fair. You never go all out like that when sparring with me." Adolf smirked at her. "Whose side are you on?" He turned back to Vikir, tears forming comedically in his eyes as he pouted, "You bastard. I won't forgive you for this." Hugo watched quietly, arms folded, observing every move. He noted the rhythm of Vikir's attacks, deliberate, focused, and efficient. He's not just testing defenses. He's studying every reaction. Every delay. Every breath. Meanwhile, Adolf mocked, "You'll never break through. Not with that feeble sword." But suddenly, something changed. Vikir's movements became mechanical, repeating the same strike over and over at the exact spot on the shield. The audience noticed. Even Adolf began to frown. He's hammering the same point over and over, like a machine. Then, crack. Vikir's sword shattered mid-strike, fragments scattering through the air. Adolf's smirk returned. "So much for persistence. Maybe next time, choose a sword that doesn't crumble against my barrier." But before he could finish his gloating, cold water poured down his face in a sudden torrent. He froze, sputtering in disbelief as the liquid drenched his head and robes. "What?" Adolf shouted. "How did that happen?" Vikir stood calmly, lowering his hand with a slight smile. The pot looked too full. Camus stared in shock before a blush rose to her cheeks. Did he win? Against Uncle Adolf? Meanwhile, Hugo narrowed his eyes, thoughts racing. That final move hadn't been a stroke of luck. A fragment of the shattered sword must have been aimed so precisely that it pierced the pot without Adolf even noticing. That boy, he's no ordinary hound. 7 years passed. The once small hounds of the Baskerville clan had grown into disciplined young warriors. Today, their training brought them face to face with a terrifying opponent, a monstrous beast resembling a bear, but far more grotesque, with tusks like horns and an armored hide. With a thunderous roar, the beast charged toward the young hounds. From a distance, a man with steel-gray eyes watched closely, Staffordshire Busker, the seasoned instructor and a shadow hound of the Basilisk division. He barked out commands sharply, "Don't aim for the vitals yet. Cripple its legs first, slow it down." The children adjusted their formation. Among them, the triplets stood out. Like a single organism split into 3 bodies, they moved in perfect synchrony. Their coordinated strikes targeted the monster's hind limbs, forcing it to stagger as exhaustion crept in. Sweat glistened on brows, the clang of blades echoed in the field, and the sharp cries of effort rang out as the next generation of hounds proved themselves. But for Staffordshire, only one question lingered in his mind. Which of these children would rise above the rest, and which one would lead them into the coming storm? Instructor Staffordshire Busquare watched silently from the sidelines, arms crossed as the final blow landed. The massive beast, a horned ox bear, bred in captivity for combat training, collapsed to the ground with a groan of defeat. Blood pooled beneath its fur, signaling the end of the young hound's graduation trial. His sharp gaze lingered on the triplets whose coordinated attacks had left the monster weakened and disoriented. Their aura, a deep, wine-dark crimson, was raw and volatile, but powerful. Yes, he thought with a hint of pride, those three will grow into true Baskervilles. That color suits them. The rest of the young hounds, emboldened by the triplets' assault, moved in for the final strike. One after another, they landed blows until the beast fell with a thunderous thud. Staffordshire clapped once, the sound echoing across the field. "Well done," he announced. "You've all officially earned the title of low-rank sword experts, and with it, mastery over the first form of the Baskerville technique." The children cheered. Some raised their swords skyward, others collapsed in exhausted joy. But their instructor's next words wiped the smiles off many faces. "Remember, what you faced today was a chained beast. A test, nothing more. But the wild ox bears roaming the LaRouge region at Lenore Mountain are an entirely different matter. There, your blade won't strike a target that stands still. There, death is swift, and it shows no mercy. You will survive only through either bloodline instinct, or experience forged through relentless battle." He let the warning settle in before nodding once. "Graduation is complete. From here on, may you walk your own path with sharp eyes and sharper steel. Good luck." As the students dispersed into small groups, the training field shifted from the sounds of battle to idle chatter. Two young hounds stood off to the side, deep in conversation. "So," one said, wiping sweat from his brow, "which night order are you aiming for?" "I'm thinking Wolfhound," his friend replied. "Or maybe Rottweiler. Pitbull's not bad either." The Baskerville clan boasted 7 elite night orders, each named after a breed of dog. They weren't just titles, they represented unique missions: scouting, assassination, surveillance, protection, suppression, infiltration, and full-scale warfare. Each child would soon receive an assignment based on their skill set and performance. Suddenly, the first boy tilted his chin toward the center of the field. "What about him? Any guesses?" "Who?" the second asked, confused. "The guy sitting on the corpse of the beast we just killed," the first replied, lowering his voice. "Vikir. That freak killed a bigger one on his own a week ago." "Seriously? I heard he's already cleared the third form of the technique. That puts him on par with the Shadow Hounds." The figure in question, Vikir van Baskerville, was indeed seated atop the dead beast, his sword sheathed and his expression distant. He was silent, eyes lost in thought. "It took longer than I expected," he mused. 7 years just to reach intermediate graduate level of the 5th form, too slow. While his swordsmanship had improved leaps and bounds compared to the past, his expectations of himself were higher still. In his previous life, before regression, he had hit a wall at the 4th form and hadn't broken through until much later. This time, he was ahead, but not nearly far enough. As he brooded, a familiar presence stepped up behind him. "Young Master Vikir," came the smooth, deep voice of head butler Barrymore. "The Patriarch is summoning you. Your assignment has been finalized." Vikir stood, brushing blood off his gloves. His expression was calm, almost unreadable. "Understood." Within the Patriarch's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Hugo La Baskerville sat behind a desk cluttered with reports and maps. He didn't bother to look up when Vikir entered, offering only a low grunt as acknowledgement. Vikir's eyes flicked briefly to his father's face. A fresh scar ran down Hugo's nose. "You're injured," he noted. Hugo touched the wound as if only now remembering it. "An archer ambushed me during the latest campaign at Lenore Mountain. Didn't get her, but I left her with the same reminder." There was a pause. "Congratulations on completing your training," Hugo finally said, though his voice was anything but celebratory. "It only gets more difficult from here." Vikir narrowed his eyes slightly. Here it comes, he thought. Before his regression, his assignment at this stage had been a death sentence, tossed into the Pitbull Order and shipped off to the deadly LaRouge warfront as cannon fodder. There, expendable youth were thrown into endless conflict until they died, or clawed their way to survival. The elite children, in contrast, were groomed in administrative halls, taught politics, diplomacy, law, and how to wield power behind closed doors. They were polished while the expendables bled. Hugo suddenly looked up. "This time, I want you to try the lower house." Vikir blinked. The Parliament? He asked, genuinely unsure he had heard correctly. Yes, Hugo confirmed. The lower house manages regional legislation, law enforcement, trade agreements, infrastructure, and business operations for our territories. The gears that keep the clan cities turning. Vikir's composure faltered for a split second. He's placing me in the elite track? Hugo leaned forward slightly. Your performance over the years has exceeded every child we once hailed as a genius. You're 10 years ahead of them, at least. So I'll treat you like it. A folded letter was placed in front of him. You'll serve as Deputy Consul of Underdog City. You leave tomorrow. Vikir accepted the order silently. Underdog? He thought. So I'll be going there again. At that time, both the Consul and Deputy Consul seats in Underdog City had been vacant for a while. When Hugo offered Vikir the opportunity to take up the role of Deputy Consul, the young swordsman took a moment to consider the offer. After weighing his options, and recognizing the potential it held, he gave a firm nod and accepted. But before they could move on to formalities, Vikir brought up another matter. There's something else, he said. Hugo raised an eyebrow, unsurprised. Is this about the Moore clan and that ruby mine incident? Vikir smirked faintly. So you already know I messed with Adolf Moore. Hugo leaned back in his chair, lips twitching in amusement. Of course. Word travels fast, especially when someone dances on the old lion's beard. Vikir didn't deny it. Instead, he made an unusual request. I'd like to borrow my reward early. The specific nature of what he wanted remained unspoken, but the request alone was enough to make head butler Barrymore flinch ever so slightly. Even without knowing the details, he had a rough idea, and the sheer boldness of it left him speechless. But Hugo didn't hesitate. He pulled out a document, stamped it, and handed it over without a word. Don't make me regret this, Hugo said. I'm trusting you. I won't do anything reckless, Vikir assured him with a quiet confidence. Still, as he left the office, he couldn't shake the strangeness of the moment. Being called son by that man. It would have been laughable in my last life. As Vikir and Barrymore walked down the corridor, the old butler spoke in a serious tone. This appointment, being given the authority of a consul before you're even deployed in battle, it's the kind of education reserved for royalty. The patriarch's placing a great deal of faith in you. Vikir didn't let it go to his head. That trust can be broken just as easily. I'll have to earn it. He didn't see the appointment as a gift. For him, it was a calculated opportunity, one that would allow him to grow, gather influence, and maneuver in relative safety, far from the blood-soaked mountains and battlefields. Still, the memory of his death lingered, his head falling into a basket after the cold kiss of the guillotine. One day, he thought coldly, Hugo La Baskerville will feel that blade himself. Elsewhere in Underdog City, in the central estate designated for administrative officials, a bald steward barked instructions at a pair of servants. Clean everything. Every wall, every corner. Make it shine before dawn. The new deputy consul from the Baskerville family arrives tomorrow. Yes, sir, the workers replied in unison. Later, as they scrubbed the marble floor of the villa, one of them spoke up, wonder what kind of man the new deputy's gonna be. Hopefully someone who knows business. Forget it, the other replied with a chuckle. They say he's only 15. At that moment, they noticed a boy approaching the villa, young, dressed in black, his expression unreadable. Hey, kid, one worker said, resting a hand on the boy's shoulder. You can't be here. This is private property. The boy looked up, his eyes cold and piercing. Remove your hand. There was steel in his voice, authority beyond his years. The worker blinked, startled, as the boy produced a document bearing the Baskerville seal. It was an official appointment letter. I'm Vikir van Baskerville, the new deputy consul. The two workers exchanged a stunned glance. But you weren't expected until tomorrow? I came early. Get the kitchen ready. We're hosting a reception tonight. The staff scurried into action, scrambling to meet the sudden demand. As Vikir stepped into the villa, they could only watch in silence, baffled by the boy's commanding presence. That evening, the grand hall of the villa was bustling with activity. Food and drink flowed freely, and nobles from all over the region gathered for the impromptu celebration. Laughter echoed against the high ceilings, and crystal glasses clinked as toast after toast was raised. In contrast to the festive atmosphere, Chihuahua Baskerville, the city's general secretary, was pacing frantically in his office, his nerves frayed. What kind of madness is this? He muttered, peeking through the curtains. A party? On his first day in office? Already under pressure due to the previous consuls being ousted for corruption, Chihuahua had hoped the new appointee would be someone reliable. Now, it seemed, he had a reckless noble brat to contend with. He turned away from the window, ready to unleash a tirade, only to nearly jump out of his skin as a voice sounded behind him. You must be the general secretary. Startled, Chihuahua spun around to find Vikir standing calmly in the doorway. Vikir offered a polite nod. Vikir van Baskerville, deputy consul. Chihuahua hastily introduced himself. Chihuahua, huh? Vikir said, eyeing him. No middle name? The comment made Chihuahua tense. He dealt with nobles long enough to recognize the signs. In the Baskerville hierarchy, those without a middle name were often looked down upon, non-blood members hired through merit or connections. He braced for the usual sneer or condescending remark. But instead, Vikir placed a hand on his shoulder. Nice, he said simply. Chihuahua blinked in confusion. What? I read your file on the way here, Vikir continued. You were born and raised in Underdog, right? Yes, that's correct. Vikir's gaze was steady. That means you know this city better than anyone. I'll need your help. Chihuahua stared, stunned by the sincerity in the boy's voice. Maybe, just maybe, he thought, this one's different. Vikir gave a small nod of understanding and addressed Chihuahua respectfully. I know how much harder it is for people like you to keep things running. Don't worry, I'm not here to interfere with how you do your job. Chihuahua raised an eyebrow, still a bit baffled. The sincerity in Vikir's voice caught him off guard, and for a moment, he wondered if this was some new form of sarcasm or veiled insult. He mumbled an uncertain, okay, unable to fully process the exchange. Why is he even here? Chihuahua thought. Wasn't it his idea to throw the party in the first place? But Vikir continued speaking, this time shifting the topic toward city matters. There's nothing wrong with the legal code itself, Vikir said, pacing slowly, but the judicial system in Underdog is full of oddities. Chihuahua's ears perked up as Vikir elaborated. Illegal businesses thrive here, too many of them. And the problem isn't just that they exist. It's that they've become so embedded in the city's culture, they now control more power than the law itself. Chihuahua frowned. So you want to shut down the black market? No, Vikir said calmly. Shutting them down isn't enough. You need to eliminate the heads. Cut off the roots. Otherwise, they'll just grow back stronger. He took a moment before adding, as deputy consul, I'm tasked with creating and executing laws. I respect the structure already in place, but I plan to add a new law to the books. Chihuahua's eyes widened. A new law? Vikir nodded, his tone firm. And I'll make sure the underground economy collapses within a week. Still confused, Chihuahua asked, but why do you need a reason to make such a law? If the illegal operations are wrong, shouldn't that be enough? The young deputy smiled, turning toward the window as his expression darkened. Because I'm just a kid. A newly appointed official. I need a performance, a spectacle, to convince the people. Otherwise, they'll laugh me off. Then came the part that truly unsettled Chihuahua. To put it simply, Vikir said with a smirk, I'm going to lay bait for the flies. Chihuahua swallowed nervously, unsure what kind of trap Vikir was setting. The next morning, the citizens of Underdog gathered on Door's Smile Street, drawn by rumors of a strange event. The entire street buzzed with curious chatter as people filled every available space, whispering about the new deputy consul. On a raised platform stood Vikir, calm and composed, holding a thick wooden stake in his hand. He had been standing there since dawn, observing the crowd without saying a word. Nearby, Chihuahua watched nervously with other staff members. What's he trying to do? Just then, Vikir stepped forward and addressed the crowd, his voice steady and authoritative. I am Vikir van Baskerville, your newly appointed deputy consul. Murmurs swept through the crowd. Many were surprised by how young he looked. Some whispered that he was rather handsome. Others questioned his credibility. What can a boy like him even do? One man scoffed. Vikir held up a poster. These notices display the laws that have existed for years. The change in office doesn't affect their enforcement. The laws of the Baskerville family remain absolute. But the crowd remained skeptical. Whispers of corruption and doubt filled the air. He'll be eaten alive like the rest. Chihuahua tried to restore order. Quiet. Show some respect to your deputy consul. Some silenced their voices, but the doubt still lingered. Suddenly, without warning, Vikir raised the heavy stake above his head and slammed it into the ground with such force that the earth trembled beneath it. The impact silenced the crowd instantly. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience. That single act was enough to stun them into silence. Then, Vikir spoke again, this time with a glint in his eye. With my authority as deputy consul, I hereby announce a new decree, the Vikir Special Law. He pointed to the stake. Anyone who can remove this stake from the ground will receive a reward of 100 million gold. Paid directly by me. An uproar broke out immediately. The figure seemed unbelievable, too absurd to be real. Did he say 100 million? Just for pulling out a stake? No way, he's serious. Despite the disbelief, not a single person moved. No one dared approach the stake. Vikir raised his voice again. Is there no one among you who would take a chance for that kind of wealth? Still, no one stepped forward. Vikir smiled again, then declared. Very well. A revision. He paused for dramatic effect. Paragraph 1, Article 2 of the Vikir Special Law, whoever removes the stake will be rewarded with 1 billion gold. Now, the crowd stirred more violently. One fat, balding man in the crowd began to laugh. Are you making fun of us, boy? Do we look like fools to you? The people murmured in agreement, but some started looking at the stake differently. A few even began to inch forward. 1 billion gold, he can't be serious, can he? Chihuahua whispered from behind Vikir, they're starting to believe it. But Vikir wasn't finished. If that's not enough, he called out, raising a hand. Paragraph 1, Article 3, anyone who pulls out the stake will receive 10 billion gold. Gasps swept through the street like a wave. For a brief moment, all of Underdog seemed to fall still. Some people scoffed and retreated, suspicious that it was some kind of trap. Others became visibly tempted. Whispers of opportunity, risk, and greed filled the air. All eyes were on the stake, and on the young deputy consul who had set the city aflame with a single challenge. As the murmurs of the crowd swirled in uncertainty, some people pointed toward the sword fastened at Vikir's waist, warning others not to be hasty. The gleam of that weapon alone, paired with the absurd prize he declared, was enough to make even the boldest hesitate. Whispers spread, what if this was a trap? What if the young deputy punished those who looked too greedy? Despite Vikir's repeated invitations to challenge the stake, not a single soul stepped forward. Just as he was preparing to speak again, Chihuahua leaned close and whispered with a worried tone, Sir, we don't have that kind of money in our treasury. Before Vikir could respond, a small hand hesitantly rose from within the crowd. It was a little girl, no older than 8 or 9, with a basket of flowers looped over one arm. Her face was sun-kissed and freckled, and her clothes were threadbare. She shyly asked, Can I try? Gasps rippled through the gathering. An old man in the front row recognized her and immediately tried to stop her. Judy, child, no. Don't. This isn't for someone like you. But Judy didn't back down. She clutched her basket tighter and gave a small nod. My mom's sick, she said softly. If there's even a small chance, I have to try. The crowd fell quiet as she approached the stake. Her tiny feet shuffled across the dirt, stopping just in front of the deeply buried timber. Standing before the impossibly strong stake, and the intimidating man who planted it, Judy hesitated. Her throat felt dry, her knees weak. Maybe he won't hurt me, she hoped. Maybe I'll get some coins. Or at least, someone will buy my flowers after this. Vikir, silent and expressionless, gave her a nod. Go on. Pull. His voice was neither warm nor cold, just empty. She couldn't read him at all. Judy gripped the wooden stake with both hands and took a deep breath. Her muscles tensed as she pulled. And to everyone's astonishment, it came free without resistance, sliding up from the earth as if it had never been rooted there at all. A collective gasp tore through the onlookers. Even Chihuahua blinked in disbelief. What? How did she? Judy turned to Vikir, holding the stake in both arms. Her body trembled slightly. Was she in trouble? Had she done something wrong? Vikir stepped forward. Her heart raced. He reached toward his waist, and her breath caught. Is he going to hurt me? Did I break something? What if he? But instead of steel, a leather pouch appeared in his outstretched hand. Vikir knelt down, face calm, and handed the girl the bulging bag. For now, here's 100 million, he said matter-of-factly. Judy stood frozen, eyes wide as she accepted the heavy pouch. Her fingers clutched the drawstring tightly, as if afraid it would vanish. She looked at Vikir as though still unsure if this was real. He met her gaze and asked, Where's your house? I live near the wells, by the market, she stammered. Good, Vikir said, rising to his feet. 10 billion is too much for you to carry. I'll send it directly to your home. He gave her a light tap on the head and added, and I'll assign guards to escort the gold. Judy couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her eyes welled with tears, not from fear this time, but from disbelief and joy. This is law, Vikir said to her firmly, but not unkindly. It must be honored. Behind them, the square had fallen into stunned silence. Everyone had witnessed the entire scene, but few seemed to believe their eyes. Even Chihuahua stood slack-jawed, struggling to process what had just happened. Vikir had actually followed through with his outrageous promise. This single event caused a seismic shift in the hearts of the people. The Vikir Special Law became more widely recognized than even the historic self-governance decree of the Baskerville clan. Its message was simple, yet profound: those who obey the law are rewarded, those who defy it are punished. The people were touched by its clarity, and the strange performance that had begun as a spectacle left behind a lasting message. The deputy consul who kept his word, even to a street girl, was something new. Something rare. Something worth believing in. Soon after, crime rates began to fall. Lawlessness decreased. People spoke of Deputy Vikir with a tone of admiration. He had done what no previous official had dared, captured the people's attention, and more importantly, their respect. Later that evening, back in the deputy's office, Chihuahua was scribbling something onto a large board. Vikir, having just returned from the streets, glanced at the writing and asked, "That looks Eastern. You know how to write it?" Chihuahua nodded, surprised by the compliment. "You've got excellent handwriting," Vikir added. For a moment, Chihuahua was silent. Then he said, "That performance out there, it was the first time in 20 years I felt something here was actually going to change." Vikir gave a small smile. Ruling people by fear when they've already lost faith in the law, that's not governance. That's tyranny. He paused, then said, "I spent a long time thinking, what could earn their attention? What would make the law feel real again?" Chihuahua glanced at the stake, still resting nearby, and nodded quietly. "You gave them something real." As Chihuahua wiped tears from his eyes, overwhelmed by emotion, he took a deep bow and declared his loyalty to Vikir. "I'll follow you until the day I die," he said earnestly. Vikir, slightly taken aback by the dramatic pledge, tried to calm him down with a simple wave of his hand. "It's not that deep," he murmured. But inwardly, Vikir's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The success of his stake performance left him contemplating the broader implications. It was bold, theatrical, and entirely effective. He couldn't help but compare it to what Camus' morgue would accomplish in a few years. While Camus had managed to bring crime in the city down to nearly 1%, she was never beloved. Her reign was defined by fear, not respect. Vikir glanced down at the map sprawled across the table, filled with markers. The real battle was just beginning. "Now that the 10 billion gold has been spent," he muttered, "we need to get it back." He pointed to the red excess drawn across various districts. "These are hotspots, illegal trade zones, hideouts, or places that'll likely harbor criminals again soon," he said. Chihuahua leaned in and blinked. "How did you even find all these locations?" Vikir smirked and tapped his nose. "I have a good nose for trash." In truth, every location marked had already been deeply surveyed by him before his regression. He didn't need to investigate them now, he remembered every last one of them by heart. It was muscle memory, born of pain and survival. Chihuahua's admiration only deepened. "Just how far ahead have you planned?" he muttered. Their exchange was interrupted by a sharp knock and a staff member hurrying in, visibly flustered. "Deputy Consul. The Youth Autonomy Association, they've requested a formal meeting." Vikir frowned. "Who?" Chihuahua sighed. "You knew this day would come. The Youth Autonomy Association is composed of heirs from the city's founding families, the Manblanc, Porer, Lovi, Channel, Fama, Hermes, and Prar clans." He paused, then added dryly, despite the name, "They're less an official youth council and more a hedonistic clique. Entitled brats with too much time and money." Vikir's lip curled in disdain. "So the dung flies are starting to buzz." The aide looked stunned, while Chihuahua couldn't hide his unease. Vikir's voice turned icy. "Then it's time we smoked out the pests feeding on the city's rot." Meanwhile, in one of the most lavish buildings in Underdog City, a towering hotel of gleaming marble and gilded walls, a raucous party was in full swing at the private VVP lounge. The luxurious room had been rented for an eye-watering 10 million gold for 6 hours. Inside were the 7 young men who comprised the core of the Youth Autonomy Association. These were the spoiled, arrogant scions of the 7 ruling families. They lounged in silk robes and jeweled accessories, surrounded by towers of expensive wine glasses and mountains of imported delicacies. Laughter echoed off the walls as they poured bottles of vintage wine down a pyramid of glasses, the excess spilling across the table in a crimson stream. One of them, a smug blonde boy with sharp cheekbones, turned to the waiters. "Lick it up," he said lazily. The servers hesitated. "I said lick it up." Like beaten dogs, the waiters dropped to their knees, licking the spillage from the table as the boys chuckled. The blonde leaned back into the plush velvet sofa, grinning with self-satisfaction. "Doesn't matter how much I spend. It always comes back to me." One of his companions chuckled, raising a glass. "All thanks to the Baskervilles. They focus on expanding territory and don't bother with the trade routes. We can traffic anything, gold, gems, even people." Another snorted. "It's easy when you've got the mountain tribes to kidnap. Selling them's a breeze." The laughter continued. "The Baskervilles are our watchdogs," one added. "Fierce swords, but no brains. Loyal mutts." The blonde sneered. "Sword-wielding fools. Remember the Mamego incident?" We shifted the blame to the Mezzamagino, and the Baskervilles slaughtered their own most loyal supporters without blinking. As they gloated, one of the boys raised a concern. There's talk of a new deputy consul. Kid named Vikir. Heard he's from the Van line. Van, the blonde repeated. Never heard of him. Probably a puppet. Then a devilish smirk appeared on his face. Let's break him in. Invite him to one of our parties, give him the best women, the finest drinks. Then when the night's over, hit him with the bill. Let's see if the little pup can handle it. The others roared with laughter, already savoring the scandal. Just then, the door opened, and a new group entered, beautiful young women, dressed to impress, led in by the hotel's staff. Among them was a boy. The blonde narrowed his eyes. Who's that? The waiter looked unsure. He came in with them, walked in so confidently no one questioned him. The boy calmly approached the group. The blonde signaled one of the bouncers. Throw him out. The man stepped forward and grabbed the boy by the hair. You got a death wish? The words died in his throat. With a movement so fast it seemed unreal, the boy twisted his arm backward, unnaturally, impossibly. The bouncer screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees. Every eye turned to the boy. He stepped forward, the light catching the insignia on his coat. I am Vikir Van Baskerville, he said coldly, his eyes sweeping across the room. The blonde's smugness evaporated. You're the deputy consul? Yes. And from what I've heard, you invited me. His tone was level, yet beneath it was the edge of a sword. The blonde forced a nervous laugh, trying to defuse the moment. Of course. We just didn't expect you to show up. What an honor. Vikir's eyes narrowed as he noticed the blonde whispering hastily to one of his companions behind cupped hands. The room had gone utterly silent. As the laughter and idle talk filled the luxurious banquet hall, one of the blonde-haired men leaned in toward his companion, whispering with a smug grin, "Shall we move forward with our plan?" His partner nodded, glancing toward Vikir. "Let's see how long he keeps up that act. We'll pin the entire bill on him after the party's over." The blonde man chuckled, agreeing easily. "Exactly. We'll stall and trap him here, then let's watch him squirm when the bill comes due." But their scheming didn't go unnoticed. Vikir, sitting quietly at the far end of the table, had heard every word. He calmly set his hand on the polished table surface, interrupting their conspiratorial whispering. His voice, low and cold, cut through the room like a blade. "Enough of this useless nonsense," he said. At that exact moment, the table erupted with a violent crack, sending a shockwave through the furniture. Glasses toppled and shattered, champagne and wine splashing across the floor. The room fell into stunned silence, all eyes turning toward the sudden chaos. The blonde man stared at the broken table, bewildered. His heart raced as realization dawned. Vikir had made the table explode with just a touch. Could that have been mana control? The feat suggested terrifying power and mastery. He's not normal, the blonde murmured, eyes wide. He must have already graduated. His companion swallowed hard, stunned. We thought he was just some 15-year-old brat. The blonde man shot his companion a glare. You're a ranked mid-tier expert. Do something. But the companion shrank back, his face pale. We won't last a second if we fight him. Don't be stupid. Before either of them could react, Vikir was already standing behind one of them, placing a firm hand on the man's shoulder. The man stiffened in fear, and in a trembling voice, he blurted out, "We were going to pay. For everything." Vikir narrowed his eyes. "So, were you planning to pin the entire bill on me?" The man stammered, but the guilt was obvious. Another in the group quickly spoke up, trying to defuse the tension. "Who'd do something like that? It was just a misunderstanding." The blonde man tried to maintain his composure. "We just wanted to test you, that's all. Underdog city's rotten to the core. We had to make sure you wouldn't get swept up in it." The companion nodded quickly. "And clearly, you passed. You're strong. The kind we'd follow." But Vikir's expression darkened. Without warning, he struck the man beside him with an open palm blow, though it was more like the swipe of a predator's claw. His hand latched onto the man's abdomen with terrifying strength. "You test your own dog, not your master," Vikir growled. "Never the other way around." He scanned the group with contempt, his voice growing colder. "You think your money and influence make you untouchable? You have no idea what true fear even looks like." Then, with a brutal motion, Vikir hurled the man to the floor and stomped on his face. The sound of bone meeting marble echoed through the stunned hall. "Do you know why I'm doing this?" he asked the group. "If you don't, well, you will soon enough." The blonde man flinched, panic written all over his face. "We understand. Completely." But Vikir pressed his foot harder on the man's head. "If you really understood, then you'd know exactly what comes next." Anger flared within the group. The blonde man spat, "You bastard. Another demanded, "You think you can just do this and walk away?" In a blur, Vikir appeared in front of the second man. His voice was like ice. "You talk a lot for criminals," he said. "Kidnapping. Human trafficking. Insulting the name of Baskerville." The color drained from their faces. Before they could deny it, Vikir's fist crashed into the man's face, sending him sprawling. "Beasts don't learn through words," he said, his face twisting into a sadistic smile. "You have to train them." Later, in the dim light of a stone prison, two figures stood outside a cell. Vikir, the acting deputy consul, looked as calm and indifferent as ever. Beside him, the general secretary, Chihuahua, looked disturbed, his expression tense. Inside the cell, the blond man from earlier now sat with a bloodied, swollen face. His screams echoed through the corridor. "You'll regret this. My father will burn this entire place to the ground," he roared. "You're dead, all of you. I'll kill you both." His eyes locked with Vikir's, but the deputy didn't even blink. Chihuahua stood silently, watching the scene unfold, caught between disbelief and fear. And Vikir? Chihuahua was visibly shaken, his expression a mixture of disbelief and alarm as he stared at the battered and bloodied man slumped in the corner. Turning to Vikir, his voice trembled with concern. Why did you beat him so severely?" he asked, unable to comprehend the brutality he had just witnessed. Vikir turned his gaze slowly toward him, unfazed, and replied with a casual tone, "Do you think I went too far?" "Yes." Chihuahua snapped without hesitation. "He looks like a sack of broken meat. How can someone do that to another person?" But Vikir remained unmoved. A faint, chilling smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he walked toward the cell where the prisoner lay, barely conscious. His demeanor was calm, too calm, as if everything that had happened was merely a formality. "I haven't even begun yet," he said coldly, voice laced with eerie detachment. Chihuahua's eyes widened in horror. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. "What more do you plan to do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Purge," Vikir said simply. "Every single corrupt official who's been hiding behind the veil of public duty while consorting with filth. Those who have become the rot of the city will face judgment." He paused, glancing back toward the battered man. "Just look at them, their smug faces, their eyes full of pride. Not once did they consider that someone might hold them accountable. Even worse, they dared to disrespect the authority of the Baskerville family." Chihuahua's mouth fell open, still struggling to grasp the gravity of Vikir's words. "You're serious about this? You're going to kill them?" Vikir's expression didn't waver. "Yes." The blond-haired man inside the cell, his once defiant demeanor reduced to pitiful groveling, began to sob, begging Vikir for mercy. His companions joined in, desperately offering money, information, anything to be spared. But Chihuahua was more worried about the long-term consequences. "If you kill them, their families won't stay quiet," he warned. "They might seem cowardly now, but mark my words, they'll retaliate. They'll find a way to strike back." Vikir merely gave a quiet chuckle. "These aren't honorable men. Their connections lie deep within Underdog City's criminal underworld. Their families are just as tainted. They won't dare come forward, if they even survive what's coming next." Chihuahua looked down, unsure whether to feel relieved or more concerned. "And what about evidence?" he asked hesitantly. "You can't just kill them on suspicion." "I have my ways," Vikir replied cryptically. "And if I can't find the evidence, I'll fabricate it. The result will be the same." There was no remorse in his voice, only the cold certainty of a man who had made up his mind. In his heart, Vikir knew this era was about to change. He sensed the coming chaos, a storm that would soon engulf everything. His days in the city were numbered, especially once he enrolled in the academy. What came next didn't concern him, not now. He stood before the prisoners once more, his eyes void of empathy. One by one, he listed their transgressions with detached precision. Human trafficking, abduction, bribery, blackmail, coercion through intermediaries, contract killings. The blond man immediately shouted back in denial, pleading for proof, insisting they had done none of those things. Vikir didn't even flinch. "Would you accept punishment if evidence were produced?" The man fell silent. His eyes dropped to the floor, shame flooding his face. In that moment, it was as if he had already accepted his fate. Just then, a figure emerged from the hallway, a bald man carrying a worn leather bag. Without ceremony, he stepped forward and addressed Vikir. "Your request is ready." Vikir turned to him with a faint nod, clearly expecting the delivery. The bald man dropped the bag at his feet with a knowing grin. "I made sure it meets your specifications." Vikir crouched down, opened the bag, and carefully pulled out a collection of instruments, shiny, sharp, and terrifyingly precise. He laid them out in neat rows on a piece of cloth, each tool gleaming under the dim light of the prison chamber. Chihuahua stood frozen, watching with dread as the scene unfolded. The executioner had prepared his tools. And the judgment was about to begin. As Vikir meticulously laid out his instruments on a clean cloth, the bald man who had delivered the custom order hovered nearby, eyeing the array of unfamiliar tools with unease. Despite having spent the last 30 years perfecting the art of torture, he was visibly disturbed. "I've never seen some of these before," the bald man muttered, his eyes flicking nervously between the jagged, sinister-looking items. "What kind of mind even thinks these up?" Vikir, without lifting his gaze from the tools, gave a slight shrug. "They're not my invention," he replied coolly. "Where I come from, these are standard." The bald man's face scrunched with disbelief. "Where you come from? What, hell?" A low chuckle escaped Vikir's lips. "Something like that," he said with a faint smirk. Trying to shake the unease that was crawling up his spine, the bald man asked, half joking, "You gonna teach me how to use them?" Vikir's smile vanished, and he raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" The bald man immediately shook his head. "No thanks. I think I'd end up puking my guts out if I watched what you're about to do." Accepting the refusal without a word, Vikir returned to his preparations. His gaze lingered on the polished metal of his tools, momentarily distant. His thoughts drifted back to the era of destruction, a time of chaos and bloodshed, where even high-ranking demons, known for their resilience, cracked under interrogation. Torture had become a refined science in those days, evolving through necessity and brutal creativity. He missed those days. With calm deliberation, Vikir unfastened his coat, revealing an inner lining packed with more customized tools that shimmered ominously under the dim light. The moment the blonde prisoner caught sight of them, a shrill squeal tore from his throat. He recoiled, face pale, trembling violently in his restraints. Vikir's eyes swept over the prisoners, his expression unreadable. "What happened to all that bravado?" he asked coldly. "Weren't you the ones boasting that no matter what happened, you wouldn't talk?" He tugged the cuffs at his wrists, tightening them with a slow, deliberate motion. "Please, don't say anything," he added in a low voice, almost to himself. "Just this once, let me indulge in a memory." The blond man could no longer contain his emotions. Tears flowed freely down his cheeks as terror consumed him. Meanwhile, news of the arrest of the notorious 7 wicked gangs had exploded across Underdog City like wildfire. Wherever 3 or more people gathered, whether in the backstreets, alleyways, or marketplaces, the same conversation buzzed. In one dimly lit tavern, patrons hunched over their drinks, speaking in hushed tones. Finally, a grizzled man exhaled. "They used to treat us like garbage. Good riddance." Another man, leaning on the counter, replied cautiously, "Don't celebrate too soon. With their connections, you think they'll stay locked up for long? They'll be out as soon as the bribes hit the right pockets." Someone else scoffed. "Don't forget, those punks are all from second-generation native families. The deputy consul might just humiliate them a bit and let them walk." "But didn't you hear the charges?" said a man near the corner. "Human trafficking, bribery, blackmail, murder. If those stick, execution's not off the table." A heavy silence followed. Someone finally whispered, "Would the council really execute the sons of native aristocrats?" The barkeep, who'd been polishing a glass, interjected, "This new deputy consul's got a different way of doing things. You remember that story, he burned 10 billion gold on a single pyre just to make a point. He doesn't play by the rules." Even so, another patron mused, killing them might be a step too far. Wouldn't that cause a backlash from the native clans? The tension in the room was palpable. Most of the city believed the arrest of the 7 gang leaders was just another strategic tug-of-war between the rising new political force and the entrenched authority of the native families. To them, it was all a show, an act of flexing power rather than a real effort to bring justice. Little did they know, the storm hadn't even begun. Most of the citizens in Underdog City had initially assumed the arrests were nothing more than political theater. They believed that once the influential native families made their apologies and bowed their heads, the whole matter would be resolved quietly, and the detained gang leaders would walk free without consequence. It was the way things had always been. Those with power and deep roots never truly suffered the law's wrath. True to expectations, the elite clans began offering formal apologies. The Mont Blanc clan, Pure clan, Luovi clan, Channel clan, Faremo clan, Hermes clan, and Prater clan all sent emissaries to express their regret and beg forgiveness from the newly instated deputy consul. But what followed shocked the entire city. Contrary to their expectations, the apologies were dismissed outright. The 7 captured gang leaders did not return to their homes or estates. Instead, their severed heads were mounted high in the public square, encased in salted preserves to prevent decay, and displayed for all to see. Their twisted, contorted faces seemed frozen in unbearable pain, suggesting that their final moments were filled with torment beyond imagination. Above the grisly sight hung a public declaration. It listed the specific crimes committed by each of the 7 men and detailed the penalties they received before their executions, all according to the ancient laws of the Baskerville family's autonomous constitution, rules known for being ruthless and unyielding. The first law addressed the operation of illegal brothels. Anyone caught violating this clause faced facial tattooing, with the symbol for sex permanently inked across their faces. The punishment had been carried out with chilling precision. The second law forbade unauthorized gambling dens. The prescribed penalty was amputation of the wrists. For these gang leaders, their wrists were not simply severed once, but a total of 72 times, piece by piece, over a set schedule, each act of mutilation meant to account for repeated violations. The third statute banned illicit moneylending. The law demanded the removal of both eyes as punishment. However, this particular clause had been suspended at the request of many victims, who wished instead to witness justice through other means. The fourth and final rule prohibited clandestine lobbying and influence peddling. The consequence? Exile. But since the perpetrators had already been executed, only their decapitated bodies were discarded, unceremoniously dumped beyond the city's fortified walls while their heads remained in the square as a public warning. Gasps of horror and silence filled the air as the townsfolk stared up at the severed heads and read the proclamation. No one had imagined the deputy consul would actually enforce the laws that strictly, not against the second-generation heirs of such powerful lineages. In his office, Vikir spoke calmly, dismissing the public's astonishment. The laws have always been here. What's new is that they're finally being applied equally, he remarked. It was the first time the notorious native clans had been forced to pay the price for their crimes. And now, Vikir expected that this would tip the scales, setting the city on a path toward upheaval. Once either side made their next move, Underdog City would descend into bloodshed. Turning to his aide, Vikir gave a subtle nod. Chihuahua, prepare yourself. You're coming with me for the next stage of the operation. Chihuahua blinked in confusion. And me? His shock only deepened in the next scene. Now clad in a mask, Chihuahua stood motionless outside a large iron cage, whispering to the man locked inside, who was none other than Vikir, the deputy consul himself. Are you sure this is the right course of action? Chihuahua whispered nervously, glancing at the gathering crowd. Vikir, seated calmly inside the slave cage, met his eyes and replied with a dry smile, "You still don't trust me?" One by one, masked individuals began to flood the location. Every attendee wore a disguise to conceal their identities. Shackled slaves were being dragged into the area, their wrists bound in heavy iron chains. The auction site buzzed with a twisted sort of excitement, fueled by cruelty and lawlessness. In the chaos, Chihuahua found himself glancing again at the caged Vikir, unable to shake his anxiety. Was this truly the best plan? Selling the deputy consul as a slave to infiltrate the heart of the city's dark underbelly? After all, this was the Underdog District, an infamous lawless region where forbidden events like underground slave auctions weren't just tolerated, they were tradition. A grand tent stood tall on the outskirts of town, a place shrouded in secrecy, bustling with activity far from the eyes of the law. Lavish carriages rolled up one after another, each belonging to aristocrats, slave merchants, and masked noblemen eager to partake in what lay beyond the canvas walls. This wasn't a typical market. Here, the wares on sale weren't objects or livestock, they were human beings. Captured barbarians, abducted commoners, and even fallen nobles, each awaiting their turn to be paraded before the highest bidder. And all of it was unfolding without the faintest knowledge or intervention from the Baskerville family. At the center of it all stood the auctioneer, dressed in flamboyant garb, his voice as theatrical as his gestures. With a wide smile plastered on his face, he welcomed the arriving crowd with the flair of a ringmaster introducing a circus. His tone shifted slightly as he noticed the entrance of a particularly distinguished group. The Chihuahua entourage had arrived, instantly recognizable by their distinctive features, known to be trademarks of the Mont Blanc clan. Their presence drew attention not just for their reputation but for their history of lavish purchases. Greeting them warmly, the auctioneer checked their credentials and quickly confirmed that the group was here not as buyers, but sellers this time. He chuckled, making a half-joking remark about the clan's past dissatisfaction with previous slaves, expressing concern since they were usually one of the most valued and frequent customers. However, Chihuahua assured him that they had no complaints with the last batch and that their attendance today was merely part of business. But something, or rather someone, soon drew the auctioneer's eye. Inside a reinforced cage stood a peculiar figure, a young man with jet-black hair and piercing red eyes, his aura calm yet unmistakably ominous. The auctioneer blinked. Such features were rare, too rare. This was clearly no ordinary slave. With a polite smile, he assured Chihuahua that he would personally oversee the auction of this particular product, promising a worthy price. Chihuahua gave a nod and allowed it, then departed to enjoy the evening spectacle. Inside the massive tent, chatter filled the air as attendees settled into their places. Conversations ranged from gossip about the nobility to the latest trends in slave appearances. Some buyers favored physically appealing slaves, others preferred those with dramatic backstories, fallen nobles or fierce warriors from conquered tribes. There was a shared hope among the attendees. Tonight, they would walk away with something valuable, something rare. The auctioneer stepped onto the stage, his voice cutting through the noise as he introduced the first item, an embezzled asset secretly seized from the Baskerville family's internal ranks. It wasn't a human this time but an exotic, otherworldly beast, an A-rank monster known as a mercurial. This demon cow, rumored to originate from the deepest layers of hell, was said to possess 19 hearts and would remain unstoppable until each was destroyed. The auctioneer passionately pitched its uses. From its prized leather to its dense meat, strong bones, and potent intestines, nothing would go to waste. Opening bid, 100 million gold, he shouted. Hands flew up rapidly. 140. 200. 250. The auctioneer slammed his gavel once the price reached 250 million, declaring it sold, and the tent erupted in satisfied murmurs. As the auction progressed, more items were presented, each bizarre, each unique, and each stirring fierce competition among the bidders. The tent buzzed with the frenzy of spending and acquisition. But just as the next item was about to be brought forward, a staff member leaned in to whisper something into the auctioneer's ear. His eyes widened in surprise. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, adjusting his coat theatrically, "an unlisted item has just arrived. A true rarity." He gestured, and a wild-looking girl was dragged onto the stage, barefoot, restrained, and fierce-eyed. The auctioneer declared she had been captured deep within the La Rouge et Le Noir Mountains, a remote jungle where warrior tribes still thrived. She was known as a barbarian of Balak, a fighter born and raised in one of the most dangerous and untouched regions. An untamed specimen, the auctioneer proclaimed. Think of it as a challenge. Train her, mold her, turn a savage into a servant. He opened the bidding at 5 million gold. Silence. No hands raised. He lowered the price. 3 million? Still no takers. Sweat formed on his brow. 1 million gold, surely someone sees potential here? But the crowd had already moved on mentally. Their interest waned. No one wanted the risk, the unpredictability. With a forced smile turning tight, the auctioneer gave a nod to the guards. Remove her. Bring out the guaranteed merchandise. But just as they stepped forward to drag her away, the girl erupted into a struggle, shouting in a language none understood, thrashing violently against her restraints. The guard, clearly used to such resistance, stepped forward and slammed his fist into her stomach. Her body jerked, then slumped unconscious as the crowd watched in muted disinterest. Dragged off the stage, she disappeared behind the curtain, a failed product in a market that thrived on obedience and spectacle. And so the auction continued, its darkness hidden beneath wealth and luxury, far from the reach of justice or conscience. The auctioneer quickly regained composure and apologized to the audience for the earlier disruption, promising to present the highlight of the event, a special product to make up for the disappointing auction so far. With a dramatic flourish, the curtains parted to reveal none other than Vikir. The auctioneer proudly introduced him, describing Vikir as a rare specimen, an exquisite purebred youth with striking black hair and piercing crimson eyes. He pointed out that Vikir didn't even require heavy restraints, implying both obedience and value. Murmurs rippled through the audience, but one woman in particular was visibly taken aback by his appearance. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she admired his symmetrical features and strong, sculpted frame. Without waiting for the auctioneer to announce a starting bid, the woman boldly called out, 600 million. The auctioneer blinked in surprise, clearly amused at her impatience. Before he could comment, a deep male voice countered with 800 million, drawing everyone's attention. The woman scowled at the new bidder, clearly irritated, and snapped, "What does a man like you need him for?" The man calmly responded, "That's not your concern. I want to use him in the gladiator arena." Before their argument could escalate, another voice interrupted with a bid of 900 million. But the real shock came next. A quiet yet firm voice from the crowd, bidder number 99, raised the stakes astronomically. 6 billion. The entire room fell into stunned silence. The auctioneer looked up from his podium, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. 6 billion? Do I hear any higher? Everyone turned to see who had made the outrageous bid. All eyes landed on a masked man sitting in the front rows. Whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd as people recognized him, Baron Gambino of the Granary District. He's swimming in money since he took control of the underground funds, someone murmured. No surprise. He's got deep pockets, said another. But 6 billion for a single slave? Baron Gambino didn't seem fazed by the price. His servant, however, leaned in and expressed concern. Isn't this a little excessive, my lord? But the Baron waved her off, smirking. Don't worry. I'll sell him in the capital at double the price. You'll see, I'm not losing money on this. The woman hesitated before voicing another concern. Only if the merchandise remains intact. Baron Gambino's smile dropped. His voice turned cold. Watch your tongue, Cindy. Have you forgotten where you came from? I picked you up off the streets. Don't dare lecture me. Back at the podium, the auctioneer officially closed the bid. Sold. To bidder number 99. Guards escorted Vikir toward his new owner. Baron Gambino examined the boy up close, and his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. You belong to me now, the Baron said in a honeyed tone. No need to be so tense. I'm not a cruel man. But his next words betrayed his lecherous intent. There are so many ways I plan to enjoy you. I'm already thrilled just imagining it. Vikir, still calm, slowly raised his cuffed hands toward the Baron. The Baron tilted his head, confused. What is it? Want me to remove them for you? Before he could even reach out, a loud snap echoed through the hall. Vikir had shattered the steel cuffs with sheer force. Gasps filled the room. Baron Gambino's eyes widened just as Vikir's leg drove into his chest with a brutal kick, launching him across the stage. He crashed into the ground with a grunt, groaning in agony. Striding over, Vikir casually grabbed the Baron by the back of his collar, lifting him like a sack of grain. Let's play a game, he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. I'll be the spear, and you be the shield. If you can withstand the attack, you win. With a swift, crushing motion, Vikir applied pressure to the Baron's back, making him shriek in pain. Cindy! Help! The Baron screamed. But before she could move, he went limp. Unconscious. Vikir dropped him unceremoniously and dusted off his hands. You fainted. I win. Then, in one smooth motion, he removed the wig covering his head, revealing his identity, jet black hair flowing down, unmistakable and noble. Gasps filled the room again. Vikir? Van Baskerville? Cindy, who had remained frozen in place, staggered back in shock. Why you're... But Vikir ignored her and nudged the Baron's body with his foot. Still breathing, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. The auction room erupted in whispers and confusion. Wait. If Vikir Van Baskerville is here, then who's acting as the new deputy consul in Underdog City? What's a Baskerville hound doing at a slave auction? The tension in the air was thick, the audience unable to make sense of the unfolding chaos as Vikir stood tall, calm, fierce, and now fully unmasked. The crowd murmured in shock and unease, yet amidst them, one man stood silently, Chihuahua. Watching intently, he couldn't help but think to himself how skillfully the deputy counsel had escalated the situation into a full-blown crisis. This was no longer just a minor disruption, it had turned into a spectacle. Vikir, standing confidently at the heart of the auction room, glanced at the people surrounding him with a twisted grin. His expression turned cold and menacing as he said, "A circus, that's what this place really is. A fitting name for this pathetic display." The warning in his voice was unmistakable. No one leaves here in one piece if you think of resisting. He was unarmed, standing alone in the middle of the room, encircled by armed guards. The tension was palpable, like a taut string ready to snap. Eyes darted nervously among the crowd, unsure of what would happen next. From his podium, the auctioneer, visibly irritated by the disruption, barked out an order. What are you waiting for? Kill him. I don't care if he's the deputy consul's. At the command, the guards surged forward. But before they could even raise their weapons, a burst of scarlet light erupted from Vikir's hand. From it emerged Beelzebub, his demonic sword. With terrifying speed and precision, the blade slashed through the nearest attackers. Blood splattered across the walls, their weapons clattering uselessly to the ground. The auctioneer froze, horror slowly dawning on his face as he witnessed the red aura surrounding Vikir, a horrific, blood-drenched power that seemed to warp the very air around him. Another guard, trying to swing a heavy spiked ball on a chain, charged in desperation. Vikir darted forward, slicing clean through both the iron ball and the man's body with the same effortless movement. The guard collapsed in pieces. The crowd recoiled, and the auctioneer's thoughts spun in panic. What is this man? He wondered. A graduator? At his age? Impossible. Graduators were the pride of nations, the apex of strength and talent. And yet here one stood before them, decimating armed men like paper dolls. There was no way they could win, not against someone like this. From the side, a voice called out, Chihuahuas. I didn't expect the deputy council's swordsmanship to be this unorthodox, he muttered, caught between awe and disbelief. But before he could process anything further, a sinister laugh echoed behind him. He turned, and froze. The auctioneer, trembling but desperate, had grabbed him from behind. A blade pressed tightly against Chihuahua's neck, his hand shaking. "Drop the sword, or I'll cut his throat right here," he screamed at Vikir. Despite the threat, Vikir didn't flinch. He stared at the scene with the same unsettling calm, not moving an inch. Chihuahua, even with a blade at his throat, managed to smile. "Don't worry about me, sir. Just take care of yourself," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. The auctioneer snarled, tightening his grip, but Chihuahua didn't stop. His loyalty was unwavering, even in the face of death. Vikir chuckled darkly, visibly impressed. "Humph, loyal dog to the end." Then, reaching down, he revealed a hidden item strapped to his leg, a flute. The crowd gasped, and even the auctioneer was caught off guard. "What are you planning to do with that?" he demanded, narrowing his eyes. Chihuahua's gaze fixed on the flute as well, realization dawning. Without answering, Vikir raised the instrument to his lips. And then, he blew with all his might. A shrill, piercing sound filled the room, vibrating through the bones of everyone present. People dropped to their knees, clutching their ears, crying out in pain. The screech of the flute reverberated endlessly, drowning out every other noise. When the sound finally ceased, silence returned like a blanket. Everyone stared at Vikir, stunned, confused. What had just happened? The auctioneer let out a nervous laugh, trying to dismiss it as a bluff. "TCH. Nothing happened. Did you think that would scare us? Even a graduator is helpless here." His laughter was cut short. A thin blade suddenly pierced through his neck, from behind. His eyes bulged, mouth open in disbelief. A moment later, his head slid from his shoulders and hit the floor with a sickening thud. Behind him stood a cloaked figure, blood dripping from their sword. Gasps echoed around the room. One guard tried to rush forward. "Who the hell are you?" But before he could finish his sentence, the cloaked figure moved with a flick of the wrist. His blade flared with a dense red glow and slashed through the guard, reducing him to ribbons. Blood sprayed the walls. Vikir stood at the center, smiling darkly. He didn't even glance at the body. More cloaked figures appeared one after another, flooding the hall like phantoms. Their presence was suffocating, each one emitted an overwhelming aura of strength, their cold gazes sharp enough to slice through steel. The air itself seemed to tremble. A terrified guard stammered, Who are these people?" Another whispered a prayer, hoping he was wrong. But Cindy Wendy, frozen in place, recognized the distinct insignia on their chests, razor-sharp teeth arranged in a vicious snarl. Her voice trembled. "The Pitbull Knights? The Baskerville clan's elite order. 100 of them, each a full-fledged graduator. They were infamous throughout the Empire as the annihilation experts." Suddenly, one of the knights appeared behind Cindy, his blade already halfway drawn. Her heart dropped. "I can't die here. Not like this." Just as the sword was about to fall, a figure stepped in between. Vikir. With a sharp command, he ordered the knight to halt. "Leave her. She lives." The knight immediately withdrew, kneeling in deference. The room fell even quieter. Vikir's voice rang out like a judgment. "Kill the rest. Tear them to pieces. But spare those lying down without resistance. If they twitch, execute them without mercy." The knight nodded and vanished, leaving only the echo of his voice behind. "I hear, and I obey." Vikir exhaled in silent relief, watching as the Pitbull Order carried out their mission without resistance. He had anticipated complications, especially knowing how territorial Hugo could be regarding any form of military deployment. But this time, the reins had been handed over without friction. It was the one request Vikir had made before he departed for Underdog City, full command over the Pitbulls. Across the streets, the soundscape was filled with screams, blades clashing, and the gory aftermath of the night's purge. Among the chaos, a young man collapsed on the ground, trembling and trying to appear lifeless in hopes of being overlooked. "If I just stay down, this might pass," he thought. But fate wasn't so kind. A towering knight in pitbull armor loomed over him suddenly. The man screamed, lifting his arms in surrender. "I'll comply. I swear, I'll wear the cuffs." The pitbull knight scoffed. "We don't bother with restraints." "Huh?" the man muttered, confused. "Then what?" Before he could finish, a cold arc of steel silenced his question. Blood sprayed as both his legs were severed in an instant. He shrieked in agony. "Dead men don't walk," the knight muttered flatly. Standing nearby with a cigar lazily clenched between his teeth was Boston Earl Baskerville, commander of the Pitbull Knights. His heavy cloak fluttered slightly in the breeze as he turned to Vikir, amusement dancing behind his eyes. "So," he asked, exhaling smoke. "How does it feel, wielding the Pitbulls?" living up to your expectations? Vikir gave a nod of approval. Efficient. Brutal. Just as promised. Bostoner chuckled. Glad to hear. If there's anything else you need, just say the word. As he studied Vikir's youthful yet fearsome gaze, Bostoner's thoughts wandered. No wonder Hugo's keeping an eye on this one. At just 15, he's already this ruthless, this composed. He placed a firm hand on Vikir's head, ruffling his hair. You should consider joining us someday. I'll personally see to your training. Vikir hesitated, unsure how to respond. I'll think about it, he said vaguely, already turning to leave. There's something else I need to handle. Watching him walk away, Bostoner clicked his tongue in mild irritation. Ignored again? TCH. That only makes me want him more. Vikir disappeared into the narrow hallway, his steps quick and purposeful. The path led him to a dim, secluded storeroom, lit only by a faint oil lamp that flickered above. Dust and rust filled the air. His sharp eyes scanned the shadows. She should be here, he murmured. In the corner, something caught his attention, a large iron safe. He paused for a second, wondering if it contained bribe money from one of the local nobles. A thought crossed his mind, maybe I should deliver this to City Hall as unpaid tax. But he immediately dismissed it. That wasn't why he came here. He turned away from the safe and focused on a cloth-draped cage nearby. Steeling himself, he approached it with slow steps, fingers gripping the edge of the cover. In one swift motion, he pulled it off. Inside was a young barbarian girl, her small frame curled into itself. Her body was covered in cuts, bruises, and grime. She whimpered softly, her face stained with dried tears. Clearly, she had been through severe torment before ending up here. Vikir clicked his tongue disapprovingly and reached into his satchel. He pulled out a glass vial, the potion he'd received from the Night Order. It was a gift, one he had never intended to waste. He kneeled beside the cage and gently opened the girl's mouth, pouring the potion between her cracked lips. Its effects were immediate. The swelling faded. Wounds stitched themselves back together, and color returned to her cheeks. Soon, the girl's eyes fluttered open. Her breathing steadied, but the moment she saw Vikir's silhouette, her body recoiled in fright, eyes wide with fear and confusion. Vikir simply watched her, his expression unreadable, as the echoes of war continued to reverberate beyond the storeroom walls. Vikir raised an eyebrow at the girl's startled expression. "Why are you so surprised?" he asked, his voice calm. But the girl didn't answer, she only stared back at him with questioning eyes, saying nothing. Letting out a quiet breath, Vikir rose from where he'd been crouching and slowly undid the latch on the cage door. Switching to the barbarian tongue, he gave her a clear order, "Go." She seemed to understand the gist of what he meant but still remained frozen, her expression clouded with confusion. Vikir recalled how, before his regression, he had learned a handful of barbarian phrases during his countless skirmishes with their kind. Although not fluent, he was capable enough to communicate basic instructions. He pointed toward the exit of the dark storage room and spoke again, more firmly this time, "Run. Now." The girl responded in her native dialect, saying something Vikir couldn't grasp. Shaking his head with a faint smirk, he admitted, "I'm not very good at your language." Just as she was about to leave, the girl paused and looked back at him. She said something again, words Vikir didn't understand, but he could sense their meaning. Gratitude. He was almost sure she was thanking him in her own way. As she disappeared down the corridor, Vikir turned back to the dimly lit corner of the storage chamber. Pulling out another cloth, he unfolded it carefully, revealing the reason he'd come to this place in the first place. There it was, the corpse of Merciel. He stepped forward and knelt beside the body, inspecting it closely. It was still untouched, preserved exactly as he had hoped. Relief washed over his face. Just then, a crimson glow radiated from his hand, and from within that eerie red light, Beelzebub emerged, grinning wickedly. "It's been a while since you've had a proper meal, hasn't it?" Vikir said to the demonic being. "You'll get to feast on an A-rank monster soon. But make it quick, the Pitbull order will be arriving shortly." Beelzebub let out a sound of satisfaction, clearly thrilled at the treat he was about to devour. The events of the night spread across the city like wildfire. By sunrise, the entire underdog city buzzed with rumors. News of the new deputy consul's brutal crackdown on the underground slave network was on everyone's lips. Nobles and high-ranking individuals tied to the illegal auctions were now rotting in prison, their limbs torn apart as punishment. The den of corruption, suspension, had been reduced to ashes, swallowed in a blaze that left no trace behind. The heads of the auction's elite clients were put on public display, a warning to all who dared follow in their footsteps. The once powerful 7 clans, whose children were lost in the disaster, sent formal protests to the city's administrative office. But Vikir remained unyielding in his stance. He issued a direct statement: the trafficking of human lives, especially one banned by the imperial family itself, could only be punished with death. All the financial records, ledgers, and transaction documents tied to the underground auctions were seized. Evidence of countless bribes and black deals now rested in the hands of the Baskerville clan, which had launched an internal investigation. The findings would soon be submitted to the imperial court. Eventually, the protests from the 7 clans ceased. Their patriarchs, desperate and shaken, arrived one by one at the administrative office. For the first time in history, they bowed their heads before the man who had executed their sons. Vikir's reply was cold and clear. The black ledgers from suspension have already been examined and judged. According to the laws of the Baskerville self-governing territory, all your family assets will be confiscated. And for committing treason, your families will be eradicated, 3 generations deep. The city's execution grounds turned crimson with the blood of corrupt officials and collaborators. But their purge brought change. Government posts and public contracts suddenly had vacancies. Locals found employment in place of the eliminated parasites. The unemployment rate plummeted. And with the collapse of the black market auctions, Underdog City's tax revenue surged. Welfare systems began to function again. The city healed, and Vikir's name soared in popularity. One quiet morning, Chihuahua approached the deputy consul with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. "Sir, I brought you something," he said with a grin. Vikir glanced up. "You don't need to serve me coffee. You're the office manager." Chihuahua shook his head. "It's the least I can do. You saved me during the auction. If it weren't for you, that clown would have stabbed me." Vikir gave a short laugh. "And you thank me with coffee? That's all?" Chihuahua smiled sheepishly. "I made it with 2 spoons of sugar, a bit of creamer, and just a splash of water. Perfect balance." The mood lightened. Then, shifting topics, Chihuahua asked, "How's the transcription training going?" Without a word, Vikir handed him a sheet of paper. Chihuahua scanned it, blinking in surprise. "You wrote this? It's clean, neat. Honestly, it's hard to believe you've only recently learned how to write." Vikir shrugged modestly. "Still a long way to go. But I'm doing my best." Chihuahua looked at him thoughtfully. Vikir wasn't just a strong warrior or a merciless administrator, he was a visionary. Someone who could forge new laws, understand policy, and build a system from the ground up. If he stays here, Chihuahua thought, Underdog City might truly change. That night, the moonlight barely managed to slip past the thick cloud cover, casting faint beams into a prison cell. Vikir stood inside, face to face with a prisoner. Cindy Wendy, Baron Gambino's once trusted attendant. The same woman he had saved during the slave auction raid. She sat quietly, wrists bound in cuffs, a blindfold covering her eyes. Vikir spoke softly. "Sorry for not coming sooner. I've been handling other matters." He walked closer and asked, "Your name?" "It's Cindy Wendy Sanrose, isn't it?" She didn't answer. Instead, she turned her head toward his voice and asked bitterly, "Why did you let me live?" Vikir reached forward and gently removed her blindfold. "Because I had questions." Her eyes narrowed. "That's it? That's the only reason I'm alive?" He didn't respond. Instead, he turned his back to her and began speaking in a neutral tone. "I've looked into your background. The reason Baron Gambino, who was nothing more than an arrogant pervert, rose so quickly in power, was you. Your talent for generating wealth, for managing money. It was you who built his empire from behind the scenes." He paused, then added, "If you'd been born into a different environment, one outside of the underworld, you could have been one of the greatest merchants in the empire. A brilliant banker." Silence hung in the cell, broken only by the distant clanging of metal and footsteps echoing through the prison halls. Cindy Wendy said nothing, but her eyes, sharp, intelligent, remained fixed on Vikir's back, as if reassessing the man who had spared her life. Vikir dragged a chair and set it directly in front of Cindy, lowering himself onto it with calm deliberation. His gaze locked on her, cold and unyielding. With a quiet yet firm voice, he presented her with a proposition. He would let her walk free if she answered his questions truthfully. But if she chose to defy or lie, there would be consequences. Cindy clenched her jaw and bit her lower lip in frustration. Her pride flared, but the glint in Vikir's eyes warned her not to test him. After a tense pause, she exhaled sharply and muttered her agreement. She'd answer him, if she could. Vikir's eyes remained steady as he leaned forward slightly. His voice was calm, but there was a subtle sharpness to it. "Tell me," he began, "how would you evaluate my role and performance as a law enforcer in this city?" Cindy scoffed, flashing a mocking smile. "Well, what an honor it is. A celebrated magistrate has graced our humble streets," she said with heavy sarcasm. But Vikir wasn't amused. His face remained unchanged, yet something about his silence sent a chill through the room. After a moment, he responded, "If you can't take this seriously, I won't be able to keep my word." Cindy rolled her eyes and sighed as if worn out by the conversation already. Finally, she spoke with a begrudging tone, "Fine. You're doing well." Vikir studied her, his expression unreadable. His crimson eyes narrowed with calculating intensity. Then, without warning, a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. He stood up slowly and walked over to her. Reaching out, he gently grabbed her chin, lifting it to force her to meet his gaze. His voice dropped an octave, and he asked, "Why do you think I'm doing well?" A bead of sweat rolled down Cindy's cheek. She didn't answer immediately, her eyes flicking nervously between his piercing stare and the floor. Eventually, Vikir released her and walked back to his chair, his demeanor once again composed. "Speak honestly," he instructed, settling down. With her hands clenched into fists, Cindy began to speak, her tone laced with frustration. "As a consul, the foundation of leadership has always been built on virtue. Yes, your laws have cleaned the streets and may have boosted your reputation, but in the long term, they'll destroy the people. Your rigid rules will suffocate the innocent, fuel resentment, and provoke more suffering. And when you rise too high," she paused and looked him dead in the eyes, "don't think the Baskervilles will celebrate you. They will devour you the moment you surpass the clan leader." Vikir digested her words in silence, his thoughts turning inward. He understood what she meant, that this path he'd chosen would only earn him animosity, both from the people and from his own family. After a few moments, he asked, "Then tell me, what should I do?" Cindy's reply came quickly, almost as if she had prepared it. "Hand over your authority, your achievements, your triumphs, everything, to the Baskerville clan. Let the clan leader claim the glory. Step back into the shadows. Go somewhere far from here, Laret Lenore Mountain or the Central Academy in the Empire. There, no one will recognize your face or your strength. You'll blend in with the other prodigies and bide your time. Let the clan think you've disappeared." She took a breath and added, "When the time comes, it won't be you the Baskervilles punish, it'll be the one who stood in your place." Vikir didn't respond immediately. The room fell into a heavy silence. Then, out of nowhere, Cindy's body tensed. A thick wave of killing intent poured from Vikir. The air seemed to grow colder, and her instincts screamed at her to flee. His voice shattered the silence. "So, you're telling me to turn my fangs on my own master?" he said, eyes gleaming with quiet menace. "To bite the hand that raised me?" His presence was suffocating. But Cindy didn't flinch. She looked him straight in the eye, her voice steady. "Yes. If you want to survive, it's the only way." Vikir stared at her for a long moment, then let out a quiet laugh and gave her a faint, almost approving smile. "You're quite clever." Without another word, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a small key, and unlocked her shackles. The sound of metal clicking echoed in the quiet room. Cindy stared at him, stunned. "You're letting me go?" "I keep my promises," Vikir replied simply. She slowly stood and walked past him, rubbing her sore wrists. Just as she reached the door, she stopped and looked back. "I hope you won't regret this." But Vikir wasn't done. "Before you go," he said, "tell me, have you ever heard of the Messagenero clan?" Cindy blinked, confused. "Messagenero?" Vikir nodded and began explaining. "Everyone talks about the 7 great clans that built Underdog City, but there were 8. The 8th was the Messagenero clan, wealthy merchants with power rivaling any noble family. They weren't warriors like us, but they were one of the founding clans. Until the incident." His voice grew darker. At a birthday celebration, their youngest son was showing off his sword skills, nothing unusual for a child proud of what he had learned. But those watching were horrified. His swordsmanship, it was unmistakably the secret art of Baskerville. The same techniques passed down only to our bloodline. Word of the incident soon reached the head of the Baskerville family, and the revelation of such a serious breach in military confidentiality ignited suspicions that someone had leaked highly classified combat techniques. Enraged by the betrayal, the Baskervilles unleashed their elite enforcers, famously known as the Hunting Dogs, who mercilessly wiped the Messagenero clan from existence. But behind this massacre was a carefully orchestrated plot. Someone had manipulated events from the shadows. It turned out that the young heirs of the 7 great clans had conspired to steal the sword techniques native to the Baskervilles. They had secretly passed these techniques to a child from the Messagenero clan, raising her in defiance of the order's authority. Cindy, who was listening to Vikir's retelling, forced a tight, uneasy smile and asked, "And what exactly does this tragic tale of the so-called 8th clan have to do with me?" But Vikir didn't answer her directly. Instead, he continued, revealing a painful truth: the Messagenero clan wasn't entirely exterminated. A single child had survived the bloodshed. Barely a year old at the time, the girl had been captured and subjected to unspeakable torment. The reason? Her beauty. The cruelty she endured was so vile, so inhumane, that even Vikir, usually unflinching, chose not to describe it aloud. Cindy's expression darkened. Her fists clenched, and her voice trembled as she turned away. "I don't want to hear any more of this," she snapped, her eyes glistening with rage and sorrow. Yet Vikir's voice cut through the silence behind her. "There's more." He told her how a newly appointed deputy consul had come to the city. Unlike the rest, this man was not one to sweep the past under the rug. He dragged the long-buried secrets into the light, hunting down the 7 privileged heirs who had committed the atrocity. They were imprisoned, tortured until they confessed, and executed without mercy. And in their final moments, each one broke down in anguish, muttering apologies through sobs and screams. Cindy halted in her tracks. Without turning around, she asked quietly, who were they apologizing to? To the little girl, Vikir replied, who grew up under the name Cindy Wendy Sanrose, the last living soul of the Mesamaginero bloodline. Tears spilled down Cindy's cheeks. She faced him again, disbelief and pain flooding her features. "Why should I believe they were sorry? You tortured them. How do I know their remorse was real?" Vikir didn't flinch at her accusation. Instead, he took a torch from the wall and said softly, "Then come see it for yourself." He led her through the silent corridors to a dark prison cell, the very one where the 7 young nobles had spent their final hours. As the torchlight flickered against the cold stone floor, Cindy's eyes widened in shock. Carved and smeared across the floor in dried blood were words etched by trembling hands. "We were the ones who destroyed the Mesamaginero clan. Forgive us. We beg for mercy for our sins." The apologies, filled with desperation and dread, were scrawled again and again, as if their very souls had tried to scream out through every letter. Cindy took a shaky step back, her face turning pale. A wave of nausea overcame her, and she dropped to her knees, vomiting in the corner. Vikir stood beside her, watching quietly. "They died in agony," he said solemnly. "But even now, justice isn't complete. There is one clan left untouched." He turned toward her. "The Baskervilles. Your final enemy." As she wiped her mouth, tears streaming afresh, she asked, voice cracking, "Why are you helping me, Vikir? You're one of them." Vikir smiled faintly, not with pride but with grim irony. "You're asking the wrong question." She looked at him for a long moment, and then slowly rose to her feet. The firelight danced in her tear-filled eyes. "I understand now," she whispered, more to herself than to him. Then louder, she addressed him properly, clearly, Vikir van Baskerville. Turning away, she began to walk back down the corridor. Her final words echoed softly through the stone walls. "I owe you. No matter what you choose to do from here on out. I swear, I'll make sure you never have to worry about money again." Vikir stood still, watching her silhouette fade into the dark. And for the first time in years, something unspoken stirred in his heart. Some time passed, and Vikir eventually murmured that he would remember her promise. Meanwhile, deep within the headquarters, Chihuahua bustled with urgency as he made his way toward the deputy consul's private chamber. His footsteps quickened with excitement. It was time for Vikir to prepare for work. However, the moment he swung the door open, his words died in his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief. The room was a macabre scene. Blood soaked the sheets, staining the pristine bedding in deep crimson, and strewn across the floor were several lifeless corpses. Yet, at the center of it all lay Vikir, sleeping peacefully, undisturbed, as though nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. As the door creaked, Vikir slowly opened his eyes and stretched, rubbing the sleep from them before greeting Chihuahua with a warm and casual, "Good morning." Chihuahua blinked, still frozen in place. Then, he stammered, Sir, what's with the dead bodies?" Vikir sat up, scratched his head, and looked around the room with feigned confusion. "Oh. I'm not sure. Looks like I might have killed them in my sleep," he said nonchalantly. Chihuahua gawked at him. What? Are you being serious right now?" Vikir chuckled lightly, brushing it off. "Relax, it was a joke." Despite his words, the blood and corpses still littered the space, making it difficult for Chihuahua to truly relax. As they began walking down the corridor together, Chihuahua tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. So, about your childhood. What was it like?" But Vikir simply turned to him and asked, "You didn't find the joke funny?" "It's not about whether it was funny," Chihuahua trailed off awkwardly. Vikir, still grinning faintly, turned pensive for a moment, then spoke aloud as if thinking to himself. There've been a lot of weird accidents lately." He began listing them, one after another. 2 poisoned arrows. For separate times someone slipped poison into my drinks. An acid sniper. A firebomb. Getting crushed by a runaway cart. He scratched his ear thoughtfully. "Makes me wonder, am I attracting someone's attention?" Chihuahua, walking beside him, gave him a wary look and muttered, "Honestly, it sounds more like you're losing your mind." But Vikir ignored the jab. His thoughts drifted to the weapon slumbering in his arm, Beelzebub, the demonic blade. He couldn't help but admire the skills embedded within it, especially the tough life ability he had absorbed from the hellish buffalo during that brutal illegal auction. Despite having a high danger rating of Class A, the skill had proven incredibly effective. In fact, it exceeded all of his expectations. Currently, all 3 of Beelzebub's ability slots were filled. Burn Injury, Cerberus. Hemorrhage, Hellhound. Tough Life, Hellish Buffalo. Thanks to the combined effect of the River Styx and Tough Life, his body had become so resilient that even a graduator-class assassin had failed to pierce his skin. Though the power thrilled him, Vikir was getting tired of the constant assassination attempts. It was no longer just an inconvenience, it was a distraction. "I suppose it's time I started investigating who's behind these attacks," he muttered. Chihuahua nodded eagerly, clearly in agreement. "Yeah, that would be a good idea." Just then, the two spotted a carriage parked in the distance. Vikir's sharp eyes immediately focused on the symbol fluttering on its flag, the sigil of the Baskerville family. "The Baskervilles?" Chihuahua murmured in surprise. Vikir narrowed his gaze, his expression hardening. "Looks like someone from the main house." As the carriage door swung open, a figure stepped down onto the ground. Chihuahua's heart began to race the moment he recognized the man. Sweat began to bead across his forehead as he stiffened beside Vikir. Could it really be? Meanwhile, Vikir observed the visitor calmly and without surprise. From the carriage descended a dignified figure dressed in immaculate butler attire. His demeanor was poised, and his every movement exuded old-world elegance. It was John Barrymore, the head butler of the Baskerville family. "Vikir," he said, smiling gently. "It's been quite some time." Vikir returned the smile with a nod. "Indeed. You look well, Barrymore." The old butler let out a soft laugh. "You think so? That's kind of you to say. I always believed you'd make something of yourself after leaving the main estate." "I've simply been lucky," Vikir replied modestly. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Chihuahua, standing nearby, was frozen in admiration. He couldn't believe he was seeing the legendary John Barrymore in person, the chief butler who had faithfully served the fearsome Baskerville clan for 4 generations. He was a towering figure among the elite, and for Chihuahua, a personal role model. Snapping him out of his thoughts, Vikir turned to Barrymore and asked, "So, what brings you all the way out here?" Barrymore straightened, the corners of his lips lifting proudly. "The patriarch has been watching your progress closely. He's impressed. He wants you back at the main estate." Vikir blinked, momentarily caught off guard. "Hugo?" he asked, eyebrows lifting. He tried to picture Hugo smiling, but the image felt strange in his mind. Still, the news was real. Back at the Baskerville estate, Hugo La Baskerville, the intimidating patriarch, was lounging in his chair, flipping through a newspaper. A headline caught his attention. "Vikir, the most beloved hero of the underdogs." The article detailed the many awards and accolades Vikir had earned. Most trusted by merchants. Most loved by farmers. Most admired by children and scholars. And ironically, most targeted by assassins. Hugo read the paper in silence, then looked up thoughtfully. "So far," he said, "our family's only ever been known for brute strength. Never for intelligence." He glanced at Vikir's image in the article and allowed a faint, rare smile. "But you may just change that." With calm pride, he added, "You've done well." And at that very moment, Vikir bowed his head and placed a hand over his chest, replying sincerely, "I've only done what was expected of me." Still, Vikir couldn't help but feel uncertain. Was the expression on Hugo's face really supposed to be a smile? It looked more like a grimace forced into place. Hugo, firm in his tone, declared that both rewards and punishments must be dealt according to merit and circumstance. With that, he turned to Vikir and announced that this year, it would be Vikir who would attend the academy. Vikir remained composed, his face unreadable, but inwardly he wasn't surprised. He had anticipated this development long ago. The academy in question was none other than Colosso, the most prestigious educational institution in the empire, an elite school that catered exclusively to the children of nobility and the royal bloodline. Due to strict internal security protocols, all students were required to live on campus in dormitories, away from their families. To Vikir, this wasn't a punishment. It was a blessing in disguise. It meant distance from Hugo's constant watch, and more importantly, an opportunity to grow stronger in secret. As Hugo continued, he mentioned his intention to send a few more individuals along with Vikir but added that he had yet to finalize who those people would be. Then, he looked directly at Vikir and asked if there were any siblings he would like to bring along. Without missing a beat, Vikir calmly responded that he was closest to high bro, middle bro, and low bro. Of course, in his mind, he had no real affection for them, he simply saw them as potential sparring partners. Or more accurately, sandbags. Hugo chuckled, seemingly pleased with the answer, and agreed to send the trio with him. Then, Hugo asked something peculiar. "Do you remember the plan you came up with when you were 8 years old?" Vikir paused briefly, thinking back. A faint recollection surfaced. He remembered devising a strategy during joint training exercises with the Moors. That plan involved leasing the ruby mines to the Morg family and using the alliance to eliminate the barbarian threat from the region. "That plan?" Vikir asked. With a pleased nod, Hugo confirmed it. "Exactly. That one. It worked." Vikir raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Hugo explained that the Morg family had recently proposed a joint military operation. They'd been surprisingly cooperative, even humble. Clearly, the plan had borne fruit. Before wrapping up the conversation, Hugo added one more suggestion. Vikir should go on a territorial inspection before starting his term at Colosso. It would be good experience, Hugo claimed, and also a way to ensure that the new laws they had recently passed were being followed across the region. "I understand," Vikir replied, bowing his head respectfully. "I'll carry out your command." Not long after, Vikir prepared to depart. As he approached the gates of the Baskerville estate, Chihuahua, the Secretary-General, stood nearby, dabbing at his teary eyes. "Take care, Deputy Consul," he called out emotionally. "I'll do my best to keep things running smoothly while you're away." Vikir glanced back at him briefly, silently acknowledging the farewell. Internally, he knew this journey marked the beginning of their parting ways. As Vikir's group traveled away from the city and into the rural outskirts, they had barely reached a secluded stretch of land when Vikir suddenly raised his hand, halting the convoy. "Show yourselves," he commanded. At once, shadows shifted. Dozens of black-clad figures emerged from various hiding spots, behind boulders, trees, and even from among the escort. One of them stepped forward, appearing beside Vikir himself. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," Vikir said, addressing the man calmly. "I wanted to leave in an organized manner." The man pulled down his hood, revealing his face. It was Staffordshire Baskerville, a seasoned operative of the elite Pitbull Order. "I've been ordered to escort you safely to the Morg's juvenile fortress," Staffordshire said, offering a slight bow. Vikir asked about his uncle Bosther, to which Staffordshire replied that he was doing well. However, following the recent slave auction incident, Bosther had become unusually adamant about having Vikir officially inducted into the Pitbull Order. Vikir didn't say much in response, but internally, he felt uneasy around his uncle. There was something about Bosther's fervor that rubbed him the wrong way. Soon, Vikir and Staffordshire arrived at a hilly region where farmers could be seen tending to fields in the distance. Vikir glanced around. "Is this the land we loaned to the Morgs?" he asked. "It is," Staffordshire confirmed. Vikir noted that, at least on the surface, things seemed to be operating according to law. There were no immediate signs of chaos or rebellion. Staffordshire explained that their inspection team had officially been dispatched to monitor the territory, but they both knew the real objective was to eliminate the barbarian threat in the area. "The Morgs have formed a massive coalition for this mission," Staffordshire continued. 3 delegates, 30 lower house members, and around 100 mages, though not all are legislative members. He paused for a moment and added, "It seems they're taking this matter extremely seriously." In contrast, the Baskervilles had only dispatched a dozen knights and Staffordshire himself, who held a seat in the lower house. The real heavyweights from their side were stationed in the mountains, waiting in reserve. Vikir recalled Hugo's advice from earlier, that it wouldn't hurt to observe and understand the barbarian way of life more deeply. As they pressed on, the silhouette of a large fortress finally came into view. Around it stood leafless, dead trees. Hanging from their branches were skeletal remains, their bones bleached by time. "A mage likely created this display," Vikir said, studying the eerie scene. "It's a warning, to intimidate the barbarians." "Certainly terrifying," Staffordshire murmured, gazing upward. Vikir's thoughts drifted to Camus Morg. It had been some time since he last saw her. He couldn't help but wonder how much she'd changed since then. As they neared the fortress gates, 3 figures appeared on the upper battlements. "Who dares approach?" a loud voice demanded. Vikir and Staffordshire looked up, startled. There, standing proudly above the gate, were 3 identical girls. "No one enters without our say," shouted the first. "No one enters," the second repeated. "Our say is final," the third added. Vikir blinked, stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. They were the infamous Morg triplets, High Sis, Middle Sis, and Low Sis, collectively known as the 3 flowers of the Morg family. Their reputations for unhinged behavior were legendary, and many claimed their combined lunacy could tear the heavens apart. Stepping forward with composed authority, Vikir introduced himself. "I am Vikir of the Baskerville Envoy Delegation," he announced. "We've come to inspect the territory and to foster cooperation between our families." He braced himself, knowing full well that dealing with the triplets would be anything but ordinary. Vikir stood firm before the towering gates of the morgue's fortress and demanded they be opened without delay. One of the triplets above scoffed, stating that they first needed to inform the person in charge, and they wouldn't receive a response until the following day. Vikir raised an eyebrow at the audacity. This was Baskerville land, his land. He questioned their authority to bar his entry. The sisters grinned mischievously. Isis smugly reminded him of the tenant protection laws and accused him of looking down on them just because they paid rent. Her tone was filled with mockery as she added that it was, ironically, the Baskervilles who had enacted the law in the first place. Suppressing the mounting irritation surging inside him, Vikir felt the heat of his anger rising, a faint crimson aura forming around his hands. But he kept his composure. Calmly, he explained that the law had been modified to allow him to remove tenants he found disagreeable. He gave his demand one final time, his voice colder, his killing intent seeping outward like a blade unsheathed. The weight of his aura made the morgue triplets falter. Losis, refusing to back down, reacted impulsively and launched a magical attack at him. She snarled, accusing Vikir of being yet another self-important thug. The spell hit the ground near his horse, startling the beast into rearing up. Losis sneered down from the ramparts and shouted that no one could step onto morgue territory without permission. She hurled more insults, mocking the famed rising star of the Baskerville family. Staffordshire placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, murmuring to Vikir that this was unlikely to be resolved with diplomacy. Vikir gave a subtle nod in agreement. Just as they prepared for battle, a voice rose from behind them, loudly denouncing the morgue sisters for their insolence. The voice was strangely familiar to Vikir. Then another echoed the sentiment. And a third followed suit. 3 figures stepped forward and cast off their cloaks. Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow, the Baskerville triplets. They pointed to Vikir and proclaimed him the symbol of the family, brimming with pride. Turning to Vikir, they offered a reassuring grin. "Leave this to us," they said in unison. Vikir sighed, visibly more annoyed than before. His internal monologue flared, the triplets' presence had doubled his irritation. He studied them, questioning whether their exaggerated loyalty stemmed from genuine admiration or the opportunity to gain favor within the academy. He recognized their future potential. Though not particularly bright, the triplets were loyal and deadly in battle. With the right training, they'd become ruthless instruments of war. Vikir decided he would mold them into valuable assets. Smiling faintly, he acknowledged them as his older brothers. The triplets beamed with joy. From atop the wall, the morgue sisters mocked the Baskerville bond, ridiculing them as fools who could only rely on each other. The Baskervilles, unfazed, returned their middle fingers and mocked the sisters right back. The morgue sisters, fuming, vowed to put the Baskerville triplets in their place. Vikir reflected on what he remembered from before his regression. The morgue triplets possessed elemental affinities of water, earth, and nature. Their combined magic was highly synergistic, making them a formidable magical unit. In unison, the sisters channeled their powers, and a colossal, intertwined wall of earth and vines surged upward, sealing the entrance. Isis taunted from her perch, mocking the Baskervilles with laughter. Highbrow stepped forward, calm and focused. He declared the barrier meaningless and, in a blur of motion, unsheathed his blade and unleashed the Baskerville family's first technique. The enormous vine split apart cleanly. Staffordshire watched in awe at the flawless execution. But before Highbrow could fully recover, another vine lashed out like a whip. He blocked the strike, but the sheer force sent him skidding back. Middlebrow and Lowbrow cried out in alarm. From above, Losis laughed and proclaimed their swords were useless. The Baskerville triplets snarled, eyes wild with fury. Staffordshire turned to Vikir, a curious smile on his face. "You enjoying this?" Vikir blinked. "Enjoying what?" "This age-old conflict, swords versus sorcery," Staffordshire replied. "Magic manipulates external mana for incredible effects. Swordsmanship focuses on internal strength and enduring power. The clash between these worlds is always a sight." Vikir crossed his arms. "In that case, I'm part of it too." Staffordshire grinned. "You're already leagues ahead of your peers." Vikir, unimpressed, scoffed. He wished everyone here would just drop dead. This whole charade was wasting his time. He had a supervisor now. There was real work to do. Suddenly, the sky flared red. A fiery presence descended upon the field. A spell ignited in midair, flames roaring across the battlefield. The Baskerville triplets barely dodged the blast. Staffordshire tensed. Vikir, however, smirked. Maybe they all burned up, he muttered. To his disappointment, the triplets stumbled out of the smoke, still very much alive. Vikir clicked his tongue in annoyance. Highbrow, rattled, muttered about the unexpected fire attack. Middlebrow cursed into the smoke, furious at the near-death experience. Behind the thinning smoke curtain, the Morgue sisters were in tears. Middlesis stammered, still reeling from the blast. Hysis admitted she had almost been killed. Losis clung to her sisters, trembling. A new voice rang out, fierce, authoritative. What the hell is going on in front of my land? Everyone turned. Atop the fortress wall stood a figure cloaked in fire. Camus Morgue. Flames licked around her hands as she assessed the scene below. Her eyes burned with rage. Without hesitation, she leapt from the ramparts, landing beside her crying sisters. Her voice was sharp and unforgiving. No one causes chaos in my territory and gets away with it. Middlesis, trying to save face, stammered out an excuse, saying they were only trying to stop an intruder. But Camus's fierce gaze never wavered. As the tension finally eased, Losis quickly defended her sisters, stating that it was the newcomers who had sparked the conflict. Camus, however, remained unimpressed. With a stern and icy glare, she reprimanded them not just for their actions, but for their informality. How dare they address her by name without title? She reminded them sharply of her rank as the vice-commander of the fortress. Middlesis immediately froze, her confidence unraveling. Panic clear in her eyes, she stammered an apology and corrected herself with the appropriate honorific, her voice trembling. Without saying a word, Camus raised her hand and gestured toward the tall trees near the fortress gate. From the branches, the wind swayed the bodies of long-dead traitors, skeletons still dangling as grim warnings to any who might misbehave. The sight turned Middlesis pale as she whimpered, quickly bowing in apology once more. Then Camus' gaze drifted toward a familiar face, and her demeanor shifted. Her eyes widened as she recognized Vikir. Slowly, she approached him and said with surprise, 7 years. It's been a while. Vikir offered a small smile. It has. Camus Morgue. His eyes momentarily lingered on her features. She had matured, her once youthful look replaced by a sharp, dignified beauty that had likely stirred many hearts. He recalled that in his past life, Camus Morgue had often been at the center of aristocratic gossip, scandals involving noblemen, even married ones, captivated by her allure. Strangely, in this life, those rumors were absent. Vikir found that curious but decided not to dwell on it. I need the gates opened, he said plainly, brushing aside the triplets' obstruction. You know they won't listen to words. Camus blinked, startled by the lack of formalities. Her expression soured. Is that all you have to say after so long? Vikir tilted his head. Was I supposed to say more? Her fists clenched. Staffordshire, watching from behind, wondered if another storm was about to break, this time between two prodigies of rival clans. Camus, her cheeks red and eyes glossy with frustration, pointed an accusing finger at him. 0. That's your score. You get 0 points. The entire group, Morgue's 3 flowers, the Baskerville triplets, Vikir, and Staffordshire, stared at her in utter disbelief. You're supposed to treat your future wife with more respect, she shouted. A silence fell over the scene, followed by the same question on everyone's mind, future wife? The tension dissolved into confusion. As they rode side by side through the fortress toward the heart of Morgue territory, Camus brought up the topic of barbarians. Seems like the Baskerville clan doesn't know much about them. Vikir gave a small snort. We fight them regularly. I'd say we know more than you do. Then why send those 3, she asked, clearly referring to the triplets. Vikir explained that the main army had already been assigned to another side of the mountain, and that this was agreed upon with Morgue leadership. You already knew that, didn't you? Camus offered a mysterious smile. I just wondered if you were as ignorant as you look. I'm leading this delegation for a reason, he replied. I know what I'm doing. With a slightly teasing tone, she remarked, funny. For someone the clan once considered throwing away, you've come a long way. Their conversation turned to the barbarians themselves. Which group do you find the most troublesome? She asked. Vikir sighed inwardly. More questions. Out loud, he answered, the Balak, the warrior tribe. And Rococo, the mages. Especially the Balak's archers. Their aim outclasses even our imperial snipers. That's not common knowledge, Camus admitted with raised brows. I'm impressed. 8 points. Out of what? Vikir asked flatly. Out of 100, she said with a cheeky grin. That's a good score for someone who's usually clueless. He stared at her, puzzled, as she continued her bizarre evaluation. I don't like smart men, she said matter-of-factly. I prefer when they're a little simple. Next, she glanced at his horse and frowned. Riding such a big beast when you're barely tall enough to climb it. -6 points. Then she looked over his clothing and wrinkled her nose. Your sense of style is just sad. That's only 4 points. She narrowed her eyes. And you're ignoring me now. 1 point for manners. But then she smiled and, tilting her head, added, your face? 99. Before Vikir could react, she amended, actually, let's make that 98. You don't know how to use it properly. Enough with this nonsense, he muttered, his patience thinning. Why is it nonsense? She asked innocently. I'm just trying to be fair to my future husband. He looked at her, exasperated. When did that happen? You passed the test, remember, she said, crossing her arms. My uncle made you duel him. That was the test. Realization flickered across Vikir's eyes. That duel, 7 years ago, it had been framed as a test of strength, but now he understood its true purpose. Camus looked annoyed. Because of him, I've been stuck with this stupid promise ever since. He interrupted her venting. I forgot all about that. Consider it void. Her cheeks flushed a deeper red. She tossed something at him, a jacket. You can't just void it. Dummy, she shouted. I never forget anything. Looking at the jacket, Vikir realized it was the one he had given her after their duel, when her clothes had been scorched. Had she really kept it all this time, without even washing it? Their horses continued toward the edge of the fortress, where Camus briefed him on the recent barbarian attacks. They hit the ruby mine. Either went after the slaves or the food. Took the slaves, most likely, to sell elsewhere, she said. She gestured toward a stone wall in the distance. Our earth and iron mages built that in a month. Vikir raised his brows. Impressive. Would have taken normal workers a year. Exactly, she said proudly. He then noticed massive gaps in the otherwise solid wall. Those arrows? He asked. Camus nodded. Balak archers. Their ore-enhanced shots can penetrate 3 meters of stone. We lost many on night watch. Vikir narrowed his eyes. More dangerous than I thought. And so, the conversation shifted from bickering to strategy, but the heat between them, emotional and magical, lingered just beneath the surface. Camus recounted how her uncle had taken a serious wound to the chest during a recent attack. The enchanted shields erected by their mages had failed to stop the arrow that pierced through, leaving her uncle gravely injured. Though he survived, his pride had suffered just as deeply. Vikir, hearing this, recalled a similar incident from his own clan. Their patriarch had once been wounded on the bridge of his nose under eerily similar circumstances. Curious, Vikir asked who among the barbarians was responsible for such skill. Camus, narrowing her eyes, speculated it might be a woman. The barbarians often painted their faces black, obscuring physical identifiers, making it difficult to discern details. Their conversation was interrupted by the hurried approach of a mage. He addressed Camus with a bow, referring to her formally as the vice-head of the fortress. The mage informed them that a scout from the barbarian ranks had been captured and urged them to come quickly. Intrigued and alert, Camus and Vikir followed the mage to a large tent. Inside, the prisoner, a wiry man with strange tattoos and ritual beads, sat bound. One glance, and Vikir recognized the man's attire and markings. He was from the Rococo, the sorcerer tribe. Camus immediately asked if the prisoner had revealed any useful information. The mage shook his head. The captive had proven resistant to interrogation, even to psychic probing. His mastery of sorcery created a mental shield that none of the fortress's magic users could breach. Switching tactics, Camus tried direct questioning. She brought up the recent attack on the Morgue territory and demanded to know how many people had been abducted. When the barbarian said nothing, she added that one of the missing was her own kin, a girl named Rose, a 12-year-old with red hair and eyes. She pressed him, voice growing colder, asking what had become of her cousin. The barbarian only smirked and muttered a response in his native tongue. Camus, frowning, turned to the mage and asked for a translation. But the mage admitted no one currently available could interpret the language. Unexpectedly, Vikir stepped forward. He admitted he knew a little of the Rococo dialect, basic words and meanings, nothing fluent. Camus looked at him with raised brows, half exasperated and half intrigued, and muttered under her breath, "What can't you do?" She asked him to pose her question again, describe Rose, and ask what happened to her. Vikir turned back to the barbarian and spoke carefully, articulating the query as clearly as he could. The barbarian responded again, this time with a sinister glint in his eyes and a chilling smile. It was a short reply. Closing his eyes, Vikir exhaled and looked at Camus. With grave weight, he told her, Rose was dead. Camus froze. Her face darkened with fury, and she stood tall. With a commanding voice, she declared that, as the current acting authority, since the senator of the audience hall was wounded and the temple senator was away, she would pass judgment. Her verdict, immediate execution. Without further ceremony, a long, iron spike erupted from beneath the barbarian, impaling him. Flames consumed his body within moments. Even as he burned, he chanted something in his tongue. Camus turned away coldly and muttered that, once this war was over, the barbarian language would be spoken only in hell. A second barbarian, watching from captivity, trembled at the sight. Outside the tent, Camus marched away briskly, her steps full of determination, but once alone, she broke down. Vikir followed and found her sobbing openly. Her tears fell freely, her composure shattered. Despite all her strength, she was still just a girl of 15. He approached slowly and asked softly if she had been close to her cousin. Camus nodded, barely getting the words out. She described Rose as a kind and innocent soul, someone who had never fit into the harsh, brutal culture of the Morgue family. Vikir tried to console her, saying he believed Rose had found peace. But Camus looked up, eyes glistening with tears, and whispered that she wasn't so sure. She confessed she understood some of what the barbarian had said. Vikir's stomach dropped. Camus pressed him again, asking him to be honest. Was what she heard true? The weight of the moment bore down on him, and he hesitated, but finally, he nodded. The barbarian had said, "We ate her." Camus crumbled, dropping to her knees. Her voice cracked with guilt, apologizing over and over for failing to protect Rose. Vikir reached out a hand to comfort her, but stopped himself halfway and pulled it back, unsure if comfort would help, or only make it worse. Eventually, Camus pulled herself together. Wiping her eyes, she looked up with fierce resolve. She declared that she didn't want pity. In fact, had anyone tried to offer her hollow sympathy, she might have killed them. Staring at Vikir, she said it was time to set mourning aside. Revenge awaited. Vikir watched her with a quiet admiration. She was strong, resilient beyond her years. He nodded, extended his hand again, and this time, she reached for it. Before their hands could touch, however, a loud clang rang through the fortress, like the echoing chime of a giant bell. "What was that?" Vikir asked. Camus stood up immediately. "It's the alarm. We're under attack." Vikir exhaled sharply. Your time for revenge came quicker than expected. Outside the fortress walls, the attackers had arrived. A group of barbarian women, mounted on white-furred wolves, gathered in the distance. Their bows were drawn, arrows tipped with explosive energy. Their leader raised her bow, took aim, and loosed an arrow. It streaked through the sky and landed atop the fortress wall, detonating with a deafening explosion that shattered stone and sent guards flying. The wolves charged. The barbarian women followed, fierce and swift, their blades slashing and ropes flying. They choked and restrained Morgue soldiers with terrifying precision. The fortress erupted into chaos. Vikir arrived at the scene just in time to witness the carnage unfold. Soldiers clashed with the invaders. Screams filled the air, and the scent of smoke and blood was thick. As he surveyed the battlefield, Vikir's expression tightened. He had not expected the storm to break so soon, and so violently. Just as the dust from the battle began to settle, a thick rope shot through the air and coiled tightly around Vikir's neck. Startled but composed, he glanced forward to identify the source. Two barbarian girls, poised with skill and precision, had ensnared him with coordinated effort. In their native tongue, they chuckled and muttered something about catching a fine specimen, apparently pleased with their husband hunt. Realizing their intent, Vikir internally scoffed at the absurdity. These barbarians were not merely raiding, they were searching for strong men to forcibly claim as mates, seeking to propagate a bloodline of superior warriors. With a flick of his wrist and a surge of strength, Vikir gripped the rope and spun it around with force. The girls, still holding the other end, were yanked from their positions and flung through the air, landing hard on the ground. "I'm afraid I can't be your husband," Vikir remarked casually. "I might already be engaged." Nearby, several male barbarians watched the scene unfold in stunned silence. One of them nervously asked his companion whether Vikir was with the enemy. Regardless of their uncertainty, they began readying their bows. Vikir remained undeterred. Stepping forward without hesitation, he recalled Hugo's stern instructions: avoid engaging until the Baskerville main force arrived. He briefly considered holding back, but the flurry of arrows heading his way left him no choice. Drawing his blade, Vikir sliced through the barrage mid-air with surgical precision, his every movement fluid and deliberate. The barbarians gasped in disbelief, but before they could regroup, a wave of searing heat swept through the battlefield. Camus emerged behind Vikir, flames swirling around her like a fiery crown. Her expression was livid, her voice laced with fury as she declared vengeance on the invaders. Vikir turned to see the area around them rapidly engulfing in fire. She glanced at Vikir with a discerning eye. "Was that liquid aura you just used?" she asked, her tone half admiring, half demanding. "You're a graduator, aren't you?" I knew it, you're the only man worth acknowledging. Vikir admitted that he'd been ordered by the Patriarch to avoid direct conflict. Camus smirked, clearly unimpressed. That's an order from Baskerville? Then let the Baskervilles stay out of this. I'll burn every last one of them myself. With that, she began chanting again, weaving spell after spell in quick succession. Flames burst forth in quadruple layers, a technique Vikir recognized, quadracasting. The temperature rose drastically, the fire eating up the battlefield. Vikir stood in awe at her raw power, but also in concern. Then it happened, a sharp sting struck Camus' neck. A dart, fired from a blowpipe, embedded itself in her skin. She faltered, the poison spreading fast. Vikir's eyes snapped toward the source, a barbarian seated atop a white wolf, smugly observing the scene. Camus collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. A rope snaked toward her, but Vikir caught it in midair before it could bind her. Camus grinned weakly, impressed. Nice catch, she whispered. This is turning too dangerous, Vikir muttered. We need to fall back. Camus shook her head. What about the farms? The captives? Her voice was strained but determined. If we wait for reinforcements, we can save more lives, Vikir reasoned. Revenge isn't worth a premature defeat. Still, Camus refused to retreat. Her cousin's face haunted her thoughts. Vikir opened his mouth to insist again when suddenly, his instincts flared. He twisted his body just in time to dodge an incoming arrow. The attacker revealed herself, a barbarian girl, poised with deadly grace. Vikir watched her with narrowed eyes. There was something different about her, the way she moved, her precision, her aura. She was no ordinary fighter. However, as Vikir stood still, momentarily absorbed in his thoughts, a male barbarian suddenly emerged from behind him. In a swift and calculated motion, he seized Camus and began to drag her away. Vikir! Camus cried out, her voice desperate and strained, reaching out toward him as she struggled in the barbarian's grip. Her cry pierced the air, loaded with fear and helplessness. Vikir watched, his jaw clenched in frustration. His muscles tensed, but for a moment he didn't move. His mind raced, weighing the moment. He remembered something from the past, a moment burned into his memory. Back then, when Camus Morgue was just a young girl, she had once been taken by barbarians too. But that time, she returned on her own. After being held captive, she'd slaughtered her captors and emerged alive, drenched in blood, leaving behind a massacre that etched her name as the Queen of La Rue at Lenore. Even with that reputation, Vikir knew this was different. He couldn't let it happen again. Just as he prepared to act, a sudden movement forced him to spin around. The female barbarian who had been eyeing him earlier launched herself at him without warning. Her attack came fast, far more agile and precise than the wild, brute force methods of the others. Vikir twisted his body, narrowly dodging the strike, and instinctively slid into a defensive stance. His eyes sharpened. His senses kicked into high gear. That wasn't a regular punch or strike, she had used a bow, not to shoot, but to physically attack him. Using the bow's limbs like a weapon, she had turned it into a tool of close-quarters combat. Before he could recover fully, she followed up with a powerful kick. Her leg swung like a whip, striking him squarely and sending him skidding backwards across the ground. His boots dug into the earth, stabilizing him, but the force still stung. Vikir quickly analyzed her movements. They were sharp, calculated, and nothing like the clumsy attacks of the average barbarian. This girl was trained, disciplined, a fighter. Do I need to go all out against her? He thought, adjusting his grip on his weapon. But then something unexpected happened. The girl didn't attack again. Instead, she spoke. Her accent was broken, but she struggled through his language. You, me, we meet again, she said, her voice rough but steady. Vikir's eyes narrowed. He looked at her more closely. Recognition dawned on him like a sudden flash of lightning. This wasn't just any barbarian. It was her. The girl he had freed during the slave auctions. A bitter thought crossed his mind. That damned brat. Vikir asked if this was how she repaid kindness, with hostility. But she clarified with a cold stare that her vengeance wasn't aimed at him. It was the Morgue clan who had enslaved her, and it was the Morgue clan she would punish. She then declared her intention: she would take Camus, future heir of the Morgues, as payment. As payment for what she had endured, the barbarian girl made it clear, if Vikir wished to rescue his companion, he was to follow them. Her meaning was sharp, her tone almost mocking. Vikir weighed the situation carefully. Was this a moment where he should unleash his true strength? His eyes narrowed in consideration, the air heavy with unspoken calculation. Before he could decide, the sound of pounding footsteps reached him. From the side of the clearing, Camus' uncle, Adolphe Morgue, burst into view. His eyes locked immediately on the struggling Camus, and he shouted her name with urgency. Vikir turned his gaze toward the older man, wondering silently if Adolf had arrived here by chance, or if he'd come because he had learned of the ambush. Without hesitation, Adolf raised his hands, arcane energy already swirling around him. "You barbarian bastards," he roared, his voice thick with rage. He slammed his hands against the ground, sending a surge of magic rumbling through the earth. The ground split apart violently, jagged stones jutting upward as the spell tore through the terrain. "Return my niece," he demanded, the command carrying the weight of both fury and authority. But the barbarians were quick. With the help of their massive wolves, they leapt nimbly across the fractured ground, bounding from one precarious rock to the next. Their movement was so fluid that they seemed almost untouchable, and within moments they had melted back into the shadows of the wild. Adolf's face twisted with frustration as he watched them vanish. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath. Vikir's mind flickered back to the name Balak, and to the fact that barely 3 minutes had passed since the warning bell had sounded. The entire ambush had unfolded at a dizzying pace. Camus' capture, he thought grimly, had come about because of her own inexperience and carelessness in actual combat situations. His attention shifted when another figure, a mage, stepped quickly toward Adolf. Breathless, the mage reported, "Grand Senator, we believe the barbarians are retreating toward the restricted area of La Rue at Lenore Mountain." Adolf's eyes widened. "What?" His voice was laced with disbelief and anger. He knew the place all too well, an uncharted wilderness brimming with lethal hazards. Venturing there at night was madness. Even as worry for his niece burned in his chest, the sheer danger of that terrain forced him to hesitate. Could anything be done under such circumstances? Vikir's calm voice cut through the tension. "We can still pursue them." Adolf turned sharply toward him, astonished by the suggestion. "Into that forest? At night?" His tone made it clear, such a thing was considered near suicidal. Before Adolf could press him further, Vikir interrupted with quiet confidence. "I've been walking through forests like that since I was a child." And it wasn't an empty boast. Before his regression, Vikir had spent years honing his skills, tracking enemies, surviving harsh conditions, and leading missions into dense, predator-filled wilderness. Reconnaissance and subjugation in such environments had been second nature to him. Adolf seized Vikir by the shoulders, searching his eyes. "Are you serious about this?" The mage from the Moor clan stepped in, addressing Adolf respectfully. "Grand Senator, if you truly intend to chase them into La Rue at Lenore Mountain at night, you are sending yourself to certain death. It would be a suicide mission." Adolf's response was firm. "Anyone unwilling to go can turn back now. I won't fault you for it." Later, as the tension between them softened, Adolf gave Vikir a more measured look. "I already know what you are, boy. And I have no other choice now but to rely on you." His voice grew grave. "I'm entrusting my niece's life to you." The group prepared to move. Ahead of them loomed the forest of Louet Lenore Mountain, a place so infamous that locals called it the life-engulfing forest. Within its borders, swarms of bone-sucking mosquitoes hunted in clouds, venomous thorn vines lay hidden beneath the undergrowth, and silent spiders spun webs strong enough to ensnare a man. Few could last an hour inside. But with Morg and Baskerville warriors at his back, Vikir plunged forward without hesitation. His movements through the wilderness were swift and purposeful, almost uncanny in their precision. Adolf couldn't help but watch in growing amazement. "Are all boys from the Baskerville clan like him?" Staffger Baskerville gave a short laugh. "Not all, my lord. Young Master Vikir is an exception." As they pressed deeper, 2 massive, poisonous bees blocked their path. Before anyone could react, Vikir dispatched them with a few fluid motions, his weapon cutting through them as though they were nothing. The Baskerville triplets exchanged glances, their eyes wide with admiration. "He's really cool," one of them whispered. Then, without warning, Vikir stopped and pressed himself against the trunk of a tree. He raised a hand, signaling everyone to halt. His eyes scanned the dark ahead. "There's light up ahead," he murmured. "I don't think they've gone too far." He then shared something he'd heard before. Balak hunters sometimes scattered dried leaves in their wake so they could hear the crunch of pursuers approaching. If that was the case, every step from here on had to be made with caution. Unexpectedly, Adolf approached and raised a hand toward him. A faint shimmer passed over Vikir's body, the result of a spell. "Silence," Adolf explained with a small smile. "Now your footsteps won't make a sound." Vikir gave him a questioning look, and Adolf chuckled. "From here, I'll take the lead. Thank you for your help, nephew-in-law." Nephew-in-law? The term caught Vikir off guard, though there was no time to question it. Not far ahead, the barbarians had made camp in the forest, a fire crackling in the center. Camus was tied securely to a tree, thick ropes digging into her wrists. She shouted at her captors, voice full of fury. "Let me go, you dogs. When I get free, I'll burn you all alive. I've got a fireball just for you." Her threats bounced off them like pebbles against stone. None reacted, likely, they didn't understand her language. Two barbarian women stood a short distance away, chatting in their tongue. One, with a sly grin, admitted she liked the man they'd fought earlier. The other snorted, reminding her she'd failed in her husband hunting. Camus' face twisted with disbelief. Husband hunting? Wife hunting? Is that why they were ambushing us? She thought, scandalized. Her musings were interrupted when the same male barbarian who had dragged her away earlier stepped forward. He grinned down at her, speaking in his own language, his tone dripping with smugness. By the way he gestured, she guessed he was boasting about having captured a rare prize that every man in his tribe would want. Perverted bastard, she spat back, her voice ringing with contempt. If that's your idea, just kill me instead. The man tilted his head, scratching his ear lazily. He clearly didn't understand her words, but his eyes glittered with cruel amusement. Catching her chin in his calloused hand, he leaned closer, licking the tip of the arrowhead in his other hand in a grotesque display. This arrogant slave, his expression seemed to say, needs to be broken. Just as the tension reached its peak, another figure stepped into the firelight. It was the barbarian girl from before, the same one Vikir had freed at the slave auction. She walked straight toward them, her presence commanding. Ahun, she said sharply to the male, stay away from my slave. Ahun's head jerked in surprise. Commander Ian? He looked almost wounded. I'm the one who captured her. Nonsense, Ian replied flatly. Lower your voice. Ahun bristled. You dare speak to me like that? I'm the one who shot her with a paralyzing arrow. I set the trap. I brought her here. Ian's gaze was ice. And if I hadn't intervened, that boy with the sword would have ended your life right there. You'd be lying dead in the snow. Remember that before you talk of taking credit. Ahun eyed Ian with suspicion, his tone edged with disdain as he asked whether she had claimed Camus as her personal spoil of war. Ian, without hesitation, confirmed it. From where she stood, Camus quietly observed their exchange. Their voices carried tension, and she couldn't help but wonder if a rift had formed among the barbarians themselves. Her grasp of their language was far from perfect, but she picked up enough to piece together the girl's name, Ian, and deduced that she held the rank of commander. Ahun then remarked on what he clearly thought was an unusual fact, that Ian was a woman. His words carried a hint of challenge, but Ian shot back sharply, demanding to know why that should matter in the slightest. Camus, meanwhile, studied her more intently. There was something dangerous about this commander. From her stance and the confidence in her voice, Camus was certain that Ian possessed the skill to go head-to-head with Vikir himself, a daunting thought, considering Vikir was already a formidable low-ranking graduator. If Camus had any hope of escape, she realized, she would first have to find a way to deal with Ian. Ahun, growing more agitated, jabbed a finger toward Ian. He declared that her stubbornness wouldn't be tolerated just because she wore the title of commander. His challenge was met with a sudden, palpable shift in the air. Ian's eyes narrowed dangerously, and a vivid blue aura flared to life around her. Her voice dripped with venom as she warned him, if he was so angry, he could come at her whenever he pleased, but he'd end up nothing more than a blood-soaked corpse. The threat was not empty, its weight was enough to send a chill down Ahun's spine. Cold sweat broke out across his skin, and whatever defiance had been in him evaporated. He quickly raised both hands in a show of surrender, forcing a nervous laugh as he admitted defeat. I'm not angry, he said, his voice uneven. Do as you wish. Once Ian walked away, Camus noted to herself that the dispute had clearly ended in the commander's favor. But the moment Ian's gaze turned on her, Camus braced herself. You've got sharp eyes, Ian remarked, her tone shifting into something almost admiring. And a good build. As expected from the future leader of the Morg bloodline. But the praise was fleeting. In the same breath, Ian's boot struck Camus, knocking her back. Her words hardened. She revealed that she had been caught by Morg scum and sold into slavery. She had been lucky enough to escape the worst fate through a rare act of mercy, but luck, Ian warned, would not save her. She promised to break Camus, to tame her so completely that the submission would be etched into her bones and soul. Ian's smirk deepened as she painted a humiliating picture of Camus performing degrading tasks, like licking the space between her commander's toes, until it became a routine part of her existence. Before Camus could respond, a piercing scream rang out behind Ahun. Heads turned toward the source, and there, in the darkness, flames erupted violently. The glow revealed one of the barbarians writhing in agony, his body entirely engulfed. Was that an explosion? Ian muttered, eyes narrowing. The air was suddenly filled with chaos. Other barbarians rushed to draw their weapons, shouting that they were under attack. From within the wall of fire, a figure emerged, a man whose voice carried like a thunderclap over the din. His words were laced with fury as he swore to make them pay for what they had done. Camus's eyes widened, her heart leaping. She knew that voice. "Uncle Adolphe," she cried. Adolphe Morgue stood tall, flames still curling around his hands like living serpents. His gaze locked on the barbarians, and in a voice that brooked no argument, he demanded the immediate return of his niece. The sudden arrival of the Morgue and Baskerville fighters caught the barbarians completely off guard. Screams, the clash of steel, and the howls of dying wolves erupted as the two clans began their relentless hunt. High above, perched on the branch of a tree, Vikir watched the chaos unfold. His eyes narrowed, puzzled. The Balak hunters, renowned for their precision and discipline during ambushes, were falling into complete disarray. Down below, the young barbarian women shouted in frustration as they tried to corral their wolves amidst the confusion. The carefully ordered hunt had devolved into wild disorder, their frustration clear even in their guttural tongue. Adolphe spotted several of them attempting to break through the chaos and escape. His voice roared through the night like a war drum. "Don't let a single one of them get away." The order was met with an immediate surge from the Baskerville and Morgue warriors, who pushed forward with lethal intent, ensuring that the hunt would end in blood. Adolphe's voice rang with unwavering resolve, every last one of the barbarians would be wiped out. Camus, bound to a thick tree trunk, couldn't help but smirk at the pandemonium erupting around her. The chaos felt like justice served, and she relished the sight of the Balak warriors finally getting what they deserved. But her satisfaction was cut short by a faint rustling from behind. Her eyes widened. Turning her head, she spotted a shadow slipping between the trees, Vikir. He pressed a finger to his lips, silently urging her to keep quiet. Camus, however, was too overwhelmed to contain herself. "Vikir," she blurted out. His brow twitched in mild irritation at her complete disregard for subtlety, but he didn't waste time. With a swift motion, he sliced through the ropes and caught her by the arm, pulling her to her feet. "You came to save me?" she asked breathlessly, her face lighting up. "Didn't the signal for silence mean anything to you?" he muttered, half annoyed, half relieved. They began moving quickly through the trees, but a familiar figure stepped into their path, Ayan. Her sharp eyes locked on Vikir, and a slow smile curved her lips. "So, you finally arrived," she said, her tone dripping with amusement. She looked him over, speaking as though she were reading a list: "The way you handle a blade, the stamina to cover such distances at speed, the calm to navigate this forest's darkness, and the passion to risk your life for her. You pass." Vikir frowned, thrown off by her strange choice of words. "Pass, what?" he thought, but Ayan offered no explanation. Camus and Ayan's gazes met, an unspoken duel sparking between them. Neither blinked, their eyes carrying an unvoiced message of defiance. Vikir could feel the tension and pulled Camus closer, realizing it would be hard to keep his true strength under wraps now. His mind raced. Why did he remember no one like her from his past life? Could she be the infamous Balak archer, the night fox, who once scarred Hugo's nose? No, she seemed too young for that. Perhaps she was of the same bloodline. Before he could dwell further, a hun burst from the side, launching a dart straight at Vikir's head. Instinctively, Vikir caught it mid-flight, the weapon snapping cleanly in his grip. A hun froze in shock. Not only had Vikir sensed the ambush, he had stopped it effortlessly. Holding Camus, Vikir said calmly, "Things just got complicated. I'll get you to your uncle." Camus flushed slightly at his formal tone, thinking perhaps the poison was affecting his manner of speech. She agreed without protest. They moved swiftly, but two barbarians leapt into their path, releasing arrows. Vikir deflected both with clean precision. Behind them, Ayan raised her bow and took careful aim, at Camus. Her voice was cold as steel. "Shall I remove the Morgue girl?" The bowstring snapped. The arrow streaked forward, trailing a faint blue aura. Vikir's eyes flashed red as he turned, spotting the danger. Camus followed his gaze, her breath catching. The arrow was moments from taking her eye. Then, crack! A wall of ice erupted between them, halting the projectile mid-air. From behind the frozen barrier stepped Adolphe, flames still flickering in his palm. "Camus! Are you hurt?" he demanded, his voice taut with worry. Relieved, Camus called out, "Uncle." Adolphe hurried to her side, chanting a spell, "Cure poison." The numbing venom was severe, he explained, and while he could suppress it, only the divine church could purge it completely. But Camus stepped back, pushing his hand away. "Wait." Puzzled, Adolphe froze as she dashed past him and threw herself into Vikir's arms, hugging him tightly. "Thank you, for saving me again." Adolphe's eyes went wide, tears welling as he stammered, "Camus." He tried to explain that he had also done everything in his power to rescue her, but she turned to him with sharp reproach. "Why did you only show up now?" "I'll tell Mother everything," she declared angrily. Before Adolphe could answer, a rope shot from the darkness, wrapping around Vikir's neck. Ayan held the other end, straining to pull him toward her. But Vikir didn't move. Not an inch. Ayan's eyes narrowed in disbelief at his sheer strength. "Come quietly," she said. "I don't have much time." Camus, watching, recognized her immediately. "You, again?" Vikir tore the rope apart with a sharp pull. Her words about having little time gnawed at his thoughts. Why were the Balak in such a hurry? The question vanished as a suffocating wave of killing intent rolled through the forest. Birds erupted into the night sky in panicked flight, and even the air felt heavier. Ayan's face paled. She looked up toward the source of the pressure, eyes wide in dread. "It's found us." On Vikir's hand, Beelzebub began to buzz. Vikir's attention shifted when a sharp sting pulsed through his arm. Looking down, he saw faint crimson lines spreading under his skin, a sign he knew all too well. The dormant Beelzebub embedded in his veins was thrumming violently, a wordless but urgent warning. Something was coming. Ayan's expression darkened. "She's here," she murmured, her voice tight with dread. Vikir glanced at her, brow furrowed. "She?" His mind raced. Whoever Ayan meant, it wasn't someone ordinary. Then, with her face paling and beads of sweat forming along her temple, Ayan forced the words out. "Madame Eight Legs." The name hung in the air for only a heartbeat before the forest itself seemed to answer. From deep within the trees, the ground shuddered, and a vast, pillar-like silhouette emerged through the canopy. The nearby barbarians froze mid-motion before gasping in unison, their voices trembling. "It's her? The madam is here." Camus stared upward, eyes narrowing. "That's a pillar?" she asked in disbelief. Vikir's gaze locked on the towering form. "No," he said flatly. "Not a pillar." A malignant purple aura swirled around the column before it split apart, revealing 8 impossibly long limbs, jointed and branching like twisted tree boughs. One after another, those legs slammed into the forest floor with an impact that rattled teeth. Adolph's voice shook as he tried to rationalize what he was seeing. This thing was hiding in this forest? Impossible. But Vikir's stomach tightened with recognition. There was no mistaking it. The monster looming before them was none other than Madame Eight Legs, an entity infamous enough to earn an S-rank rating. The gargantuan spider reared high, her 8 limbs spread wide like the ribs of a colossal cage. Then came the sound, a shrill, bone-scraping screech that rolled through the forest in waves, making the air itself quiver. No one moved. No one breathed. The oppressive presence of the madam held them all in place. Camus began to speak, but Vikir's hand shot out, covering her mouth. He leaned close, voice barely above a whisper. "Quiet. She can't see well, but she hears and feels everything." Inwardly, he recalled a grim warning from the native hunters he'd met before his regression, a fireside tale about a predator that prowled the deep heart of the Lar Rouge in Lenore Mountain. The Empire's own monster encyclopedia, in its most recent edition, confirmed the truth: Madame Eight Legs. A nightmare wrapped in chitin and venom, capable of reducing entire regions to ruin in less than a day. The spider let loose another unearthly scream. This time, a stream of green, acid-like fluid sprayed from her maw. Wherever it landed, the forest itself died, branches dissolved, bark turned to sludge, and leaves crumbled into ash. Vikir sidestepped the falling droplets with calculated precision. Adolphe, reacting in time, raised a shimmering magical barrier around himself and Camus. Ahun wasn't as fortunate, a streak of poison grazed his hair. Without hesitation, Ayan hacked off the affected strands with her blade before the corrosion could spread, his chest heaving. She fixed a hard glare on the young barbarian Ahun, who had yelped moments earlier. "If you weren't the shaman's grandson," she hissed under her breath, "you'd be dead for screaming like that." Then, without looking back, Ayan barked an order to her warriors: "Retreat." Adolphe echoed the command for the Baskerville and Morgue forces, though he held Camus protectively in his arms. The madam's reaction was unnerving, a low, almost playful chittering, as if amused by the scattering prey. Both Balak and Baskerville Morgue fighters fled, but their retreat patterns differed just enough for the monster to make her choice. Her body shifted, and with terrifying speed, she lunged toward Adolphe's group. "Why us?" Adolphe spat in frustration as he ran. A Morgue mage stepped forward, thrusting out his staff. "Leave her to me," he shouted. "Fire is a bug's bane." He conjured a blazing inferno, hurling it with enough force to light the forest sky in orange. The explosion engulfed Madame Eight Legs, and the mage turned, grinning smugly. "See, Sir Adolphe? Simple." His words choked off as the man beside him jerked violently, a glistening black limb protruding through his torso. Blood sprayed across the mage's face. The spider had emerged from the flames without a scratch. Still running, Camus clutched at Vikir's arm. "What is that thing?" she cried. Vikir's mind churned, and abruptly, he stopped dead in his tracks. "Vikir?" Staffordshire called, alarm lacing his tone. "What are you doing?" "If no one stops her here," Vikir said evenly, "she'll tear through all of us." His eyes swept the battlefield. We need to pin her legs down. I'll do it, Staffordshire volunteered. Vikir cut him off with a sharp look. You think you can hold that with your skill? He gestured toward the thrashing monster. We can't let her follow us into the territory. I'm the best suited for this. His hand fell to his sword hilt as he faced Adolf. We're out of time. The choice is yours. Camus's voice cracked. You can't, but Vikir was already moving, urging the others to run while they still could. Adolf's jaw tightened. Go, he barked at his troops. Don't waste his effort. Camus's eyes brimmed with tears. Come back, she pleaded, but Adolf's grip held her in place. Vikir exhaled slowly, loosening his grip on his blade. He had no attachment to the survival of Baskerville territory, not really. The thought that this could be a perfect moment to disappear from Hugo's watchful eye settled in his mind. If the others believed he had died here, it would give him the space he needed, time to master the 10th technique etched in his memory, to either challenge Hugo outright or vanish completely until his control over his own power was absolute. And for that, this monstrous spider was not just a threat. She was an opportunity. A deep crimson glow began to pulse from Vikir's hand, the air around him warping with its intensity. From that ominous light, the demonic sword Beelzebub emerged, its blade exuding a malevolent aura that seemed to drink in the very life around it. Vikir knew, without unleashing everything at his disposal, he would not leave this forest alive. His resolve hardened. He would pour every last shred of his strength into this fight, the abundant mana still flowing through him from the river Styx's blessing, the refined, lethal aura reserved for the uppermost techniques of Baskerville swordsmanship, and the raw destructive power of Beelzebub itself. The red radiance clung to his form like a living flame, and his eyes took on the same feral glow, burning with a predator's focus. Without hesitation, he burst forward, his movements a blur, the ground cracking beneath each step. In an instant, he sprang high into the air, his shadow passing over Madame Eight Legs. The monstrous spider's countless eyes locked onto him, her scream reverberating through the forest like the tearing of the sky. Vikir's aura surged to its peak, the glow from his sword threatening to consume him. Then, like a thunderbolt, he descended, employing the Baskerville 5th technique, a killing strike meant to pierce even the most impregnable of foes. The earth shook as his attack landed. In that instant, Madame Eight Legs' limbs faltered, her towering legs pressing into the soil as if something unseen had bound them in place. The impact smashed her head down with a bone-jarring crack, and for a heartbeat, the world itself seemed to flash blood-red. From far off, those fleeing caught sight of a blinding crimson beam erupting into the sky, splitting the shadows of the forest. Adolf, clutching Camus as he ran, risked a glance back. The Baskerville triplets sprinted alongside him, their faces streaked with tears, their eyes wide at the impossible sight. Camus stopped dead in her tracks for a heartbeat, her breath catching, then she cried out Vikir's name, her voice breaking. But the forest answered only with silence, and the lingering glow of red light. When Vikir's eyes opened again, it was not to the charred battlefield but to the executioner's guillotine. His head lay upon the cold block, Hugo Le Baskerville standing tall beneath the pale moon. The clan head's hand lifted in a silent command, and the blade fell. As his severed head rolled, Vikir saw the cold stares of those who watched. Hugo turned away without a word, his back vanishing into the darkness. But then, he woke. The moonlight, the guillotine, it had been a dream. He found himself staring at an unfamiliar ceiling, lying upon a rough mattress. His body was tightly wrapped in bandages, one eye covered completely, his torso crisscrossed with scars. A thick rope was looped around his neck, its length trailing away somewhere out of sight. Every muscle in his body screamed in pain as he tried to move, a white-hot agony that ran from his skin to his very bones. The memory of that battle came back in fragments, the blinding light, the crushing force of Madame Eight Legs' counterattack, and then, nothing. He realized he had taken the full brunt of her strike, and his survival bordered on the miraculous. Even breathing sent a shudder through his cracked ribs. Pushing himself upright with great effort, Vikir glanced around. Outside the small room, rough-built structures and smoky fires marked the encampment of the Baloch barbarians, the mortal enemies of the Baskervilles. Warriors strode past, while children practiced with bows, their arrows thudding into wooden targets. Slaves were herded about, some bearing the sigils of Baskerville and Morgue clans. Why, he wondered, had they not killed him outright? His question was soon answered by the arrival of Ahan, a figure from his past, one who had once abducted Camus. The barbarian eyed him with a smirk, commenting on Vikir's fluency in the Baloch tongue and mocking his crippled condition. He called Vikir the commander's pet dog, his tone dripping with derision, and claimed that without that status, he would have boiled him alive without hesitation. The insult triggered something deep within Vikir. That phrase, pet dog, dragged forth memories of Hugo's attempts to shackle him. A killing intent so fierce it was almost tangible flared from him, making Ahan involuntarily tense. The barbarian's eyes narrowed, and then, as if to reassert dominance, he struck Vikir hard across the face, sending him sprawling. Without looking back, he snarled for Vikir to go find your master, and left. Lying in the dirt, Vikir committed Ahan's face to memory. One day, when his body healed, he would repay the humiliation with interest. Following the rope tethered to his neck, he trudged through the camp. The line seemed endless, his irritation mounting, until it suddenly went taut. At the other end, in a shallow pond, stood An, calmly bathing. She turned, meeting his gaze with a smile, and casually told him to lie down. Before he could react, she yanked the rope sharply, pulling him forward just as an arrow whistled past, embedding itself into a tree where he had been standing moments earlier. An barked orders at a group of children nearby, scolding them for their recklessness before sending them away. Then she returned her attention to him. Her voice softened, not much, but enough, as she reminded him of the principle the Balak lived by: kindness returned twofold, vengeance repaid tenfold. She explained that he had freed her once at the slave auction, and so she had saved him twice in return. Vikir frowned, asking what she meant by twice. An shrugged, telling him that after the explosion, she had gone back just in case, and if she hadn't, he would have died. He should, she said, be grateful for her persistence. Vikir, still reeling from the previous events, narrowed his eyes at the rope around his neck and asked the barbarian girl why she was keeping him alive. Ayan, that sly smirk never leaving her face, replied that he must hold an important rank within his own people. The implication made his stomach drop. If she decided to ransom him back to the Baskerville clan, all his careful plotting to vanish from Hugo's watchful gaze would be shattered. Her grin widened as if she could see the calculation in his eyes. She told him not to get his hopes up about going home, not as a free man anyway. You'll be mine, she declared, her tone half playful and half serious, like a cat toying with a mouse. Without ceremony, she drew a dagger and sliced through the rope at his throat. Vikir, though outwardly impassive, silently let out a breath of relief. His plan wasn't ruined after all. But the reprieve didn't last long. Ayan pointed the dagger at him and casually announced that from now on they should establish proper titles. She would be master. He gave her nothing in return, his face as unreadable as stone. Amused by his stubborn silence, she praised the defiance in his eyes, saying she looked forward to taming him. Before he could respond, she told him they had a stop to make. When he asked where, she tilted her head and teased that it should be obvious, they were on someone else's territory, and proper greetings were in order. They were going to meet the leader of the settlement. The matriarch's tent was an imposing sight. Its entrance was guarded not by men but by trophies, the mounted heads of bears, jaguars, crocodiles, and other lethal beasts, each skewered with an arrow. Seated on the throne at the far end was a woman whose bearing radiated command. As they walked side by side toward the tent, Ayn spoke casually about Balak customs. A man without shelter could sleep in a friend's hammock, she said, the hungry could eat at the table of the better off. Here, property was shared, and wealth meant responsibility. Vikir remarked that it seemed private ownership wasn't exactly their priority. Ayn only smiled. Inside, Ayn announced their presence, and addressed the matriarch as Mother. The revelation caught Vikir off guard. As he pieced things together, recognition dawned. This was the Night Fox, the fearsome female warrior who had once scarred Hugo's face and blocked his own passage through the treacherous luge at Lenore Mountain. Memories of that encounter, and the odds he would have stood back then, came rushing back. Head-on combat? Zero chance. Assassination? Also zero. Escape? Perhaps 20%, if luck tilted his way. The matriarch's eyes fixed on him. She claimed she'd seen his face before, making his pulse quicken. Could she somehow sense his link to Hugo? Ayn quickly cut in, saying most imperial men looked the same. But the matriarch pressed on, asking her daughter what she planned to do with him, dismissively calling him no different from a useless animal. Ayn claimed he'd be valuable once healed. After all, he was the one who had faced Madame Eight Legs. Her mother warned her not to act above her station. Then, turning to Vikir, she said his physical health didn't matter so long as his seed remained intact. Before she could explain, Ayn blurted out her real intention. She wanted him as her slave, nothing more. The matriarch questioned her sudden change in story, but Ayn quickly spun an excuse. She needed a slave to aid her in hunts. The matriarch only patted her daughter's head and said the decision rested with the owner. Ayn's cheeks flushed pink as she glanced at Vikir. When they left the tent, Vikir asked her name. She spun on him in mock outrage, reminding him he was a slave and had no right to question his master. He calmly explained that since he had no intention of calling her master, he needed to know what to call her. Reluctantly, and with a faint blush, she said, Ayn. He introduced himself in turn, but when he addressed her by name, she barked at him again, then smirked and gave her first command. He was to build himself a house. Inwardly, she relished the thought. She was sure an Imperial like him would have no clue how to construct anything, and it would be a satisfying way to remind him of his place. But to her surprise, he simply smiled and said it sounded enjoyable. Hours later, Ayn stood with her mouth slightly open. Before her was not a sloppy pile of sticks but a well-made tent, sturdy and practical. Even injured, Vikir's craftsmanship was undeniable. She glanced at the tools she'd given him, realizing that he'd handled them like a man who had built more than his fair share of shelters before. Ayn stared at Vikir's newly finished work, her expression clouded with mixed emotions. The tent stood sturdy and well-crafted, a feat she had expected to be far beyond the abilities of an injured Imperial slave. The drains he'd built outside caught her attention, smoothly cut, perfectly placed, allowing water to run off neatly without pooling. She found herself grumbling inwardly. If he kept proving himself useful like this, it would undermine her sense of control over him entirely. Vikir, on the other hand, seemed almost amused. As he looked over the structure, his thoughts wandered to his past. In times of war and chaos, he had seen many swordsmen meet their ends because their skills began and ended with the blade. He had learned the hard way that to survive in any hostile environment, one had to be more than a fighter. You needed to know how to build, forage, repair, adapt to anything. This tent was merely another survival challenge to him. But then his gaze shifted toward the largest tent in the village, the matriarch's dwelling, and he frowned. "Your mother's tent is in trouble," he remarked casually. Ayn blinked, startled. "What are you talking about? That's my mother's house you're insulting." Vikir pointed toward the central pillar. "Right now, it looks fine. But when the rainy season comes, the ground around that pillar will soften. The pillar will shift, water will seep in, and the structure will weaken. It's just a matter of time." Her eyes narrowed, but before she could argue, he continued. "If you mix lime-rich soil with gravel from the hill opposite the river, press it into bricks, and seal them with oil before burning, the base will hold steady for years. That will keep the pillar from moving." After a moment of thought, Ayn finally nodded. "Fine. Do it." Vikir set to work without complaint. He collected soil, sifted it, and poured it into wooden molds. He shaped the mixture into bricks, drying them slowly over a carefully managed fire. The smell of hot earth and oil lingered in the air as he stacked the finished pieces. When the repairs were complete, the two of them brought the solution to the matriarch. Ayn explained their intentions, her tone carrying an unusual note of pride. The matriarch examined the reinforced pillar and the improved structure, her eyes widening. She admitted, reluctantly, that she had tried and failed many times before to fix the problem, never realizing the issue lay beneath the pillar itself. Her lips curved into a faint smile as she looked between her daughter and the quiet man beside her. "So, my daughter has found a truly useful male." Turning to Vikir, she added, "From now on, you'll take care of work like this for the barracks." Some days later, Vikir was kneeling by a water source, scrubbing clothes, when Ayan's voice cut through the air. "Hey, doesn't it wear you down, working like a slave all the time?" she called. He glanced up at her, unbothered. "It's not so bad." In truth, the monotonous work felt almost peaceful compared to his years under Baskerville rule, or the gritty survival in the underdog city. Ayan gave him a curious look. "You're oddly disciplined. But still, hard labor isn't easy." Vikir only shrugged. "I've had worse." She shook her head, smirking. "Don't get used to saying that. If you really want to last here, follow me. I'll teach you how to live like one of us. Perform well enough, and maybe I'll untie that rope." His interest sharpened. "And what do you want me to do?" Now she smiled, wide, mischievous, and faintly flushed. "Finally, you're asking the right questions. I want you to join me on a hunt. Not just any hunt, bring down something huge. Big enough to feed the children who've been going without meat. Do that, and maybe I'll raise you from slave to commoner." He raised an eyebrow. "A test, then?" "Exactly. You'll be my helper," she said, patting his back playfully. The pat hit hard enough to make him wince. "Be grateful. You're working for the Balak hunting commander." After a short pause, Vikir agreed. Ayan's face brightened at his answer, though she quickly masked it when he noticed. "We leave tomorrow," she said briskly. But neither of them realized someone else had been watching, a figure lurking in the shadows, gaze fixed on Ayan's faint blush. The man's jaw tightened, jealousy simmering as he muttered to himself about the disgusting Imperial by her side. Far from them, a different scene was unfolding. The Balak shaman, a wiry, intense figure, pulled his hand from a pot of charcoal, his palm blackened. Raising it high, he ordered the hunters to gather. One by one, warriors lined up to receive the marks, the shaman's voice carrying over the crowd. Take my blessing, or face misfortune in the hunt. Ayan leaned toward Vikir. They do it to hide their faces from the god of death, she explained. They feel guilty for taking life. Vikir gave a slight nod. Even this fierce warrior tribe had its rituals. Nearby, a young barbarian woman whispered doubts about the shaman's nagging. Her male companion shrugged. Let him talk. It's how he keeps his position. She added that they only came to him on special occasions, and that his blessings often failed anyway. Vikir's eyes narrowed slightly. So even here, hierarchy and pretense weren't so different from the rest of the world. When Ayan returned from the ritual, her face was streaked with absurd, almost comical charcoal patterns. Vikir smirked. Nice look. Her cheeks flushed as she wiped the marks off quickly. I don't get along with the shaman, she muttered irritably, and in her fluster, she shoved a collar into his hands. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.